Do you think that you witnessed war crimes taking place?
Probably. The ground assumption is that they are Hamas. And then if you go this way, you're bound to kill people that are not.
Now, in a rare interview, one soldier tells us about the reality he says he witnessed.
What kind of stuff would they say?
There are no uninvolved, only unarmed. This is something that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life.
This is the first time I am using my full real name to stand in solidarity with Palestinians. And I don't deserve applause because I am too late. Because every single day that we don't speak out as Jews in support of Palestinian liberation is another day too late. I grew up in a Jewish American school system that was explicitly Zionist. I feel like we've all heard stories, but that didn't just make sure we didn't talk about Palestine, but actively taught us not to empathize with Palestinians.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Monday, April 29th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Definitely an important show today. It's something we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, maybe a week or more. A general feeling of something truly building. Now, the general point of today, which I battled with the title today on how there's actually some really important things that I want to highlight in today's show that I wanted to put in the title, but I wanted to really focus on something that I think is bigger than the developing stories within this one topic, as important as it truly is. The idea of some kind of what I feel genuinely, not that every aspect of this is organic, that's never the case on any side. There's always parts of every side trying to manipulate from their own personal perspectives, governments and politicians and two-party illusionists, everyone trying to yank their cord in the way they wanted to, the way they want it to end up. But I truly feel that there is something real happening here. And I think it's important that we don't get swayed by the people that say, oh, that's a bunch of woke lefties saying what they don't understand. Oh, it's a bunch of Nazi right-wingers that don't realize. Like, that's always going to try to cloud the conversation. And that's always, to some degree, part of the conversation. The people within these, like I said, in any topic, you're going to find people that are racist. You're going to find people that are bad people that believe that you should completely adhere to what the government wants, or that believe in climate change, or that COVID-19 was, whatever you're going to talk about. There's always going to be that. I feel very strongly that there's something very real happening here, and there's just power structures are terrified of what this is and are really trying to make us not only ignore what's happening and just push it aside as some kind of fluke or momentary rise in hatred or anti-Semitism, and dividing us in every way that they can, just like they did during COVID-19 that failed, but to some degree had an effect. But there's other things around this that I want to highlight early that we're going to get to today, such as an interesting developing story that I've only found in small channels, reports coming from local reporters on the ground in regard to, Israel-Gaza overlap, about families, and this is coming from Hebrew coverage, only written in Hebrew. I had to translate and search for it in Hebrew to find it. Apparently 400 individuals from families in the IDF are raising what they call in Israel the black flag, which apparently, as I understand it, is sort of like a conscientious objector concept, where they're saying we disagree with this and any number of reasons, and we're refusing to take part, and ultimately saying they refuse to go into Rafah. Now, I can't tell whether that's just more propaganda trying to, manipulate the conversation, but I'm starting to feel in a larger sense that, I've been highlighting this, that you can clearly see that there are a lot of people in Israel that are standing up against the agenda. Now, as I've been clear, that does not mean the same thing as caring about Palestinians or wanting Gaza to have their own self-determination, or Palestinians in general. But there is that too. They overlap. But my point is that those aren't necessarily exactly the same thing, but we're still seeing Israelis stand up against their own government. One example, because they want their people back and are very aware that the bombing and invasions and ongoing actions in Gaza are just equal at the same moment, equally putting their families at risk alongside the Palestinians. As much as Americans in some cases just can't seem to wrap their mind around that, and I think it's the two-party illusion, a lot of Israelis, and I think clearly the majority see that. Prominent writer from 972 magazine has been calling this out, saying that they're even petitioning their government to take Hamas's deal, whatever they offer next, as long as they get the families back. We're not hearing that here. But that's a really important and interesting conversation to see that there's even resistance against that last part. But on top of that, there's also other developing stories we're going to get into to start that I'll point out a couple of interesting things, comments around the ceasefire. But really, that big bulk of the point today is about what's going on. And by the way, I started the last couple of days talking about the college campus protest and why I thought it was somewhat of a distraction, still important to make some points on. And I still generally feel that it should not be the primary focal point of everything happening in regard to the Israel-Gaza conversation. However, what I'm talking about today, I'm standing back and realizing that what I've been feeling is clearly something bigger than this one conversation. And just like it has been in the past, when you're talking about Iraq and the war and the pushback, these things were bigger than one event. And I'm telling you, there's something shifting right now that we need to take advantage of and try to avoid the minefield of two-party illusion nonsense that's trying to pull you away from the obvious. Whether or not the person saying we need to fight against this oppression believes in climate change or wears a mask or whatever else, or in the reverse, whether that person wears a red hat or whether they believe things that you think are racist or whatever it is, you have to realize that we are all in unison when we see that there's oppression taking place, when we see that our governments, and many of them are aware of this in regard to the election as well, we're all in lockstep with COVID-19. They all felt, there's so many things that we can see it frames this as the people versus empire. This is something that Abby Martin's been talking about for a long time. That is the Empire Report. That's the whole reason for the name, is that we're fighting not necessarily a government or this one power structure, but just empire. The idea of something that's always been there that we've been convinced is democracy today. That's what I genuinely think. But we're ultimately going to get into this in a way that does focus it on the protest itself. But I really want, that's really the main focus, is to see the obviousness of how this is not what they're framing it as. That's not to say that there's not examples of people using slurs or saying things that they are just outwardly being racist or saying, I support Hamas and I think everything was okay. You're going to find that. But to just ignorantly pretend that means every single thing, which, by the way, is easy to prove the vast majority are not saying that at the very least, doing that at the very least. I would go as far as to say don't actually think that at the very least, but you just have to realize how willfully dishonest on the surface this is. People acting, even going as far as to say that there is no Jewish presence in these protests when you can prove it is I'm starting to wonder, let's just make it clear, there's a huge portion of these protests in every one of that I'm seeing that you're going to find prominent Jewish organizations, you're going to find Holocaust survivors, you're going to find prominent Jewish academics speaking up and saying, you're not seeing the truth about this. There's multiple examples today of pretty prominent Jewish journalists or Israeli journalists that decided to go look for themselves and are going, I don't know what they're talking about. These people are peaceful. They're sitting around. There's Jewish people. There's Muslim people. There's Christians. They're all sitting together. The only thing that seems to cause a problem is when, you guessed it, some kind of Zionist manipulator comes in to try to make this look like the way they want it to. Now, again, that's not to say that you're not going to find an example of what they're talking about in some fringe discussion or some person on the peripheral. But on top of that, we have proven more than once, and this goes for any conversation of any religious side or any political background, but in this case, specifically Zionism, we can see that they have manipulated and faked and lied about and created, or rather driven to reality, agitating responses or standing up and saying, kill all the Jews. And saying that's the protest saying that. Turns out it wasn't. It was actually a person that, and we'll go over all of this. And that will always be framed as trying to pretend that doesn't exist, and it's not the case. I can prove to you it's not even remotely the kind of building dark cloud of anti-Semitism everyone's trying to make it out to be in these conversations. But it's just kind of powerful to see people at the highest levels of power, from journalism to researchers to politicians to executive branch, just wholesale lying to you, acting like it doesn't exist, acting like everything a part of this is all pro-Hamas, pro-rape, pro-terror, like we're in kindergarten. Like this is some kind of cartoon. Like when instead of just discussing tunnels in regard to, you know, I can go off. I could probably spout 15 different examples. My point was going to be terror tunnels, things like that. Like an honest, intelligent person is going to sit back and go, okay, terror tunnels. Like, why does that even make sense? Because you're trying to make it, it just shows you an overzealous effort to try to frame the thing they want to frame. And that has to speak to some degree as to dishonesty, especially when you can literally see them being dishonest. So we're going to go through this in depth today. It's going to be a long show. There's a lot to talk about. And I really hope that we can put aside our political standings, put aside our personal belief. Like, not that you have to disregard these things, but don't let that flavor what might be happening. Look at it with an open mind and ask yourself whether in any walk of life, in any political standing, we all have a tendency just to recognize when people are being oppressed, which doesn't make them right or wrong. It doesn't mean that they're suddenly the victim or not, or I shouldn't say victim since they're being oppressed, but I mean, to say that somebody's oppressed does not immediately make them on the right side of something. To say that somebody's a victim does not immediately make their personal political beliefs the right ones. It simply means whatever they currently believe, right or wrong, that they are being oppressed. And that no matter where we think they stand, we should be standing up for the people who are being unjustly oppressed, especially when it is an entire grouping of people. I mean, I feel like that should be just common sense coming from a group, especially in this country where we proudly pretend like that's all we do is stand up for the victims and fight for rules-based international order, when literally all they're doing is fighting against that with everything they have. When I'm not going to say that there's necessarily a group out there truly fighting for that. But you know what? I'd like to believe that there would be if we wouldn't have these power structures constantly keeping us divided, constantly keeping us at each other's throats, while pointing to some kind of deviation like the claim of anti-Semitism, which of course there's racism. Of course there is. But the reality is, as I think most people are beginning to see, is that the true source of this, the true almost engine of building this reality is Zionism. And that is not Judaism. That's the most absurd reality of all of this, is that everybody honest, and I mean, from Naomi Klein writing in The Guardian to human rights groups openly calling this out today, we have to realize that whether or not you are a Jewish person that believes Zionism is something that it creates safety for you, it is not Judaism. And the insultingly obvious deception to claim that they're the same thing just shows you how important it is to maintain this lie. Because if you can keep those things coupled, if you can't decouple them, it becomes the same thing. Then when you start going, we're calling out a political organization that is creating genocide, you suddenly become an anti-Semite. You suddenly become somebody who hates Jewish people, and then you get power structures that fall all over themselves to try to defend the thing that they think will give them political benefit. But right now, even that, they're starting to lose, because it's very clear that people who support them, no matter what they scream, are seeing through it. The spell has been broken. And I think it's important that we lean into that with everything we have and don't get swayed away or scared away by screams of racism. You know if you're racist, you know if you hate people. And you know what's very clear? That you can see how much hatred is brimming over the top from anything that is standing up and saying, don't look at all the murder. Don't look at all the children dying. Don't look at all the starvation. Don't look at how we're gleefully tap dancing around and saying this is great because we're going to get what we want. Ignore all of that and focus on those crazy, dirty, disgusting college students who are saying we should stop doing that. They're the bad ones, because that's not obvious, is it? So let's start today with one quick shout out to our Save the Last American Vagabond campaign, because I haven't been really pointing in this in general, and I just wanted to give you guys an update. And also just a quick update in general on where we are with a lot of this. So as it stands right now, it does appear that we're going to have to go to court with 2 different lawsuits, which will mean essentially, once that's confirmed, that I will be able to openly tell you what's going on, at least as I understand it. And I'm going to either way. It's just about trying to see if we're going to be able to push back enough to get them to stop this. But it seems this is all about dragging me through this and wasting my time and wasting my resources. I was able, thank you to all of you for the first month here, to get the IRS off our back with whatever they were demanding, which kills me to have to give it to them, because I feel like it's shockingly dishonest and unaccountable, as I think we all know it is. Nonetheless, because of you, we were able to maintain in pushback. So continue if you'd like to support this platform. This is a good way to do so. As I understand it, last time I was talking about the Give, Send, Go thing and the concern about the recurring donation. It does appear to me that this is a banking issue. Give, Send, Go was really good about getting back to us, but that does still mean that your bank may just decide to say, no, you can't recurringly support Last American Vagabond, which I just am not surprised at all, quite frankly. But I've had 5 different people reach out who have all emailed Give, Send, Go, and they're talking to me about it, saying, I signed up. Give, Send, Go gives an email saying, this has been canceled. And they say, well, then I guess they could be lying, but I don't believe that. Personally, I feel like it's the bank, and they're highlighting the fact that they're getting a bank notification that's telling them to shut it down, and they have to respond. So you can feel free to support us here, donate directly, mail it in, however it is, but we definitely need your support. Thank you all for so far. I couldn't do this without you. And it means everything to me. So thank you for your support in that regard, and everybody else at the Last American Vagabond. Now, on the concept very quickly of, it really does speak to the same thing, especially since we can see the overlap of all of these governments, whether it's the UK or Israel, or all involved with the illusion around COVID-19. And also the power structures lying about the same things ubiquitously when it really comes down to what's important to us. It's kind of hard not to see the overlap here. But few points on COVID-19, the injections, and the upcoming election. Chief Nerd highlights, which you probably have all seen, wasn't able to get to a show over the last couple of days, that Donald Trump very much did truth this out, or whatever you call it on Truth Social. Here it is right here, just so you can see the actual link. You can read it for yourself. He said, I'd even take Biden over Junior because, these guys just can't have decorum or be cordial. Not that you have to, but he's referring to RFK Jr. because he wants him to, this is just like they're doing with Palestinians. It's about dehumanizing. Let's make him look small and little because that makes me feel bigger. It's petty, it's small, but that's what politics is. And Trump's all about that because our country would last a year or two longer prior to collapse. Of course, leaning into the idea that it's about the end of everything we know, and which very well seems like it's building that way, but it's about thinking that he would be the one that would save everything. But he goes, but it would be dead either way. It would be, I guess, assuming our country. It's interesting. His views on vaccines are fake. That's the important part, as is everything else about his candidacy. Well, that's interesting because, quite frankly, I think the support for Israel is just about the only, well, I shouldn't say that. I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of his stated policies because, as you guys know, I don't really think much of this is genuine anyway. My point, nonetheless, is that most of what he pushes forward, I'm supportive of. In regard to the support for Israel, as I've said from the beginning, morally indefensible. I said that the moment he stood up with that rabid maniac, Rabbi Shmuley, which I'm sure he's embarrassed about now, seeing as how even Jews and Israelis have distanced themselves from that maniac because he's embarrassing them all. And that's not my opinion, guys. Even Rebel News basically called him out and be like, why are you making us look stupid as Jewish people? It's crazy. My point is that destroyed his candidacy. But here's Trump coming in around the other side, as I know he knows all of his supporters, all of them disagree with him on this. They boo him at his own rallies when he talks about the vaccines. And he has never backed away from this. He has pushed in and said, it's my legacy. I've saved all these lives. I never forced it, even though that's shockingly not true, just because he doesn't say. It's obvious that it's the same thing with different words around it, with Trump to Biden and next. It's just the escalation of the same thing. He instituted the emergency. He started the Stafford Act, the Emergency Defense Act. Everything he did set the table for why we are where we were with Biden. Period. It's only people that don't want to hear that, want to support him anyway, that pretend that's not true. We didn't get in any new wars. All these lies they tell because they don't want to acknowledge what actually happened. My point is that he said this, and every one of his supporters are going, oh my God. Here's Chief Nerd saying Trump says he would rather have Joe Biden than Kennedy. And he says that, and he goes, just a reminder, RFK Jr. spent 20 years fighting for the vaccine injured. That's the thing I said before, is we have to be honest about the work that he has done around medical health freedom. He's amazing work. It doesn't matter whether I think it's all dishonest or he lied about that just to get into presidency, so we could shoehorn in Israel policy. It doesn't matter. It just matters, but not in the context of whether you can say this work was good. It's the petty kind of childish political side of the world where we pretend that, oh, he now did the one thing we don't like. Now everything he does is bad. Now he's persona non grata. We can't look at his research. That's just childish. But that's the two-party illusion for you, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the link. You can check it out for yourself. What's interesting to me is I don't understand how, and I'm not speaking about Chief Nerd here. I'm talking about plenty of others that have stood up and been like, what? He must have lost his mind. And I'm going, okay, have you not been paying attention for the last 4 years that he's been saying this over and over and over at every interview? Or are you just now pretending you've seen it because it's so publicized? There's just so much dishonesty around this. We need, for the average individual out there who has an honest heart and you actually want the truth and you want to, but you may still think Trump is the answer. Stand back and recognize that the other people above, the people in the two-party illusion trying to get you to vote for, realize how dishonest they are. Realize how willfully dishonest that they knew this was the case and they're only just now highlighting it because it's too hard to ignore now. Trump supports the dangerous, deadly gene therapy that was forced on everybody along with it was his Operation Warp Speed. That was the military program. I just hope we can all see this. Now, the hardest thing of all this is that people who agree with all of that, the next thought they have is like, well, what about the election? I can't vote for Joe Biden or these people. Well, that's a whole other conversation. And if you want to get into it, I can wax intellectual about how your vote doesn't actually translate to the outcome, but then you just fall right back into Trump camp. That's how this tends to go. So I don't know the answer to that next question. I have a lot of thoughts on it, but you guys usually don't like my thoughts around the not participating. Either way, just recognize that if all you end up with is choices of evil and you're back to old lesser of evils conversation, well, then you're voting for evil. And we're right back where we started, despite the narrative spun around the new person. 4 more years of the next thing, and they're stopping him. We would have had everything done if it wasn't for the other side. Two-party illusion game. Here is Dr. Bhakti, another amazing statement. Realize that he came out, as I've said, from the beginning, before near anybody, telling you exactly where we were, that this thing would hurt everybody, no matter what, no matter where you got it from. And ultimately, they are dangerous and they knew it. And here he is, still saying the same thing. These are the kind of people we should be supporting. He says, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who praises mRNA vaccines, which, by the way, means Donald Trump, or anyone who praises these vaccines as safe and effective, or just say praises or promotes them, anyone who claims that vaccination rarely causes serious side effects and is either incredibly ignorant or infinitely evil. And they are committing a crime. Just like in everyone who actively or passively pursues or supports this vaccination, which would be Trump. And I'm only making that point because that's what we just came from. Biden, anybody else is the same. Because it is now scientifically proven that vaccination can only have negative effects, and this is a life-threatening extent. Changing quite a lot if you're paying attention to people that actually care about you. Aussie 17 highlights Japan. Now, there's been multiple people of Japan standing up. Japan's most senior oncologist, Professor Fukushima, condemns mRNA vaccines as, quote, evil practices of science. Think about that, guys. Read this for yourself. I just hope we can don't lose sight of that conversation. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. I'm sure you're all going to talk about this more, Ryan. This is important, as you all know. Here's another interesting dynamic, overlapping this with the kind of Musk X, Tucker Alex on X kind of illusion that we're all seeing, where it's all freedom speech over here, as they're all literally Pied Pipering us all into the same thing that we think we're fighting. Jurassic Carl makes an excellent overlap or notices this. NARF GB, in a really interesting way, gets ChatGPT to admit that COVID-19 mRNA shots are not ready for human use. You can read the breakdown, and ultimately just using facts. And by the way, Scott even did this a while back where he asked it about mod RNA, and it was like, no, that's not true. And he's like, well, what do you mean? Isn't this the case? And they go, oh, oops, yes, you're right. It's like, what? How is that even possible? If you have the ability to recognize what he said is true, then how did you not know? It's clearly not honest. This is what we have to realize. This is human input. It's not simple as going, oh, the AI is deciding and tell us the truth. The point is, he got it to do that, and then bing, bang, boom, he got censored. I'm sure it was just a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that his account is, it's crazy, isn't it? How do you explain that? You guys, I'm sure it was a coincidence. Now, another point, you guys are familiar with Zoe. She wrote My Life in the Thrill Kill Medical Cult by Zoe Smith. This is from the TLAV Substack. Here's the actual article back from May 5th, 2023. I just want to highlight something important, which I think is important. Oops. That this is, since Receptor put this out, highlighting, so she had a little mini interview with CHD, and basically highlighting the stuff that she talked about. And it's important stuff. You should watch it. She says, quote, I didn't know it was possible for a human to die so horrifically, so quickly before they rolled out the mRNA injections. For days, patients would be seizing and no medications would stop it. And eventually they kind of had to be put down. Horrifying, which you should read this stuff. What I think is interesting is that Alex Jones on April 24th says medical whistleblower describes COVID shots killing victims within hours of injection. She's a hospital coder. That's like an air traffic controller for an airport. She knows where the bodies are buried. And down below, you can find this ongoing conversation going, who is this? We should get her on. And, good. Talk to her. That's good. We should get the information out. What I want to highlight is that you would know all of this if you were following Last American Vagabond. This isn't some new breaking story. We've talked about this for years. And Zoe's been writing for TLAV, and she has a couple new things coming out for the Substack, and I'll be interviewing her on the 6th of May to talk about this exact conversation, which we had set long before this was kind of picked up by some larger people. Just want you to continue to see that we are doing our best to stay ahead of the conversations, and usually we are. I think it's funny that it says tomorrow's news today, but I guess after TLAV can talk about it first. But let's make sure we also notice that the election conversation is interestingly overlapped with this, and I think that people around the world are seeing and not forgetting that just because we're at a different point of the political talking points, that they all lied about COVID. Now, this is in the UK, or I think this is specifically, I believe it either way. The point is that these are elections around the world, and the point is the United States is the same conversation. It says right there, Milton Keynes City Council. You guys can figure that out for yourself. I think it is, in any case, the bottom line that I want to highlight was not necessarily exactly where this was, but the fact that people the world around we have to remember that this was lockstep, guys. You can't pretend like the biggest illusion medical-wise that we've ever seen, that they all, Russia, China, everybody, were completely pushing the same thing. Well, not exactly the same thing, but the parts that really mattered in the bad ways. And as she writes, this person says, don't waste your vote, right? They're all lied about COVID. And she says, Efrat Fengenson from Israel writes, all elections are the same. They lied about COVID and many other things. I love her, actually. The more I watch her work, she just really does seem to have a bigger perspective on a lot of this stuff, which I appreciate. Philip says, pretty much, at least elections may somewhat upset the status quo and allow at least a partial reset, especially in the case of multi-term governments. No. Now, maybe he's right. Maybe I'm wrong. But damn it, that's the last answer we should have. The point is, well, maybe we just try it anyway just to see if it has any change. I mean, look, if we're going to just go along to do the same thing and hope that has a difference this time, that's just like doing nothing, in my opinion. I mean, we have to be honest about that. Now, I'm not telling you not to be involved. What I'm saying is that if you want there to be a difference and you can acknowledge that every single time this happens, nothing changes, what else can we do? At least consider that and ask why there's no option for abstention on the ballot, even though that's a legal vote that they should be tallying. Abstention out of protest, out of any number of reasons. They don't even put it there anymore because they don't want you to have that option. So it's not real, guys. But here, as I love her response. She goes, elections are part of the illusion. The only difference between democracy and dictatorship is that in a democracy, you get to choose who will F you over. I love her. I think that's fantastic. And it's like, well, you don't have the courage to come out and say something like that when most people would be like, aghast at how you dare challenge the beauty of democracy or whatever people say. I mean, it's good for her because I agree with that. It doesn't mean that voting or a representative government means nothing. It means that we don't have that we should be fighting to restore it, not just pretending we do when we know we don't, when every side acknowledges we're being screwed and the machines are lying and everything. We know it's there. We can only see one half of it because the two-party illusion. Now, one last point about the Nord Stream pipeline before the rest of the conversation goes where you expect. Bread and Circus points out Lloyd's Insurance refuses to pay out claims on Nord Stream. Now, again, you can see how all these points relate to the larger power structures and the illusion, like especially with something like Nord Stream. And I think elections too, personally, but Nord Stream being so obvious, so clear. Everyone knows the U.S. did. The U.S. and Israel, I think, are obviously involved, but you can clearly show that the U.S. did this. And this, that goes from Seymour Hersh's work and just about everything else. The threats they put out forward, something's going to happen to it. Biden says, we're going to take care of it. Whatever he said. It's obvious that this is something the U.S. did. It's shockingly clear, but nobody cared. Or at least the people within this ability to do something about it just looked the other way and we all march forward, even though we all know. That's what we're highlighting today. The inmates are running the prison, right? The crazies are running the asylum, or however you want to put it. Some point along the way, maybe the entire time, maybe we're finally at a point of maybe changing it for the first time. I don't know. But some point along the way here, the power has shifted to people who couldn't care less about you. And we're watching that as they just kind of hope, well, they're not rising up. They're not standing up. They're not doing anything. So let's just keep moving forward. Maybe they'll forget about Nord Stream. Maybe they'll ignore the genocide. And maybe that will happen if we don't do something. The point he makes is Suddenly, Lloyd's Insurance is refusing to pay out the claim. They cited an exclusion clause triggered by attacks by government entities. That's fascinating, which means that somebody's going to do something about that. And he says, had the insurance refused to pay, for instance, 9/11, things could have gotten interesting. This may trigger a real investigation, which, by the way, these were on the 22nd and the 18th. And then what do you know? Freddie Pontone writes, Nord Stream sabotage. China calls for international investigation at the United Nations Security Council, which, this is a former CIA guy, Larry Johnson, talking about this. So it very well could be all manufactured. And even if it is, though, it shows you an effort to try to, that's what I would put this at. At the very least, this is them recognizing that we all see them and them trying to shut that down. Them being whoever you think it is in this context, the power structure trying to hide the fact that they're involved with bombing the Nord Stream pipeline or sabotaging it. And this is an effort to try to slow that down, or maybe he's genuinely blowing this whistle or kind of pointing us in the right direction. Either way, it's interesting to see how much is truly shifting. And I think we're watching power structures get scared. I hope at the very least. But what I do notice, as much as we all must be able to see, that this is not the way things usually have been going. And it's a powerful moment. And it's not because China stood up and said this. China would be just as much complicit. I think China would be doing exactly the same things, quite frankly, if they were in this position, to my opinion. Either way, it behooves them. It's in their interest to call out the U.S. Doesn't mean we should trust China, but it means that you can clearly see that a lot of people have an interest in highlighting what they did. And you should too, as an American. Whether or not it benefits another country, you should care that your government doesn't care about the things they profess to care about.
My experience convinces me that a properly funded investigation carried out by professionals will uncover documents, informants, eyewitnesses that can prove beyond a reasonable doubt who carried out the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. The nations assembled here have one advantage in an investigation that we as private investigators did not have. You have signals intelligence, satellites, you have data stored, for example, that can provide intelligence ranging from the movements of ships to the movement of money. When you combine that data with conventional evidence, you have a powerful means for identifying who ordered and executed the bombing of the Nord Stream pipeline. I can say this much with certainty about that operation. It was carried out with the financial and material support of at least one nation state. There are written records, almost certainly highly classified and stored with very limited access. But there may be available evidence outside such classified records that can illuminate the act significantly, if not solve the mystery. My message to you today is simple. Follow the money. Also ask cui bono, who benefits.
I mean, you don't say something like that. There's nobody who doesn't understand that wildly benefited the U.S. government's interests. So saying something like that, it makes me lean a little bit more towards the idea that this is just genuine for whatever reason, which doesn't, again, it doesn't, never assume over the top of things like this that means he's just being honest. It could mean that. That's one of the possibilities. Call me jaded, call me whatever you want. I usually feel it's more likely just that the interests of the truth align with what they want. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to politicians and the media. I rarely think they're just doing it out of the goodness of their heart or because they care, they want the truth. It's because they go, okay, if I tell the truth right now, that gives me points. That gives me attention. That gives me benefit. I look like the person. That's how I generally see it. So I don't know, maybe he's telling the truth, or maybe he just sees an interest, a benefit in telling a story at this moment. Either way, we all know who benefits, guys. It's powerful. And as people in the chat are saying, the data will suddenly disappear. 9/11 style, or this guy will suddenly have an accident. Who knows how things will go? Either way, this is an important shift.
I believe the refusal to conduct a thorough investigation of this matter casts a cloud over the Security Council. In closing, I reiterate President Truman's vision enunciated 74 years ago. You have it in your power to provide a way for negotiation and the settlement of disputes among nations by peaceful means. But such negotiations must proceed from a solid, supportable understanding of who performed the act. And I believe you can reach that conclusion with a proper investigation that only you, the members of the Security Council, have the power to perform. Thank you, Mr. President.
And of course, that could end with, we investigated ourselves and found ourselves not guilty, which is exactly what's happening with Israel. But it still starts the conversation, right? I think that's what's important. Obviously, accountability more so than anything. But in this world, that's something that seems to rarely happen. And that's what we're fighting to change. Now, let's talk about accountability in regard to what's going on with Israel. What's interesting is you may have seen this building conversation. A few accounts out there seeming to slightly misrepresent the reality of this, saying that the ICC says they're going to do this tomorrow or in a week or whatever else. It appears to me that as far as I can tell, it's up in the air still. But the ICC, other than one last report I got just before we were getting ready to go live, it does seem to add a lot more potential for this. But again, I have no faith in the ICC because of past actions, but that doesn't mean that something hasn't changed. Again, we must realize that there's individuals in all these groups, whether it's the United Nations, whether it's human rights group, whatever it is, individuals, or like USAID, for example, where we can see that there are people speaking up and asking Samantha Powers, like, why aren't we doing this? It's it's challenging our mandate of doing good for the world. And we're all chuckling in the background because we know that's not what they really do. But they think that. They believe they're fighting for that, and that's why they have to keep up appearances, especially with their not in the know employees. So my point in this case is the ICC, things could have been shifting. Maybe they recognize that they have to stand. Either way, they're now seemingly shifting in the direction of holding to account the Israeli government. And they're reportedly weighing arrest warrants for Israeli officials, which is a huge, huge shift. Now, this is, of course, what you get from the U.S. government, which is just this, what you would expect. Shocking hypocrisy. Just petty, small, like the idea that it only applies when it's people we don't like. And if it's anybody we are on the side of, then you can't even open the conversation. Or like in the past, I doubt he's as belligerent as he was when he said these before. You could tell he's trying very carefully not to. I think they all know that people are paying attention a bit more, but Mike Pompeo and Bolton openly threaten the families of people in these groups. Openly. How is that even possible when you think about it? Openly said that we will go after your family. That's crazy because they're the bad guys, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality. Somebody who openly admits to being trained how to lie, cheat, and steal is probably not somebody who's on your side. But here's what he says. The broken and corrupt ICC, which is hilarious because anytime it does something they like, they're all about it. But of course, when it's something aimed at their crimes in Afghanistan or Iraq or Israel, when they're corrupt and broken, is looking to bring charges against Israel for defending itself against terrorism. That's what this guy has to say. Like, it's just this, again, it's like Nikki Haley stepping up and trying to spout old neocon talking points for the election. We're like, who is this person? Mike Pompeo is a prominent person, but the way he's talking is passé. Most people in the world are looking at this going, come on, man. And that's the thing we're seeing when all of these rabid Zionists are out there screaming about defending against terrorism. And most of the world is like, well, that's just stupidly not true. You may be able to argue what you're doing is in some way necessary, but just to broad stroke it as defending yourself 7 months later, that's why they're losing control of the narrative. But Mike Pompeo just steps in and does what he's told to do, or rather does what he thinks they're supposed to do. Either way, you're outdated, bud. Nobody's listening to you anymore. Trump administration was right to sanction the ICC, he says. The Trump administration, he's saying, was right to sanction an international body that's supposed to be adhere. Think about the kind of idea that's presenting. But the U.S. government is above the international community. But that's what they've always thought. As much as they always love to say, we don't want to be the policeman of the world like Trump did, they end up literally going right to being the policeman of the world, or at least trying to, because that's what they always plan to do. The words are just words. He says Biden was wrong to lift them. Biden should immediately reinstate these sanctions against the ICC for them trying to hold Israeli government individuals accountable for what you have to realize at this point, it has only grown since last we talked about this. The only people who are pretending this is not genocide are powerful people in the interest of Zionism, like Mike Pompeo. All of the human rights groups, all of the UN entities, the major, the tangential, every one of them. Most countries at this point are openly going, yeah, man, that's genocide. You're murdering people. I just don't know how you can pretend that 15,000+ children in 7 months, no matter what narrative you place over the top of that, is somehow defending yourself. Even the argument, well, Hamas is using human shields, that's not working because nobody believes it. Because even in the interviews, like I'll show you today, they don't have an answer. Well, you can't. Can you prove any of that? Can you show me the claims of Hamas members you've killed? Can you show me one example of the not the ones of you guys doing it? Because we have 5 of those so far since October 7th. But the times when you claim Hamas is using human shields, because everyone you've shown, the ones you think have shown it, have been debunked by corporate media. Yes, corporate media showing you, look, that's actually the location they lied about. That's over here. That's not a hospital. But he doesn't care because this person is a liar or cheater and a stealer. Here's what Tiberius said. Somebody who you should follow, by the way, because I really find his comments to be, I mean, by the way, I'll give you one more point he made too. I was going to say he just rips them apart. He's very, very eloquent about the way he breaks this down. And what's funny is he continues to do this. He'll comment, because I mean, he's a pretty prominent account. He's got 133,000 followers. Mike Pompeo's got 1.5 million. Think about that difference, right? And of course, think about how Twitter is very clearly promoting and leaning into the Zionist agenda. It's obvious, no matter what anybody tries to say. It's metrically clear. You can prove it. But what's funny is Mike Pompeo only gets 2.4 thousand likes, 1.5 thousand comments. Tiberius gets only 35 comments and 3.8 thousand likes. That's the whole ratio, right? That's the whole point. On Twitter, if you don't know that, that's called the ratio. And the point is, then you get more comments than you do likes, or you get more. The point is, you compare these things. It's not always a steadfast rule, but what you can clearly see is that people engage with, believe in, and support what Tiberius said in contrast to Mike far more than, and this is in Mike's feed, guys. He commented under Mike Pompeo's feed with 1.5 million followers, which these days I highly doubt those are all real followers. I'm sure that's all fake, but nonetheless, here's what he said, and ratioing people like that. A point was that he spoke up a second ago, I think it was today, and just said, even though I'm ratioing all of these big accounts and about Zionism, he's like, I feel like I'm only giving them more attention. Should I just block them all? It's like, it's a good question. But here's what he says. Quote, it is the UN, the ICJ, the ICC, this is a Mike Pompeo quote, human rights groups, the Genocide Convention, most of the world's leaders, policy experts, international law, international humanitarian law that are all wrong, not Israel. Just ignore those images of children burnt to pieces. Now, it's not a quote, obviously. He's framing Mike Pompeo's statements. Ignore the children burnt to pieces by white phosphorus. Don't look at those videos of snipers murdering starving children collecting food. Just turn your eyes away from the actual evidence of his crimes and trust us, the United States, who spy on you and destabilize the entire world for our power. You can trust us. And by the way, you can add who spy on you, who hate you, who see you as the enemy, American listening to this conversation. It's a very provable concept. When you realize that one of the documented points that they have listed in their documentation for what is a danger to them, people who believe too much in the Constitution, who that's been stated countless times over the years, when they see that as a threat, you must realize that we've gone astray somewhere. He writes, anyone fooled by this clown deserves to live their lives as a fool in the world they don't understand. I guarantee that, this is the kind of thing that makes me nervous because Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, they're the kind of people that would literally try to kill you based on these kind of things. And you think that's crazy? Then ask yourself why they tried to assassinate Assange, which they literally tried to do. They tried to plan that out. Of course, they got exposed. It didn't happen. Why? Because he exposed who they are. And as I said, this man has always been unabashedly authoritarian and almost proud to disregard international law and the Constitution of the United States. But he loves to pretend he's some moral voice in the conversation. He's not. Elijah Manier points out, I think that's what it was, I forget now, Israel and the United States said they're working to prevent the ICC from arresting Netanyahu, Defense Minister Gallant, and Occupation Forces Chief Staff Herzl, or Halevi, excuse me. So they're going to stop it, right? They're stepping up to do the right thing to stop the international community and the rest of the world from holding accountable the Israeli government because they're the rules-based international order, because they're fighting for freedom and democracy? No, obviously not. They're showing you what they really are, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what American people are. It's what our dangerous government is for whatever reason, whether they're co-opted, whether they're being threatened, whether they're being blackmailed. I don't know. Doesn't matter at this point. They are clearly siding with evil. That's not just Zionism. It's anybody that would support genocide. Asal Rod points out rules-based international order, right? It's justified. Joe Biden welcomes the ICC warrant arrest for Vladimir Putin. Of course, with basically no evidence, even though you can clearly prove that most of what they projected throughout the ongoing Ukraine, whatever you want to call it, the clear regime change run, Azov movement, military, the funding of Nazis to push back against Israel, against Russia, right? The obviousness of it all. But because that's not the guy we don't like, well, then sure, go after them. This is my point from before. We welcome that, sure. Except when it happens against the most obvious genocide that I've ever seen in my life. Nope, we're working to prevent it. That's the rules-based international order. Netanyahu's office, just so you see this, on the 19th, said that they're hosting emergency talks on fears that the ICC warrants might get them. So let's not pretend this is some flimsy thing, guys. They're actually concerned about this. Now, I read reports of that early, of them actually, like, the word afraid and feared came up. And I'm like, well, that seems like it might just be pushing what we think might be the case. But this is the Times of Israel speaking to IDF officers and people on the record, and they're going, they're holding talks because they're fearing these warrants. Good. I hope that they're sleeping and having nightmares about this, because that's what they deserve. It's not enough to have nightmares about being arrested while you're literally murdering children while you sleep comfortably in your bed. I hope they're scared. Israeli officials, this is the Israel National News, right? ICC warrants against Israelis will not proceed without U.S. support, which, of course, this is an Israeli government statement, but nonetheless, I find that exactly to be the case, that there's an overlap here, and that if they pressure them like they have in the past, or threaten them like they have in the past, the ICC may just not do anything. And that's what we've seen, why a lot of us don't feel this is going to go anywhere, because they have roundly shown themselves to be, at the very least, manipulatable when it comes to Israel or the U.S. The U.S. warns the ICC action on Israel would hurt ceasefire chances. This is like the worst part of it, because all this really shows you guys, this is the epitome of Zionism, in my opinion. Then what are they saying here? Basically, if you choose to do this, we might just have to cancel the ceasefire. Not because we want to, but because it's just our... So what you're doing is holding the world, or holding this whole thing hostage on the idea that, well, it will continue the genocide. It's not happening, though, but we'll continue that if you choose to come after us for the genocide that's not happening. It's just this, it's all they play it out of both sides of their mouth, always. Either, Gaza's its own country and we let them do their own thing, even though it's not as part of Israel. Like, that's my point. You can't have both arguments all the time, but that's what they do. And that's why this is so easy to see through, because it's only been allowed like that for so long because of the power structures allowing it at your expense, at the expense of Jews, at the expense of Palestinians, expense of everybody other than Zionists. Here's what it says. The worry is that Israel would back out of a truce if the ICC proceeds with the warrants, according to two people who asked not to be identified in the circles of the Israeli government. It goes on to say, or I think it was one other point, actually. Maybe I unhighlighted. Either way, the main point's the same. That what they're literally saying here is that we might just choose not to go through with the ceasefire. One's not connected to the other. So what the hell does that mean? That's a threat, guys. That's a barely veiled, if not veiled at all, threat. That we will continue the thing that you all tell us to stop, which means you're literally you are threatening ongoing genocide. If you don't investigate us for genocide, and maybe we'll stop the genocide. How clear is that? This is what grosses me out about this whole thing. It is so transparent. Here's an article, exclusive, Gaza hospital staff questioned by ICC war crimes prosecutors, sources say. Now this, and of course, this was, either way, I can read most of it right here. The point, where was it here? It says, let's see, I forget which part it was starting at. Prosecutors from the ICC have interviewed staff from Gaza's two largest hospitals. Now, the point here is simply that this is seemingly going forward. I find it hard to believe that the ICC would be investigating hospitals in Gaza if they weren't going to do something. But you know what I mean? This could just be going through the motions to make it look that way. But this has me somewhat hopeful. So they're actually speaking to people. The first confirmation that the ICC investigators were speaking to medics about possible crimes in Gaza. The sources who asked not to be identified due to the sensitivity of the subject had taken testimony from staff, which you know what they're going to say. It's pretty damn clear. It's been ubiquitous. Who have worked at the main hospital in Gaza City and Al-Shifa, which again, I'll play one of these clips in a second from Dr. Maynard. I mean, the obviousness of these doctors, not Palestinian doctors from abroad who worked in Gaza and were there while this happened, who said, I watched IDF assassinate doctors. I watched them shoot people with their hands bound. And we just act like they're lying? Are they all Hamas everywhere in the world? I mean, it's become ridiculous. One of the sources said that events surrounding the hospitals could become part of the investigation. So my point is, I don't want to have too much hope in this because I feel like their history shows something, but this could genuinely be happening. Maybe things are shifting enough. But I'd also like to add that Sam Husseini made an interesting point that reports of the alleged coming of the ICC action are actually sourced to Israeli government sources. So it may be an attempt to distract from other things. He points out one of them being Nicaragua versus Germany in the International Court of Justice. which is supposed to be, I guess they ruled on that on the 27th, saying that they'll deliver an order request basically measures submitted by Nicaragua in the case of Germany. So it could, and this overlaps, right? So the point could be trying to hide that. But either way, let's not jump the gun, but it's interesting to consider that there may just be a sidestep, which is something we should always think about. Now, into the main point, I want to start today with the idea of the obviousness of how serious this is and the fact that even corporate media is breaking down provably things that they're still maintaining aren't even true. I find that to be crazy. Now, does that mean we trust the corporate media? Obviously not. That's the same point as before. It simply means that for whatever reason, and there's 1,000 reasons we could highlight, the corporate media is deciding to tell, at least in this case, the truth. Part of it anyway. It's usually a half truth, some of the information with a couple of fake things in there too, like cementing in that it's not an occupied territory or whatever, but still showing you that they're killing people. They're committing genocide. They're murdering children, right? But that's clearly 7 months too late in any case. But it's important to see all of this. Now, first of all, the United Nations is speaking up and telling you every 10 minutes, a child is killed or wounded in Gaza, every 10 minutes. But they're doing the most moral army in the world, taking every precaution under the 10 minutes. Nowhere else have I ever seen that in my life. Nobody has. That's why they're just lying about that. To come out, this is my point that makes me the most angry, is that you could just come out and say it's not true. But to go out and say, no, it's not true. And also we're the best, the most moral. We care more than anybody while you're killing more children than anybody ever in history. Like, it's just insulting at the core level. I mean, it's also sociopathic, borderline psychopathic for these people to knowingly be doing that and like being okay with that. In fact, you can see some of these people to the point to where they're enjoying the fact that they're killing people and getting away with it. It's not my opinion. 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes, one child is killed or wounded. They are protected by the laws of war, and yet they are the ones who are paying the ultimate price in this war. Cuds News Network reports that Reuters reveals, according to an internal State Department memo, that at least 7 senior U.S. officials advised Blinken that they do not find credible or reliable Israel's assurances that it is using U.S. supplied weapons in accordance with international law. 11 different instances they cited. And this is the point about the ICC and the rest of it. They know. They're part of it. There is no question in my mind. In fact, it's not even about a question in my mind. The facts are self-evident. They are a part of this genocide. They are allowing it. They are funding it. They are arming it. To pretend like they're somehow not culpable is insulting. Now, of course, for those that are going, Cuds News Network is fake. No, let's look at Reuters then. Was that okay with you? Person saying that? Some U.S. officials say in an internal memo, Israel may be violating international law. Of course, this means Reuters is Hamas, because it must be. Anything I don't like is Hamas is usually the way it goes. But it says April 27th, senior officials with the U.S. State Department advised Secretary of State Blinken that they do not find credible or reliable Israel's assurances that it's not breaking the law with U.S. weapons. Which, by the way, would be a huge violation. That's the whole Memorandum 20 conversation, that it would violate whether or not they're allowed to sell them. And this is, by the way, whether or not that memorandum was in place. The point was they put that forward to kind of circumvent what would have been a public conversation in Congress about this, because they knew what would be found. They knew the public conversation would look damning. So they rush in a memo that makes them have to present a report by May 8th about whether it's happening or not. This article is highlighting the fact that people that they're asking, the State Department themselves are going, no, they're not doing that. And they're still, I'm going to bet you everything that Blinken is still going to come out and pretend like everything was met. Mark my words. Or have some kind of a half-hearted, like maybe this, but everything else is fine kind of a statement. The point is, under national security memorandum issued by President Biden, Blinken must report to Congress on the 8th to put forward these findings. It says a joint, and this is what's important. They're trying to almost downplay it in the article even, acting like it's just a couple of people in the department. It's not. There are obviously people in the State Department like Blinken who act like no matter what's going on, it's important to support Israel and we can't let them not have weapons because they might not be able to defend themselves. That's their argument. And it makes that clear in this article. To argue that as if that's more important than the ongoing genocide and the fact that we can all tell that they're willfully killing innocent people from every possible angle, but we just in case need to have them have weapons to do that, just in case another thing happens they have to defend themselves against, is ridiculous. On top of that, a joint submission from 4 different bureaus That's what we're talking about. The democracy, human rights, and labor, population, refugees, and migration, these are all part of the State Department. Global criminal justice and international organizations affairs, they all raised serious concerns over non-compliance with international humanitarian law during Israel's prosecution of the Gaza war. And that's supposed to be disregarded as people that just don't know what they're talking about? 4 separate bureaus raising serious concerns over the fact that we can all see they're lying, that we can all see they're not doing this. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Beth Selem, the Oxfam, United Nations, everybody under the sun who has any standing is going, yes, they're killing people. We can all prove it. In fact, they've proven it in separate cases over and over and over and over. Individual research, the Amnesty article that I've shown you from October 20th that found in the first week they murdered families without any justification. We have their AI articles from 972 magazine and plenty of others. We have their open admissions that they're using smart bombs, the dumb bombs on safe areas from the New York Times, from Haaretz. It just never ends. But here they are going, yeah, we're not sure. Matt Miller will tell you, we're going to raise the issue, right? The assessment from these 4 bureaus said Israel's assurances were, quote, neither credible nor reliable. It cited 8 examples of Israeli military actions that the officials said raise, quote, serious questions about potential violations of international humanitarian law. These included repeatedly striking protected sites and civilian infrastructure, quote, unconscionably high levels of civilian harm to military advantage. And that's supposed to be least civilians in history, most moral army, taking more precautions than ever. How do you reconcile those 2 statements? Well, one of them's lying, obviously. And it goes on to say, taking little action to investigate violations or hold to account those responsible for significant civilian harm and, quote, killing humanitarian workers and journalists at an unprecedented rate. But if you listen to them, you listen to Biden, they're more moral, they're doing more than ever. They've killed less people than any war ever. It's just not true, guys. It's patently false. Metrics, you can prove it. He goes on to say the assessment from the 4 bureaus also cited 11 instances of Israeli military actions the officials said, quote, arbitrarily restrict humanitarian aid. Another thing they lie about, including rejecting entire trucks of aid due to a single dual-use item, artificial limitations on inspections, as well as repeated attacks on humanitarian sites that should not be hit. Everything we're talking about. This is Reuters for crying out loud from the State Department. So you have U.S. State Department officials from 4 bureaus telling you everything we've been talking about. Reuters repeats this and puts it out. And all you get is the Israeli side going, fake news. Not true. Liars. You guys are racist. You tell me where I'm wrong. You tell me what I'm missing in this conversation. You tell me what they're producing to prove that's not true. Because what they're showing you is documented evidence that we've already highlighted, repeated, day after day after day. And here we are still. Khaleesi reports that Israel continues its bloodbath in Gaza. Now, I'm going to play this because it's important to see what's going on. I recommend, if you don't want to see, it's Greg. It's sad. It's only one child, but I want you to see what's going on. 74 Palestinian children. God damn it. 74 Palestinian killed and 86 injured in the last 24 hours. This child was bombed while she was sleeping. Or excuse me, he was still in his pajamas when he arrived at the hospital. Look at his face. This is what politicians want you to stay silent about. Is that a Hamas member? Was he being used as a Hamas human shield? If that's the case, why is he still there? Where's the Hamas member that was holding him? How does that work out? I mean, it takes a special kind of willful ignorance and just disregard for human life and morals and anything that matters for people to pretend this is what they say it is. Makes me sick. Here's a report coming from corporate media, which I'll say every single time does not mean we suddenly trust corporate media or that these people have an interest in the truth. It simply means that the truth, for whatever reason, aligns with their interest right now. And that is the truth, what we're about to see here. As Omar Badar points out, must-watch investigation by NBC. Excuse me. Palestinian children keep getting murdered by Israeli bombs in the so-called safe zones, which one of them includes Rafah, guys. It's happening right now. The Israeli military tells them to go. The safe zones the Israeli military tells them to go to. It is unforgivable. But your government seem to not care about that and are not just not forgiving them, they're ignoring it altogether.
March 26, 2024, 4 p.m. The aftermath of an airstrike in Rafah in southern Gaza. Victims buried under the rubble. Rima Shabir is rushed to the hospital as her father attempts first aid. An NBC News investigation reveals that this is one of at least 7 deadly strikes in areas our Gaza team filmed after the IDF had explicitly designated them as safe in December. This one in Rafah's Al-Zuhur neighborhood, identified as one of 3 evacuation zones in a leaflet dropped over Gaza.
Now, the main point to make here, guys, is that whether or not the argument becomes, well, we identified Hamas there, that's irrelevant to this point. That's what they say no matter what. And by the way, have never, ever, ever in this process proven any one of those things. They make statements, they kill people, they arrest innocent people, they claim they're all Hamas, and then half of them get released anyway. The rest of them stay in prisons without any charge. None of them apparently Hamas, according to all sorts of provable evidence that we've presented. Either way,
His website and a map last updated in December. When asked if there was anything more recent, the IDF told us the map was, quote, still accurate. Our investigation reveals that the IDF targeted Al-Zuhur, Al-Shabura, and Tal el-Sultan after it told residents to head there.
all right, so if it's still accurate, the point is that means they're aware that they're bombing locations that are supposed to be safe. It's pretty simple.
January 9th, an airstrike in Tal el-Sultan. The attack hits the home of the Nofal family there, killing 15. On February 12, 2024, our crews filmed the aftermath of an airstrike on Al-Shabura camp. They asked us to go to the Shabura area because it is safe. This is the safe area? Look around you, what happened? This man says. On April 20th at 10 p.m., also in the Shabura district, a building leveled. Among those killed, a pregnant woman who NBC News reported on earlier this week. Her premature baby briefly survived, but died days later. We asked the Israeli military multiple times to comment on the strikes documented in our report, providing precise locations and dates. It addressed one of the attacks, replying, "The IDF is not aware of any strike at the provided coordinates and times in the query," blaming Hamas for telling people to ignore military directives, adding, "The IDF will act against Hamas wherever it operates with full commitment to international law."
That's it. That's all you need to say, according to the U.S. government, right? That we're doing everything we can within international law. But you told them to go there. You bombed them once they got there. It's not hard to see this, guys. I mean, we've talked about this countless times. Here's Haaretz's own investigation. Rather, their investigation cited in the New York Times investigation. Israel used most destructive bombs in areas designated as safe. They're lying to you. And the worst part is they know they're lying to you, and it's almost like they're getting away. The way that they present themselves as if they're getting... Look, I don't want to... They're getting away with it. And they know they are. That's obvious. You don't misunderstand this when their own writers, their own people are highlighting this. And even the overlap, too, is the people in Israel that know they're doing this are recognizing that means that that's where their families could be held because it's happened many times. I still genuinely argue that this seems to be designed to kill all of them, including the people that might come back to tell them that they were treated kindly, that they were almost killed by IDF bombs. It only compounds the more they keep doing this, and their people see right through it right now.
Human Rights Watch program director Sari Bashi tells us these strikes are not isolated incidents.
They go to the places they were told to go to, and then they get hit either by an airstrike or by a ground force invasion.
Is there anywhere safe in Gaza?
No, there's nowhere safe in Gaza.
For the almost 1.5 million Palestinians crowded in southern Gaza, there is nowhere left to flee. And for Rima Shabir, the girl whose father's blood-stained T-shirt told of his frantic attempt to revive his child, it was too late. Rima died in a place where she and others were told they would be safe from harm. Hala Gorani, NBC News.
Just a couple examples of what is the moment-to-moment constant reality for every single person in Gaza, for every Palestinian, even in the West Bank, by the way. Not as severe as what we're seeing in Gaza, but it is still happening in a much different and even darker way. We're watching settlers just do whatever the hell they want. They're now armed and given official capacity, and they're still displacing. They're destroying homes. They're raping and stealing. And I mean, literally, we've proven this. You've had corporate articles and even the UN call it raping, stealing, displacing, right in front of everybody. And they just don't care. And even the group that they claimed they were going to sanction, they even pulled that back. It's overwhelmingly obvious. And you've got Human Rights. I mean, look, that's Human Rights Watch speaking on the record. Now, you don't have to blindly believe them. I've had plenty of examples where I don't agree with their work and so on. But the point is, as I've said many times, every single time in history, when it came to one of these moments in the past, what did they tell you? Look to these groups. Not to just blindly listen to, but the point is, what does the UN say? They act like they're the reverence to the international community, right? Because typically they've been on their side. The moment that doesn't happen, they're all bad people. They're all racist. They're all Hamas. Gee, I wonder why people can see right through this. I mean, it's juvenile, the arguments that are coming out. Here's another really important interview. This is about 8 minutes long. Solomon Ahmed points this out. This is it looks like it's coming from Mofit, rather just the person that put it out, I guess. But I'm not familiar with the interviewer. But this is a representative of Israel, David Mender. This is the real interview, in my opinion. Just the fact that, you'll see what I mean. This is what you rarely have seen. And quite frankly, never before October 7th had I ever seen this kind of real pushback against anybody on the Israeli government. Anybody. And right in the beginning, remember right after October 7th, when you saw people like Naftali Bennett getting asked about the Palestinians. And he goes, "Are you really asking me about the Palestinians? How dare you?" Like the pushback, because they were so unused to that. It used to just be, we tell them what they're supposed to think and then blindly repeat it over and over. Not today. The spell has been broken. The Zionist spell has been broken. And lots of Jewish organizations and honest Jews around the world are calling out Zionism. That's not the point to make there, is that the Zionist overlap is what makes it dishonest. It's not whether you're Jewish or Christian or whatever else. It is about the Zionist manipulation of it. So if you're a Christian Zionist, and I believe if you're promoting this, you're being dishonest. It's simple as that. People will always try to shoehorn this or just kind of wrap this all in to one thing, that if you say this or you say that, you're racist and you're not to be listened to. That is the spell that's not working anymore. Those people exist, sure. But the reality is we are highlighting the crimes of Israel. And I argue very clearly that their time has come. The Zionist and even the Israeli people, in some cases, are standing up against it. Change is coming.
Military offensive into Rafah will end in a slaughter, the UN warns. Tell us, how are you going to evacuate all these people?
In the same way that we've done in the past.
That didn't work very well. You told people to move to what was a safe zone, then your forces would end up bombing that area. Are you going to follow the same formula?
So again, I think that's a misrepresentation of this war. We're after Hamas. We've got no problem with ordinary Gazans. I won't be sharing with you.
You mean despite the endless rhetoric coming from everybody, including you, by the way, that means they're all animals, or they're all bad guys, or they all are either human shields, supporting of terrorism, or not getting out of the way, right? That's the three categories that have been jammed into everybody. So how does that leave an opening for you're an innocent Palestinian? It doesn't. They all know that. Every government supports them. They all know that.
Our battle plans, they're being discussed right now.
I'm not asking about the battle plan, Mr. Mansour. So I'm asking, how are you going to evacuate 1.4 million?
Sorry, I'm going to try not to stop it as much in this because I want you to hear the way he does this, but I'm going to go back a second. This is the point I'm making. You don't usually see that right there. What he did was a ridiculous sidestep into something that was not even close to about the question, but usually the CNNs and the Fox Newses, especially Fox at this point, will completely just let it go. We didn't ask about the battle plans, but he cuts him off. That's what I'm talking about. You just never used to see that.
Of this war. We're after Hamas. We've got no problem with ordinary Gazans. I won't be sharing with you our battle plans. They're being discussed right now.
I'm not asking about the battle plan, Mr. Mansour. So I'm asking, how are you going to evacuate 1.4 million people out of Rafah?
We will do the same as we've done in other parts of this harsh military war. We move people out of harm's way. We've already acquired, there's been multiple reports of shelters which have been acquired, safe zones where people can move to.
We've also seen people with white flags in plain sight being shot by your forces. We've also seen people in so-called safe zones being bombed. So we've seen your forces kill people on the run from your bombs as well over the past 6 months.
Good for him.
So again, I would say to you that we feel we are the most humane army which has ever existed in living memory.
Imagine saying that to that response. We've watched you murder people in cold blood. What's your response? We're the most moral army in the world. Is that enough?
Done more to
Then why
protect
do your
civilian
soldiers-
lives.
why
Where
do
there
your
have been,
soldiers
Yama, this is
shoot at
important.
people with
Let
white
me
flags?
share
You
with
even
you.
shot your own hostages.
Right.
That came
So
out
where
running
there have
alive,
been
waved flags, and your soldiers
an
killed them.
extremely terrible occurrence that was.
So how are people in
where
Gaza
we have
supposed to
made
feel safe?
mistakes?
How are they supposed
Where
to
we
feel
have
safe?
made mistakes, we investigate, we wait for those results, and we adjust our behavior accordingly. That's
one that I've
what
seen.
democracies do.
1 week into the war, your army spokesperson Daniel Hagari showed the world a virtual 3D model of an alleged Hamas command and control center, which stretched several stories beneath the largest medical facility in Gaza, the Shifa Hospital, which you know very well of. Why haven't you shown any proof of such a command center?
Again, Yama, this really line of questioning really shocks us here in Israel because we have.
Because you're not following the narrative we set out for you. That we pretend evidence, we put out fake evidence that you're supposed to pretend proved it, but nobody wants that. Everybody, even in corporate media, is saying you never proved any of the things you said about Shifa. They're just mad about that. But we did, though. End of story. Sort of like the mass graves we'll get to in a minute, where they go, you're supposed to investigate. And they go, we already did. Shut up. No more. That's it. Nothing happened. Move along. And they just go, okay. But you were the one telling us that you wanted them to do an investigation, and they're just not doing it, and you're moving forward. I mean, it's all embarrassing. So they don't like that. You clearly got exposed with Shifa, and nobody wants to toe the line for him anymore. It's important.
We've shown the world media, many journalists have been taken to those tunnels. We've seen those bulletproof doors. We've seen the cells.
No, specifically with Shifa Hospital, what you've shown the world are abandoned tunnels and shafts and weapons your forces claim were found inside the hospital. That does not prove that Hamas had a 3-story underground command and control center under the Shifa, a claim Israel has used to justify the attacks on hospitals all over the Gaza Strip.
I'm quite disappointed at this line of questioning, and it's not just from you, because we face this unreasonable burden of proof of the horrors of.
Imagine how many people saying that when you've murdered this many people. They've admitted to killing people in these areas. They're Hamas, but a reasonable burden of proof. Like, aren't you putting yourself as the most moral army in the world? You're the one setting the standard as the best anywhere, and yet then you balk at the standard. How embarrassing!
Hamas strategies. We've shown you tunnels.
Hamas has never denied they had tunnels under Gaza. That's an open secret.
And don't forget the Shifa hospitals were provably on the record built by Israel. That in the 80s, admitted to by former Prime Minister Barak, openly.
You're claiming that they had a command center under the biggest hospital in Gaza.
Which they didn't.
You use that as an argument to lay that hospital in ruins, and that's why it's a question the international press has to ask you. Where is this command center under the Shifa hospital?
See, the main point there is it doesn't matter whether or not you still make the claim that Hamas, or let's just even say you believe Shifa was used by Hamas. The point he's making, which is quite obvious, is that let's just address the fact that you did not find what you claimed was there, and you've never addressed that. At least just go, yep, we were wrong. They did use it, but they didn't have a command center. They can't even do that. Because this is my point about what we're dealing with here. These are childish, petty, small people who are lying, and they can't, like, you could get a win right here from the Israeli Zionist perspective if you just went like, you're right, we didn't find the command center, but we've proven that they used the hospital. You might be able to get away with that, but nope. You just can't, because they're just incapable of doing that, in my opinion.
Asking questions is, of course, the right thing to do for any journalist, but we have produced evidence of terror tunnels underneath the hospital. I apologize, Yama, if it's not enough for you. I apologize for the fact that we found RPGs in an intensive care unit.
Now he just get a little bit hostile with him and push back. I apologize. That's not enough for you, racist. That's what he's trying to do. The point is, everything he already said is the case. You found weapons that you brought in. We proved that you brought them in. You were caught. Even BBC called you out for placing weapons behind the MMR machine, or the X-ray machine, or whatever. I forget the name. The point is that they were caught. And so, yes, the tunnel, clear. We pointed to a tunnel, many of which ended up being elevator shafts and completely different things. That does not prove anything you just said.
I apologize for the fact that we were fired on from the maternity ward.
That was proven to be false, by the way. Even a corporate report proved they were not even remotely. I mean, I told you I wasn't going to stop it. The point is, he's lying.
And I can tell you one thing, it wasn't the midwives that were firing at us. We know we've killed at least 13,000 terrorists, armed terrorists. I remind you again.
How do you know that you've killed 13,000 terrorists?
Good question.
Because they were firing at us.
So did you do a head count?
Yes.
So this is a verifiable fact, according to you.
I don't say that we have their lists. I don't say we have their names.
So it's not.
But we have killed 13,000
people. You've killed 13,000 innocent people. You've killed 50,000 innocent people. You've killed 15,000 children. All you're doing, as you saw from day one, is the numbers that were being pointed to were just, I mean, right in the beginning, we proved this, that they were using the numbers that Gaza was putting out and saying, we've killed this many terrorists. And that number was the same. So that's clear. You can't just come back from that. You were simply arguing anybody you killed was all Hamas until that became so stupidly transparent that you just pulled back from that. But that's on the record. It's too late. That's my point. The whole thing, the way Zionists play this game, they just throw everything at the wall and sometimes two things stick. And they're like, good, we'll just go with both or one or none. It's like, it's just meaningless lies all the time.
Combatants.
Yes, but it's just a number, Mr. Menser. It's just a number. We have never seen any concrete proof that backs up this number.
So I'm a spokesman for this government. I'm a spokesman for this government and the Israeli people. And I'll tell you right now that we have killed 13,000 terrorists.
Ooh, that's a weak attempt. So after all they've just said, he goes, listen, I am Israel's guy and that's the truth. It's like, okay, you might as well just said anything other than that, because that's like the last thing that's going to convince anybody at this point that just falling back on Israel said, that's probably not going to work for you.
We have executed the gold standard when it comes to
this is the best part.
Firing and directing our war at the terrorists and getting civilians out of harm's way.
Wow. You say you've set the gold standard. Your critics would say Israel is waging a genocidal war, according to UN experts. Israel finds itself in the docks in the International Criminal Court of Justice, which says there is plausible reason to believe genocide is being committed in Gaza. The EU says Israel is using starvation as a weapon against 2.2 million Gazans. It doesn't really sound like a gold standard.
That's a great point, because what he's highlighting there is just that this guy is just lying. You know, the thing, this is his allies say that, but it's not the gold standard by any metric in the world. The vast majority of countries, organizations, UN, international community, they all say the opposite. They just keep saying the lie. We're the most moral, whatever. That everybody agrees. No, they don't. Not even your people. He's just highlighting the obvious fact. This is what a real interview looks like.
So let me take those apart, because there's a lot in that question which you just asked. On genocide, I would point you to the fact that a genocide was committed against my people. Indiscriminate killing against my people. You know, we, the Jewish people, we recognize evil when we see it.
Right. So we know, you don't. Right? We know better. You're not allowed to tell me what's evil. Only us Jewish people can tell you what's evil. We know, you don't. And if you don't agree, you're not Jewish, or you're not on our side. That's Zionism speaking right there.
We've been very, very clear that it's a terrible war. It's a dangerous war. We've lost 606 of our soldiers in this war. But this country is united on its war aims, and we will be successful.
Blatant, provable lie. Listen to any Israeli speaking out right now. Well, I shouldn't say any. There's plenty on their side. The point is, it's very clear. Efrat Fangenson and plenty of others have told you. The most major Israeli papers have told you they are losing support rapidly. As far as I can tell, in regard to what they want to do from the ceasefire, they've lost almost everybody. In regard to eventually going after all of Gaza and removing Palestinians, they still have large support. But right now, they've lost most all of it because they don't want their own people being killed. So right now, the enemy, according to pretty much everybody, is the Zionist Israeli government.
Because, you know, we don't have anywhere else to go in this country. You know, there is only one Jewish state.
It's not true. I mean, this is the game they play. This is one Zionist state, yes. There's Jewish people all around the world. All around the world, there are Jewish people. They want you to think that this is something other than a religion. This is something that is our people. It's not. Israelis, for sure. And the Israelis come from Israel. The bottom line is this is about pretending that there is nowhere in the world that Jewish people can be safe, despite the fact that there's places all around the world that Jewish people are safe. The most unsafe place in the world for Jewish people is the state of Zionist Israel.
In the entire world.
And WHO says the figures from the Gaza Health Ministry, Hamas's health ministry, are reliable, that they even passed international scrutiny in previous wars. In fact, if you look up the numbers, in the wars in 2014 and 2021, Israel's and Hamas's casualty numbers were almost identical.
You've heard me
Why
say that.
would suddenly they lie in this current crisis and war?
The health ministry does not differentiate between a civilian combatant, which is a tragedy, we say that very, very clearly, and a terrorist.
Yeah, 15,000 tragedies, children, 30,000. And the point is that you can't prove any of it. I have not seen a single example of a Hamas member being killed. And I find it hard to believe that none have been killed. So the point is that even Gaza had the Hamas numbers, that whatever you want to call it, coming from the Gaza Health Ministry, they have been clear about the fact that we're just talking about people that have been killed. So it's not, the bottom line is still the same. If you don't know and you can't prove it, then all you're doing is just killing anybody in front of you. That's the real point. I don't think anybody honest is claiming we know exactly how many numbers. I think it's way more than we can tell because they're all buried under rubble. But regardless, it shows provably that they don't know either. So they're just killing people. That's the real truth.
We do. We do.
The UN says these numbers coming.
A civilian combatant, which is a tragedy, we say that very, very clearly, and a terrorist. We do. We do.
The UN says these numbers coming from the Hamas Health Ministry are reliable. There's no reason to doubt them because several times this health ministry during this war has published long lists of names where you have the ID number, their names. Detailed lists have been published documenting who has been killed inside the Gaza Strip during this war.
And those lists are not identified as Hamas members. You can prove their names and where they're from. Maybe you could argue they secretly are, but there's nothing on the record. Not even Israel has gone like, that's a Hamas member, that's a Hamas member. That's when you realize they just go, they're all Hamas, because that's how they see all Palestinians, and which then explains why they're just killing everybody in front of them.
You claim you've killed 13,000 Hamas fighters, yet you haven't produced any lists whatsoever. No documentation. It's a number you're giving the world.
It's a number which our army has given to us in a democratic country.
So we're just blindly regurgitating what we're told. Great response.
With checks and balances, with media scrutiny, with all the Western values that Norway holds dear or should hold dear.
So he's just saying that because they're in that country. But so all you're trying to do is just sidle up next. You're nothing like these countries or any country that even remotely respects human rights. It's shockingly obvious. I mean, just ask Ethiopian Jews. Just ask the Orthodox Jews that speak up against Zionism. Just ask literally anybody in that country that dares to challenge the Zionist agenda. Or ask Ben Shapiro or any of the rest of them that say you're suddenly not Jewish the moment that you challenge Zionist agendas. But we're the ones that are racist.
I ask you again, where is the concrete proof that you've killed 13,000 fighters? Okay, you claim it, but where is the proof? At least Hamas's health ministry has published lists confirming who has died several times.
I wouldn't take Hamas's word for anything. Literally.
This he's falling back into a talking point, even though the guy just came out and said that they're reliable, and you acknowledge that and it went forward. Now you're just pivoting back to they lie? Well, yeah, anybody could lie, but the data we have in front of us, the evidence we've shown, the fact comparative past wars, even as I've shown you, the IDF, the army, and the intelligence have come out and said credible and reliable. But all he can do is go, they're liars. Might as well add racist too, just for good measure.
Literally anything.
So we shouldn't believe Hamas, we shouldn't believe the UN, the World Health Organizations,
exactly.
All the aid groups on the ground, rights groups from all over the world. We shouldn't believe them, we should believe the Israeli government.
You'll excuse me if I feel extremely skeptical about almost anything which comes out of the United Nations. We are a proud...
Which we should be skeptical of everything that comes out of anywhere. No one says you should blindly accept anything. The point is that you can look at it, you could do your due diligence, and you can realize that what they're highlighting is provable in 14 other ways. But their only answer is don't listen to them.
Member of the United Nations, our officials express our beliefs in the United Nations, and we defend ourselves as is the right thing to do.
Now there's more to that, obviously, but that is pretty bad. I think, quite frankly, they got destroyed. I'm glad to see that happening. Now, here is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. This is such a powerful clip right here that we've already shown you. Mohammed Shihada points out, and this is still in regard to the ICC or any number of measures of accountability. He said it's been 48 days. It also speaks to Matt Miller and the rest of Vattel and the rest of those ridiculous people in the State Department that just pretend they're going to investigate or we're going to wait for Israel to get back to us, even though the moment they say that, Israel goes, we're already done, nothing happened, and then we just drift forward. It's been 48 days since the IDF vowed to, quote, probe the leaked footage of an Israeli soldier executing an elderly deaf man who had his arms up in the air begging for his life, bragging about it to other IDF soldiers who applauded him for it. This is important. Did I, let me see if yeah, right here. This it's on subtitles, but I want you to see this. So we talked about this. A deaf man that was murdered in his home. Here they are admitting that he had his hands in the air and they shot him anyway. What happened? Says we opened the door. He fluttered, came in my direction, and did like this. Waves his hands. See, what do you think that is? Hands in the air, like don't shoot me, right? I killed him with 4 bullets. Well, he was the only one? I don't know. We didn't have time. There could be more. There was another room. We didn't have time. Do you know how important that is? Even more so than the fact that they just murdered somebody and they're praising it and talking about it. The fact that we're supposed to be told that they're going after Hamas, right? That they're going through systematically and looking for the problem. But what they do here, they went in a building, went in a room and murdered a guy and then left. What about the other rooms? Are we to believe you're looking systematically for Hamas and he just got in the way? No, you're just murdering people. Because if you didn't check everything in the room, you didn't clear the area, you just went through and shot some guy and left. That's what's actually going on. There is such a terrible reality being shown. It's not just that they're dangerous, that these people are being allowed to murder. There seems to be zero actual leadership here. That's why you see them dressing up with their lingerie and stealing things and selling their items online and praising murder and laughing about things, posting it on TikTok. When's the last time you saw any other military just freely posting live action at crimes on their social media? These people are children, in my opinion, the way that they're responding and acting. And by the way, putting themselves out there so they can be held accountable. Maybe they don't think they ever will be. And he did like this. No. So a guy comes out, deaf man, saying no, putting his hands in the air, and he shoots him 4 times. What do you think happened to the other Israeli hostages who came out saying, don't shoot me, I'm Hebrew, and they shot him too? Kind of hard to misunderstand that. I said, you took him down? Excellent, he says. They all laugh about it. It just really upsets me that this is so public and all of these people professing to be the most moral in the world, whether it's Israel or the United States, they don't care. In fact, they know it and they just ignore it anyway. It's just hard to sit with. Anybody with any kind of moral sense or integrity is watching this and going, this is not okay. There's no way to misunderstand this. 0 results of their supposed investigation, 0 mainstream coverage, and that's it. And this is what we're talking about. When asked evidence of the mass graves, they go, we're asking Israel. That's all we get. And this is what you get from Israel. They laugh about it. They laugh at you. Now, before we move forward on that, actually, I'm going to play a little bit of this. We're talking about the same thing. The clip that I opened with. The fact that we know for sure that and this is on the record, even with a mainstream British platform, that an IDF member spoke on the record admitting all of this, anonymous because he's afraid to be killed. The reality, though, is that they're telling you what actually happened here and that they continue to do just what you saw there. So it simply should just add more credence to the fact that this is happening. You just saw a video of it, and here's one of them talking about it.
What stuff would they say?
There are no uninvolved, only unarmed.
Israel's war in Gaza has been one of the deadliest and most destructive in modern times. Its army insists it's only targeting Hamas. but it's accused of exacting a brutal collective punishment on the entire population.
Do you think that you witnessed war crimes taking place?
Probably. The ground assumption is that they are Hamas. And then if you go this way, you're bound to kill people that are not.
Now, in a rare interview, one soldier tells us about the reality he says he witnessed.
This is something that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life. There are literally people going around in Israel killing innocent civilians, right, all around. And this is something that needs to be stopped. And I'm needed partly to do that as well.
It's very open. If you haven't seen that, make sure you check out our last show. I've included the link. The reality is it's all on the record. It's so obvious to prove. And I think I included that somewhere around here. Let me see. I thought I had it in here. I'll grab it right now just in case I forgot to do that earlier. And this was just a very recent show we covered. IDF whistleblower admits institutional war crimes are openly being committed in Gaza. It's kind of amazing to me that this got so little coverage. I mean, it's like if you're an American, this is like CNN or Fox News breaking some big investigation, which is what this was, a mainstream British channel, Channel 4, I think, if I remember correctly, and just nothing. If this was about Iran or Russia or China, my God, it would be everywhere. But not this. Just it's depressing. Well, here's what we're talking about in the mass grave conversation, the same thing. And here is one of their representatives, Emily Schrader, one of the most kind of sinister ones, in my opinion, kind of the way that she just kind of smirks off all of the murder. The point is that she posted this disregarding the reality of what just happened with the mass graves, despite all of the evidence. She says, we're living in TikTok intifada, which, don't forget, we'll say it again in a minute, just simply means revolution. It means, technically, it means to shake off, to shrug, like to remove the yoke, right? Now, you can obviously say revolution or intifada and mean murder and death and chaos. Of course, that's personal. That's what you may think. It's what you may want. But it simply means revolution. As I've said before, you could call it the American Intifada. Just people, the reason they hate that so much is because they want you to associate that word with terrorism, with Muslim boogeymen. That's what they want. It's just another word that means it's a synonym for revolution. But the point is, ignorant, impassioned Americans, so just in case you misunderstand, she's calling you all ignorant if you think the truth, watch videos of Islamist disinformation on social media and repeat it. They're thinking they're doing something good. In reality, they're repeating lies and assisting anti-democratic Islamist terrorism. Is that what they're talking about? You mean the democratically elected Hamas? That's just so stupid. All the things they claim. And I'm not even saying that's what happened. That's what their narrative is, right? It's just hilarious how nothing means anything. Everything means nothing. They just say what they want and just shoot. That's my point about throwing everything at the wall and two things stick. And they, okay, we'll just run with both. It says this woman is a prime example down here. She says this story was debunked completely. There was no such discovery found. She's literally trying to pretend that 200 zip-tied Palestinians found executed in a hospital is completely fake. Didn't even happen. Not that it was Hamas or that it was other people that were killed. This is despite the fact that an Israeli representative was on the corporate news saying, no, that was Israeli. Those were people killed by Hamas. Or no, actually what she said, I forget, there's two of them. The one we recently played was the one where she was saying, no, they were killed because they were terrorists. And she tried to defend it. Why were their hands bound? She goes, well, I don't know what happened. Maybe they were throwing grenades. Like, that's what she said. And yet here's Emily Schrader coming in and going, didn't even happen. It's all fake. Sort of like when Elon Levy came out and said at that first flower massacre, he said, we didn't shoot at anybody. We didn't fire anybody. We didn't do that. And then what happened? They came out and said, yes, we did, but here's why. And he deleted the tweet. Because they're all liars, guys. I mean, that's not my opinion. You can watch them do this. They just lie. And it's not even that you could say that they're one of them. The bottom line is they're contradicting each other. So even if you think they're telling the truth, one of them is lying. It's so embarrassing. The point, Asaf MD points out, for all who prefer the correct information, here's the UN statement below. Mass graves in Gaza show victims' hands were tied, says the UN Rights Office. Now, it's not you have to blindly trust the UN. It's been reported by numerous reporters on the ground. It's been even I think I might be playing it right here. Yeah, next clip with Nick Maynard. And this is before the mass grave, where he's on the record telling you he watched them murder doctors. But here's Emily Schrader, knowing they're doing that, pretending like they're not, because she's a complete sociopath, as far as I can tell.
every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years. Many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
Now, of course, the response is that he's lying. No justification for why, no proof to that effect, just that he's a racist, Hamas-supporting liar. That's what you get from people online, whatever. He must be secretly Hamas. He must be a Palestinian, showing you their overt hatred and racism that's completely unjustified. No, he's not. He's a foreign doctor who went there out of the goodness of his heart to work in Gaza, which he has long before October 7th. A lot of them have said this. Abu Sita from London, they've spoken up and said, in fact, Germany tried to deport him so he couldn't share his story. The point is, it's very, very, very clear. They've seen it. They've watched it. And then all the other evidence, all of the bound people we find in the ground, we're just supposed to dismiss everything as all some Hamas manufactured. I mean, it's just embarrassing. Here's the United Nations. Mass graves in Gaza show victims' hands were tied. And read this for yourself. The report is unequivocal. And of course, I don't want to play this because it's just harsh, but if you want to look at it, here's the cradle sharing. It's a compilation, only 35 seconds, of all of the different examples of the bodies being killed in these areas, showing you how it's disgusting, but it's important to understand what's going on. Mondoweiss also did an excellent breakdown. During the massacre at Al-Shifa Hospital, the Israeli army shot patients in their beds. Doctors who refused to abandon the sick separated people into groups with differently colored bracelets and executed hundreds of civil government employees. It's about the most provable thing we've seen so far. Here's an interesting point. Anti-War writes, as you should support, by the way, the platform, they write, Israel dismisses U.S. call to investigate mass graves discovered at Gaza Hospital. Nearly 400 bodies. Now, one of the local reports actually found, I think I have that right here, or one of them here. Maybe not. There's a new one that went up today, I think. But either way, the point was that a ground reporter, speaking of Democracy Now!, reported 700 different bodies. Bottom line is, they just said, what does Israel say? Like, basically on the record. So Caitlin Johnstone just highlights that. We trust Israel to investigate itself on all allegations of war crimes. The U.S. says, Israel, please investigate yourself for these alleged war crimes. Israel says, no. That's what happened. The U.S. says, well, that settles it then. We see no evidence that Israel's committed war crimes. That's literally what keeps happening. And we're not supposed to pay attention to that? We're not supposed to recognize how insulting that is to our intelligence? They know. They're desperate. They don't know what else to do. Cuts News Network highlights foreign Israeli occupation soldiers. So realize, guys, this is not just Israel, not just the United States. There are governments complicit all around the world. Foreign Israeli occupation soldiers are posting pictures of themselves inside Palestinian homes that they raid in the West Bank. Not just Gaza. These are the West Bank. Here they are with lingerie again. What is with these people? They posted pictures on Instagram boasting with Palestinian women's lingerie, taking selfies, terrorizing Palestinian civilians, vandalizing their homes because they're the most moral army in the world. You can see multiple foreign patches. And then somebody just showing you all these that we've seen before. Yeah, I mean, this is not what normal people do. Have you ever seen another army? This is an undisciplined army, if you can even call it that. And that's why they always do this. I made this joke before. When Hagari comes up and he goes, because we're a professional, real-time, actual, live-action military, or whatever the words are, it's like, that sounds a little bit, she doth protest too much, right? It's like, why would you need to come out and be like, we're a real professional army? It's like, well, just say you're an army, man. Like, the fact that you pressure that, it seems like you're not. My personal opinion. I made that joke before. I used to work with somebody who would make that joke as a chef. I'm a chef professional. And he would say that at times when it was funny that they were clearly making a mistake. It's just like, that's kind of the idea. It's a personal note. But that is not professional. Shouldn't have to point that out. Now, in regard to Rafah, our point from before, guys, another location that's supposed to be safe, regardless of a supposed plan, they're openly bombing them. Now, this idea of a ground invasion seems kind of irrelevant when they're just bombing into a barrel right now, when nobody can go anywhere. They got nowhere to go. Why doesn't the world care about that? We're supposed to scream about a plan before they go on the ground while they're just dropping bombs on top of these children? I mean, why does that make sense to anybody? Israel's heavily bombing Rafah. This was on the 28th, yesterday, deliberately targeting civilian homes, according to numerous reports. Many dead, injured, people buried. Now, did they give flyers and say, we identified Hamas here, everybody get out of the way? No, they did not. We're supposed to be concerned about students peacefully protesting against genocide rather than genocide itself? That's the point. They're really trying to go, wow, outraged about these people saying mean words while we're watching genocide take place. They don't seem to care about that. Mohammed Safa points out one of the largest humanitarian aid warehouses in Rafah was bombed on the 27th. Burn all the food donations made through airdrop. Israel's using starvation weapon of war. So here we go. Here's an example. All the aid dropped by the United States, and here we're packing it up, and they burn it all with a bomb. Yeah, that wasn't organized or anything, right? The illusion of process, the illusion of support, like they do every time, everywhere else. The examples are so far. I mean, there's too many to pretend this isn't happening. Cuz News Network reports that at least 6 civilians, this is on the 27th, including two young children and a baby, were killed this morning in an Israeli airstrike targeting the Awandala family home in the Saudi neighborhood in Rafah, modern Rafah, south of the Gaza Strip. Khaleesi reports as of yesterday, Israeli forces have bombed the homes of Palestinian civilians in Rafah. There are many dead and injured. The search for survivors under the rubble continues. This is what you're seeing everywhere. Just innocent, random people buried under their own homes. Like that. Average people. A guy that appears to be in bed with his shirt off, laying in bed, who no longer is alive because they bombed his home with no justification. Just like Amnesty and the rest have proven to you. Here, this one's from today, seeing as how it's been ongoing for multiple days, long before that, by the way. This is not a one-day thing. This is not a fluke occurrence. It's been ongoing. They've been bombing Rafah for weeks, and nobody seems to care. Since this morning, 30 Palestinians have been murdered by Israeli attacks on Rafah. Well, let's all debate about the plan that's not seemingly coming. 12 women, 5 children, all dead. No comments about human shields or Hamas. It doesn't even matter anymore because that's apparently assumed by people that want to support Israel. Here's a really interesting image. I was almost going to use this for the image today. Unexploded 2,000-pound bomb. This is one of those U.S.-made, U.S.-supplied dumb bombs. And it literally in the middle of someone's home. And what's worse about that, you can see the guy's dead arm hanging down below it. Looks like it crushed somebody, but didn't explode. It's a bunker buster in a civilian location in a densely populated neighborhood in Gaza. The first thing people wake up to and sleep next to. The bomb is a U.S.-made GBU by Boeing. This is why people talk about divestment, talk about why we should not be supporting these merchants of death. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, the rest of they are literally producing the things that are murdering people around the world, and we shouldn't be okay with that. The UN estimates it'll take 14 years to clear the tens of thousands of tons of unexploded ordnance in Gaza. Part of the actual design, in my opinion. It's disgusting. Now, here's the interesting story that I wanted to point out in the beginning. Now, this is from Tamir, pretty large account. His forget what it's, I think it's just like a local journalist. He just saying, I was a child, my father was martyred, and the story has the rest. Right? So ever since then, he's been telling, reporting what's going on. Here is this is what he reported today. And he has a picture of the document. And it says 400 families, and this is a translation from Google, of Israeli soldiers raised the black flag. It says the families of regular Israeli soldiers in Gaza sent a letter to the Council of Ministers announcing that they are raising the black flag. In other words, they refuse to enter Rafah. Now, I don't think it's because they're necessarily worried about the humanitarian issue. It's interesting. It's actually the reverse. But either way, they're refusing to go in if this is accurate. It says, and they explained in the letter that according to the estimates, Rafah is full of mines, and entering it may be a trap for the soldiers. It says, quote, we will not become bereaved parents to please Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. So it appears to be the family saying this, that they're not going to let their IDF members, family members go. Because remember, a lot of these people are just average people that, because remember, pretty much everybody is forced to go through the military. That's why arguably everybody, and when called to act, could be considered military targets in the context of a war. That's what an argument is. I would always argue that anybody who's not active and is a civilian should not be part of anything. Israel does not respect that at all, which is quite clear. Nonetheless, the point is that they're saying that there might be mines around it. So it seems as if they're saying, okay, well, it's been set up to trap us. Now, is that something they're claiming is done by Hamas? It's not explicitly clear. In any case, the point is we won't become bereaved for Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. So it's interesting. They're claiming they're being pushed into this area that is, whether they even want to go after Hamas or don't care about Palestinians, that they feel like it's an unjust risk to them. And they're going, but still acknowledging that it's Smotrich and Ben-Gvir driving the whole thing. And the other arguments are, well, we don't want to keep doing this because we care about human life. And some of them are arguing we don't want to do this because we don't want to risk the lives of our family members. My point is, it seems that pretty much everybody is against what's going on here. They're just desperate to hide that from you. And this is one of the first examples of some kind of, openly stated shift. Now, this is how I found this, by the way, just to show you. I have to search black flag and translate the Hebrew and look for that. What's frustrating is you would think that if Google worked the way they claimed it did, that you would find all of this stuff. Something tells me there's a reason it's not popping up. In any case, I did find a few posts that were relevant to this. This is a person posting this and highlighting Yair Lapid, who is kind of the opposition, in quotes, because they're pretty much in the same in my mind, but technically the opposition to the current coalition. This person responding or quoting him says, Lapid's prophecies of rage scare me. This is not a way to scare. Looks like it's time for the red or black flag on the upcoming nervous day. Now, this was on the 15th of April. Here's what he was commenting on and what Yair said. All of that is left of Mr. Tashon is a village of ruins from Bari to Kiryat Shimona. Violence, he says this, by Jewish terrorists who have gotten out of control, and a complete loss of Israeli deterrence. So what's interesting is that could just be like a translation thing. I think he's talking about the belligerent settlers that are just murdering anybody and raping people and stealing, that the whole world can see, that the corporate media have called out. Haaretz has written about it. Even Biden was supposed to sanction them, and they got pressured to stop. It's very clear what's going on. So what's interesting is he's highlighting this. And by the way, here was where I was getting the breakdown from. It says, the head of the opposition chairman of the Yesh Atid party. If I'm reading that correctly, you guys tell me if I'm wrong on the position. Either way, what he's highlighting is Jewish terrorists who have gotten out of control and a complete loss of Israeli deterrence. He says if we don't move this government in time, arguably meaning the current control structure, it will bring ruin on us. Interesting. She's already bringing its election time now. Obviously, Netanyahu is in the crosshairs from just about everybody in the world. And he is desperate to keep everything going, because if he doesn't, he's probably going to prison. If not something worse, who knows? Either way, what he's highlighting is the same kind of conversation. And this person's the one going, well, that seems like it's time for the black flag. So I find this all interesting. And here's the next one. In response to these, this person simply says, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich clearly marked the borders of the sector. Netanyahu's dilemma is this: a deal to save dozens of hostages and a rejection of Rafah or personal survival. This is an Israeli speaking in Hebrew on Twitter saying those are the options. Either save people by taking a deal, which is what they all seem to want. And Netanyahu and Biden are trying to tell you that nobody wants that. And it's all about bad Hamas stuff. And it's between a deal with Hamas, which is what they want, or saving his career. So we must be able to see that that's why they keep refusing any deal, because it's Netanyahu's survival on the line and a lot of other people invested in the ongoing genocide. That's fascinating to me. And he goes on to say, history shows that the word dilemma is irrelevant for the prime minister when something stands in the way of survival. Yes, this is what I keep telling you. Everybody in Israel. Oh, and by the way, here's the important part. This is a correspondent for Channel 13. This is a journalist in Israel. This is an Israeli journalist from a corporate channel highlighting the fact that basically the only options are choosing to accept a deal that everybody wants, including them, and a rejection of Rafah or just his survival. And saying that when it comes to his survival versus anything, it's always the choose. That's when they've talked about, and Haaretz has covered him, creating wars with Gaza when there wasn't one there to win an election. I've been saying it for years, and of course it's called racist, even though it's proven and written about in Haaretz. And it says, the moment of decision is for the public in Israel and solidarity with our brothers whose fate will soon be decided in life or death. This is also the time of Benny Gantz's decision. It's interesting. This person responds by saying, it's about human life, so keep those type Z engravings to yourself. So he's disagreeing. You brat, whatever. It's a translation too. The dilemma is a deal that will bring 30 hostages now, but abandon all the residents of the South to the constant threat of another massacre at any point in time, or the collapse of Hamas, the restoration of security in south of the country. Where this person responds, showing what we're talking about. This is all just to get to the point of that. It's saying, and this is another translation, so foreign parents or family members of the regular fighters in Gaza raise a black flag. It says, quote, we will not agree to be bereaved parents to please Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. It's a letter, and so it's clear that this is circulating, and it's clear that even reporters are talking about it, and it's saying, how did they lack? There's no doubt that the war industry is made possible when parents are passive. So this seems to be a legitimate thing. Here's them citing this person who is reasonably 24,000 followers. And I believe this was, let me look again. Oh, it doesn't say, I thought there was a highlighting there or a bio, but in any case, highlighting the same post and so showing the same thing. So interesting. So my point is that it's difficult to, it seems this is a real letter, and it does seem that people are saying these things. To what degree it's really trickling through the conversation in Israel, it's hard to tell, but clearly a high-level journalist is highlighting the same conversation from Channel 13. I find it very interesting. So all it's really showing you is that we're being lied to about the true breakdown here, that Israelis, whether or not they're on the side of Palestinians, are not on the side of the current Israeli government's position. That shows you how bad of a position they're in. Now, another investigation from the New York Times, which again, doesn't mean we trust the New York Times, simply means that for whatever reason, what they're telling you, which is the truth, is in their interest. Part of an investigative report that shows a pattern. This is in regard to aid. And it's the same conversation, whether it's aid workers or civilians, or they're murdering people that are in their way. In this case, it's both stopping anybody that just killing Palestinians, I argue, in general, and that they may also be trying to bring in aid for other Palestinians they don't want. This is a New York Times investigation of the pattern of Israel targeting aid groups in Gaza, then providing no evidence of its claims when they dispute that, presenting conflicting stories even. And this happens every time. I just talked about it. One of them says one thing, the other says the other, and one deletes that tweet. It's just they lie, and provide no evidence of what they claim. The U.S. government blindly takes that at face value and move forward. And it says this is who Biden officials say can be trusted to investigate themselves.
This pattern of attacks is either intentional or indicative of reckless incompetence.
The very same questions would be raised in the British Parliament after another strike, which was examined by the Times. On the morning of January 18th, this building was rocked by a giant explosion. A bomb landed on the wall around the compound, which was being used to house medical staff from the International Rescue Committee, based in the US, and the UK group Medical Aid for Palestinians, whose logo is visible on bedding and luggage in the wreckage. Several people were injured. 6 medical workers were withdrawn from Gaza. Text messages between aid staff and an IDF official reviewed by the Times show that a month before the attack, the Israeli military was aware of the compound's location. When the aid worker asks, "So we can bring them to this chalet, it is still safe?" the IDF response is, yes. The compound had 2 additional layers of protection. British officials, the Times confirmed, used high-level diplomatic channels to ensure the compound was deconflicted. And it was located in the neighborhood that Israel has repeatedly designated as the humanitarian zone.
I mean, how do you come away from that? So they tell them to go there. They claim the area is safe. And then once they go there, they just murder them. This is the New York Times, for crying out loud. Like, how do they genuinely think they're going to get away with all of this?
Safe for civilians. In a UN report reviewed by the Times, investigators indicated the crater and munition debris most likely point to an Mk-83, which is a 1,000-pound bomb made in the US.
Strike still took place. So can
British lawmakers demanded answers.
What investigation is being conducted? What has been the response of the IDF to this? Has HMG seen the targeting permissions for that airstrike?
After weeks of high-level pressure,
it was raised by the Foreign Secretary in his meetings in Israel last week.
Israel provided 6 different and often conflicting explanations, according to the aid groups.
So stupid.
Sometimes Israel said they were not operating in that area. Other times, they claimed their bomb was attempting to hit a target adjacent to the compound.
You see what I mean? They just throw anything at you. And knowing that there's at some level a liar that's going to pretend that they're right, like half of our Congress, or if not all of it, just choosing to take that answer. It's really sad. And overall, it's provable. They've got the evidence on the record.
They also said what struck the compound wasn't actually a bomb, but a piece of aircraft fuselage.
Right. And so maybe it's Hamas, maybe they shot down a rocket, maybe, whatever might work. Which one do you choose? Which one works for you?
The IDF told the Times they did not strike the location at all on January 18th.
Wow. And that's just a clip of it, guys. I mean, think about how wild that is. And there's a part, oh yeah, and then you remember the Mk-83? Remember that bomb? Do you remember that point? Remember how we talked about this exact U.S. bomb that was used to murder a school bus full of children in Yemen? And Jim Carrey happened to make a cartoon about it, so it suddenly broke through just for a brief moment. And then everyone went back to sleep, and there was 3 more school buses full of children killed after that we reported on. Like, this is not a new discussion, guys. U.S.-made munitions have been used for terrorism as long as they've ever been made.
Point to an
Megatron highlights Israeli canned food baiting explosives. We've already talked about this. So not only are we talking about bombing stuff down on people, murdering people with no justification, they're also using, for example, the droned conversation, which, by the way, was discussed in Sam Husseini brought this up in front of Matt Miller. It is a real conversation that's been backed up by mainstream journalists and independent. Not like, trust yourself and your own due diligence. The point is that they have drones pretending to be children crying, women screaming. So honest people who have a heart come running out to try to help them and shoot them. I mean, that's the kind of depravity we're talking about. Just like this as well. And this is now a proven conversation. We've had this has been months long discussed. They're putting out things that look like canned food, but that are bombs that young children try to grab and kill themselves. Explosive cans are an Israeli trick to kill people. This picture of a 14-year-old child. Now, this is graphic, guys, so prepare yourselves. He returned to his destroyed home after the occupation forces withdrew. He lives in the Al-Zana area, east of the town of Bani Shahala. He was seriously injured after he was searching for his personal belongings inside. His house was bombed. He found canned goods from the occupation that had left behind, thinking they were canned food. So he opened them, and the disaster occurred and the explosion occurred, when led to the amputation of some of his limbs and the injury of others alongside him, so that the whole world would realize that the occupation army had carried out this deception to kill innocent people in a horrific manner. It's disgusting. Now, in regard to aid in general, I think it's important to understand that not only are they using the lack of food to kill children surreptitiously, we're also talking about the fact that they're actively blocking it still. That hasn't changed. Despite, it's funny how these things kind of ebb and flow, where at the moment, Elon Levy's screaming about how we're not blocking aid and getting caught lying 55 times over is the height of the moment. But right now, they're focused elsewhere. But it's still ongoing. They're just kind of resting on the idea that a UN is lying. They're no longer really Hamas anymore. The UN and the aid groups are now responsible, and they're lying. We're doing everything we should, despite the fact that that's what they said before. We proved they were lying, and they just shifted to somebody else now. Same thing as always, right? And does that one work for you? But on top of that, we just talked about the Freedom Flotilla. And guess what? It has gone exactly like we expected. Bread and Circus points out Israel's creating bureaucratic roadblocks to prevent life-saving aid from reaching Palestinians. In this case, they had everything prepared and they just revoked their flag. You think that's by accident? They pulled strings and they made that happen. It says terrorists target civilians to achieve political objectives. Blocking aid like this can only target civilians. This is terrorism. I completely agree with him.
Setting sail. The aid has been loaded, but the International Freedom Flotilla has faced what organizers say are administrative roadblocks initiated by Israel. The lead ship Atrocities bears the flag of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Organizers say there's been pressure to have the flag removed and stop the vessel from departing.
Israel is sending message to the European countries about their nations to be participants on the ship and creating challenges for them. And also sending a lot of message to the Turkish government to create a challenge from the port authorities.
Ismail's father was on the Freedom Flotilla 14 years ago. He was one of the 9 people killed by the Israeli military when they boarded the Mavi Marmara.
Don't forget that this has happened already. They just murdered them on the boat. Nobody seemed to care. Don't forget, we covered this extensively when it happened. There was a veteran from the USS Liberty who was on a previous Freedom Flotilla who was arrested, and he was kept detained for weeks without charge. You didn't hear a peep from your government. You know why? Because 2 times over, he's somebody that's inconvenient for them. One, he's a American fighting against the Israeli agenda. Second, he was a veteran of the USS Liberty that calls out the lies of the Israeli Zionist government. You know, when they tried to murder and did murder most people on the USS Liberty and got away with it because your own government covered it up and they tried to make sure nobody found out. I mean, it's provable information. You talk to him or any veteran from the USS Liberty, they'll tell you happily. They killed us. We saw it. We had flags waving. They knew. They circled back and tried to kill the rest of us. And yet your government didn't care. The point is, this is obvious, and it's only happening while there's a dedicated starvation tactic going on. So before, you could have argued there are security, whatever else. Now you're pretending like you're doing everything you can to bring aid in, and then somebody tries to bring aid in through a flotilla, and you make sure to stop them every way you can. That's obvious.
Wade Araf was on the flotilla in 2010.
Israel continues to deny the entry of life-saving aid for Palestinians, and we can't just sit by while our governments do nothing effectively to change the realities. And so we plan to sail with this life-saving aid, but also to confront and challenge Israel's siege on the civilian population.
But she will now have to wait. No one here knows for how long. UN experts had demanded the safe passage for the Freedom Flotilla, calling on Israel to adhere to international law, including recent orders from the International Court of Justice to ensure unimpeded access for humanitarian aid.
Which they blatantly ignored.
Activists have now been told to return to their home countries until the flotilla is ready to leave. Nobody knows how long that will take or if it will depart for Gaza. Whether obstructions and political pressure work remains to be seen. But for now, the 5,500 tons of humanitarian aid will remain here, and there will not be a challenge to this.
Has sabotaged the Freedom Flotilla.
Last night, news broke that in a dirty play of bureaucratic warfare, last-minute, impossible criteria caused the flag of our lead ship and our cargo ship, filled with life-saving aid, to be withdrawn.
For any ship to sail, it has to be registered under a country.
Our ship passed all of the necessary inspections.
Everything was ready to go.
But without a flag, we cannot sail.
And they think it ends here. They couldn't be more wrong.
This is a global uprising of people united. It cannot be broken.
The Freedom Flotilla represents hundreds of millions of people around the world sick of witnessing a live stream genocide.
Israel has been obstructing humanitarian aid to millions of starving people by land and now by sea.
While Israel overrides all international law and continues its criminal and deliberate starvation of Palestinians in Gaza, thousands of tons of urgent relief sit stranded in the harbor.
This is not over. We need the whole world to step up. So this is an invitation for a nation state to save this mission and raise their flag on our ship immediately.
We know this mission represents you.
Your grief,
your outrage, your despair,
your love for Palestine,
your love for humanity.
This attempt to destroy our mission shows the power of the Freedom Flotilla.
Don't give up. For 7 brutal months, the Palestinians haven't. and we aren't either.
This is only a setback. Israel cannot crush our resolve to break the siege and reach the people of Gaza. We will sail.
Help us continue amplifying this humanitarian movement to break the siege of Gaza.
Every day,
Every hour,
every minute
counts.
The next flotilla might be too late. How much longer can Palestinians in Gaza wait?
Now, obviously, there's plenty of people that would watch that and go, "Oh, a bunch of liberals," and those people are a problem to me right now. I mean, it's obviously you can acknowledge what you think somebody's political beliefs may be, but this is the problem: is that right now you've got two-party illusionists shoving their political view over the top of something that goes well beyond United States politics. Sure, plenty of those people you could argue, even with the mask on, whatever else, which I'm happily call out and make fun of. I think wearing a mask is ridiculous, and I think it's dangerous for them. It doesn't change the fact that I think we're obviously on the same page when it comes to this conversation, with what we're talking about. Or the fact that you can acknowledge those are people from all over the world, from Scotland, from China, from wherever else. The point is that this is not just about two-party politics in the United States and those wedge issues they keep you distracted with. It's about realizing that we're all acknowledging genocide. We're all acknowledging oppression, which, by the way, applies to both Republicans and Democrats in the two-party illusion within the United States, as all of these policies are coming home to roost. Whether it's your medical freedom, whether it's your food supply, when, the idea of needing unadulterated food, when the reality is everything we have is wildly dangerous for us. What we were just discussing at the food panel for CHD that we did on the 27th. I mean, it's overwhelmingly obvious that all of this is coming from multiple angles, or the fact that they're using biometric manipulation, or rather the smart wall, to create the situation where people that previously were against it are suddenly for it. That's how they use it. I'm trying to highlight the reality that this is bigger than that. It doesn't mean that people might not disagree within their different political standings and different issues. Overall, I think this is very clear that this is something much bigger than that. And the problem is that I feel like people are so quick to denounce somebody for having a certain opinion they don't agree with. And your choice. If you feel like one issue is enough to disregard everything else going on in the world, then that's up to you. Quite frankly, I think that we need to be more mature than that. We need to realize that there's a lot going on and that we can disagree, especially when you get to the point to where people can have a conversation about things. In any case, I think we all acknowledge that what's going on in Gaza is wrong. What doesn't matter what the narrative is. It's something that we as human beings need to stand against. And it's causing a moment of unity that's crossing partisan lines, and that's what scares them. That's what's so important to me about this. This is a real-time example of something that is superseding all of their wedge issues, all of their division tactics. And that terrifies them. Doesn't mean that we're going to suddenly march forward in unison for human world peace. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that the moment this ends, we're going to have our other issues to deal with. But nonetheless, why don't we just go ahead and start with not being okay with genocide? Let's just start there. This clip was from Sarah Wilkinson. And as I pointed out before, here is this. It was is that really his name was Mandela Mandela? That's interesting. I didn't know that. So this was his grandson. I think I said before I wasn't sure what he was. It is in relation. He was the grandson of Nelson Mandela. He was going to be on this freedom flotilla, right? He spoke out about it, and then guess what? Twitter deletes his account. I'm not making this up. That's the reality of what Twitter's doing for God, for Israel. This is a grandson of Nelson Mandela who is simply speaking out about being part of a freedom flotilla to give food to starving people. He speaks out on Twitter and they censor his account. And yeah, Elon is showing his apartheid roots. And I've always made that point, how crazy it is. Somebody that's comes from South Africa who is supporting apartheid openly. It's just crazy. In any case, that blows my mind. I mean, it really didn't blow my mind. I kind of expected it, but the fact that other people can't see this. Now, lastly, on one point on this, that in regard to the food, and then we're going to get into the protests and how important this division is and how important the illusion is of anti-Semitism they're pushing. Brunello C. points out the USA warship carrying approximately 1,000 U.S. Navy troops arrives on the shores of northern Gaza to inaugurate a floating seaport off the coast of Gaza City. Not with doctors, aid, food, just troops. So you come with the claim of doing this to save the hurting people of Palestine. And yet all you do is show up with 1,000 troops and occupation. You know how much food and doctors and aid you could have fit on ship? Nope. I wonder why. Because it has nothing to do with that. That's why. It says it has nothing to do with humanitarian purposes. What are Arab countries doing? Which agreement have they done in exchange of Palestinian children's blood? Like, the point they're making here is that it's just incredible. So all this really comes down to is more occupation, as exactly as we pointed out, and a pier that was a plan from Netanyahu that long comes before October 7th. They're just using this to push in their own agendas at the expense of Palestinian people, while they're still not going to do anything to the port because Israel is involved with the processing of food from the port, which, by the way, is the same reason the other ones aren't working. They know that. It's very clear. Everybody points it out. But yet they go, we're going to do the pier because Israel is letting enough food in. Well, that doesn't make sense. The point is they're not. They know that. So we're going to build the pier under the claim that it's to bring more food in. But then you're going to let them do the same processing. So it's all an illusion. It's really disgusting. Speaking of an illusion, even the concept of the protest, or even the concept, there's other agendas around all of this. As Glenn Greenwald points out, it was painfully obvious, he says, from the start of October 7th, everything from Bill Ackman's fraudulent posture against DEI to the congressional hearings on campus speech, that the real and sole goal of his posturing on these topics was the formal expansion of speech limits in academia to suppress Israeli criticisms. So he's saying that he's been watching this since October 7th forward. So it's very clear the immediate push was to get ahead of where they knew the problem was. Don't forget, we already saw people like, it got leaked out, Greenblatt acknowledging their problem is not a left-right problem. It's a young problem. That's why they want to censor TikTok. We want to stop them from seeing the truth. Or rather, at least what they're pushing forward is what they see as the truth, which I see as the truth as well. They're terrified of that. It's not a left-right issue. They can't control you. So he's been highlighting the fact that they came out immediately to suppress what they may have to say. What are we watching take place right now? Brutal, violent suppression of people expressing their free speech. Meanwhile, you've got all these fake posers screaming about free speech. Isn't that interesting? Here's one of them. Representative Richie Torres and Mike Lawler. People in Congress whose job is supposed to uphold your rights are actively trying to suppress your rights. Sort of like the Texas governor and the rest of them that blindly support Israel at the expense of your rights. They plan to introduce what's called the Columbia Act, a bill that would create, quote, anti-Semitism monitors at colleges. Doesn't that sound terrifying? You're going to have people, and let's be clear, this has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This has to do with anything that they deem dangerous that they then call anti-Semitism, like everything else we're talking about. And now they're going to have people that are going to be monitoring your speech at a college that's supposed to be protecting free speech. How exactly do you even have a monitor for anything around speech and claim you've got free speech? This is terrifying. This is a face of an just an unconstitutional, let's just say anti-constitutional representative. Somebody who pretends to be standing up for your rights, who is actively trying to undermine them for a foreign country's political organization. That's what he should be looking like. You should make sure these people, and this is not about Judaism. This is not about anything other than a foreign government's influence over your government. That's the whole point of anti. That right there. You're a racist. That's the only way they get rid of the provable example that's in front of you. This is a member of Congress working for the interest of a foreign government, like the one that came in wearing an IDF uniform, because that makes sense, right? Thomas Massey highlights, some of my colleagues are introducing legislation to create federally sanctioned anti-Semitism monitors at colleges. He'll say he'll vote no. I regularly see Massey taking positions that I agree with. Doesn't mean I necessarily trust everything about him, but of all the people we're looking at, I find him to be one of the most consistent when it comes to things that I think are important. But you know me, I'm jaded. I don't trust anybody in these positions. But he says policing speech, religion, and assembly is not the role of the federal government. Thank God somebody points that out. In fact, is expressly prohibited by the Constitution. But that's the point, isn't it? People like Richie Torres don't care about the Constitution. In fact, they seem to be hell-bent on removing that from you, even though they swore an oath to it, which makes you a dangerous hypocrite. Dangerous hypocrite. Now, let's take this a step further. I'm hoping Whitney and I are going to probably talk about this in an upcoming show. Unchecked anti-Semitism at U.S. universities mandates a response, says Palantir. Palantir. How in the world does that make sense? How are we pretending that Palantir speaking on anti-Semitism in colleges makes sense unless you realize that there's far more connecting Palantir to your control of what you do, think, and say in the world, or the surveillance of all of it? Palantir launched an initiative in December 7th for students who feared for their safety or were concerned about anti-Semitism on campus, welcoming them to join Palantir as university fellows across the company. So what does that have to do with anything? Explain for me how exactly becoming a fellow at Palantir somehow does anything about what you're alleging is anti-Semitism. It doesn't at all. It's like you're using this whole thing to do something. Yeah, sort of like everything else. You're using the claim of anti-Semitism to achieve some kind of end. So you don't really care about it at all. You care about using the allegations and using the fear and using, that's what we're dealing with here. It says, when it was launched, the program was not broadly believed necessary outside of Palantir. Unfortunately, the historical levels of hate, which aren't there, don't exist, and anti-Semitism plaguing our universities have proven it necessary. Well, I will take that back slightly. We do see historic levels of hate and anti-Semitism coming strongly from the Zionist government. And yes, I mean both hate and anti-Semitism specifically plaguing our universities have proven it necessary. So the illusion we're creating, the lies we're pushing about how all of these Jewish organizations and Holocaust survivors are somehow anti-Jew or anti-Semitic, despite them literally being the thing you called, the truth about the word Semitic and so on. The point is that that's what they claim it is, only people who hate Jews. So how exactly do you claim these Holocaust survivors are part of the hate-filled anti-Semitic group? We'll get into more of that in a second. And that shouldn't be the only group we're even talking about. The point is that there's all sorts of people here that are simply fighting for freedom and self-determination, not at the expense of somebody else, despite all the rhetoric, just to make sure that these people have safety and self-determination. To frame that as racist is the whole point. It says, we are expanding or extending this fellowship. So now you've got a company that's commercially tied up with all these Israeli overlap surveillance networks, all sorts of medical surveillance and United States personal surveillance. And they're now just kind of scooping up all these people that are claiming they recognize a growing anti-Semitism problem right at the same time when they're like, we're going to start making monitors on colleges and everywhere else. Like, do you see the overlap here? Do you see how alarming this is? Like, this is not just about kids at school and their concerns. This is about a worldwide, global, and specifically in this country from Palantir structure of control. That's usually what it comes back to. Whether this day it's COVID-19, tomorrow it's some threat of an ISIS group, in this case anti-Semitic. Well, all it comes down to is surveillance control of your life. Now, here's a couple things to overlap this with. Here it is on January 13th. Palantir joins Gaza genocide. Remember that? Yeah, because it happened. Peter Thiel, Palantir, Israel agree strategic partnership for battle tech. As I said, because of course Palantir is involved. Is this the Habsora AI targeting system that 972 was outlining? Or the Lavender one we discussed that's targeting specifically people? The one that killed so many innocent civilians that IDF members openly admitted to? What do you think? So now you've got Palantir openly adding its surveillance and artificial technology, everything they're doing to help their AI-focused battle tech. This was Bloomberg, January 12th. I also still find it strange they decided to block out that one guy's face with whatever was on the wall right there. Here's Peter Thiel for you. Israel agrees strategic partnership for battle tech. Okay, so that's January. Now we jump forward, and they're over here going, there's so many racists everywhere. We're making a team of people that need to... This is terrifying to me. I'm not even sure how this is developing yet. This is going, I'm sure, going to be fleshed out more, and we're going to be highlighting it then. Now, even further back, this is from 2020. Remember this? FEMA tells states to hand public health data to Palantir. Here it is for FEMA saying, give us we're demanding that you hand your personal health, private information over to this surveillance company that works with Israel. You think that's an accident? Here's Unlimited Hangout, Israel's article with Jeremy, Palantir's Tiberius, race, and the public health panopticon from 2020, from December. There's clearly a much larger problem here than just surveillance. And going even further back, this is from 2020 or 2018, Whitney Webb. The PayPal offshoot becomes a weapon in the war against whistleblowers and WikiLeaks. That's Palantir for you. You see the point? It's just a central concept that shifts based on the narratives. Either way, they're not on your side. And this brings me to the point, just to circle back to the idea that there's an IDF whistleblower right now speaking out about the crimes being openly committed. So all of this stuff is kind of centralized about trying to control your perception. And it gets a lot more concerning when we overlap that with where the future is going. And I'm not even going to open that right now because it's such a deep conversation, but you know where this is going. The Great Reset technocratic future they're building, this kind of stuff is what becomes super terrifying. When they're talking about Palantir surveillance overlaps that then become, that overlap with the kind of technology we're discussing, where they're talking about nanotechnology or all the stuff we've gotten into. I don't want to open that now because I'll go off on it. But here is why I bring this up in particular, because this is already going on. Edward Snowden highlights this in regard to the FISA bill. Remember the expansion of warrantless spying that Biden rammed through Congress and signed into law a week ago despite public outcry, which, by the way, Trump would have done the same thing, that the FBI had already used to spy on Americans more than 278,000 times, which included information that Israel wanted. You'll never guess what he's using right now against student protests. Can you guess? Yep. Why wouldn't we? As I said, because of course, and no doubt plenty of hypocritical two-party illusionists are pretending this doesn't represent the exact type of abuse being objected to in Congress. Israel hawks, including the ADL, call for FISA to be used to surveil and spy on students. I guarantee you it's already happening. Anti-war activists in order to combat foreign terrorists and other overseas adversaries. That's all they need. Some flimsy, broad, unverifiable claim of a threat, and they go, okay, well, it doesn't matter. Just like they already did. And guess who was pushing for this despite previous reasons to push back under Trump? Republicans. This is how this goes. And again, I'm not harping on one side or the other. The point is that each side is constantly playing this game. It's interesting, as you can see over the years, like during COVID-19 in particular, and the illusion therein, I felt like a lot of Republicans saw it more than the left did. And then, of course, this teeter-totter ebbs and flows. All of a sudden, we're over here where now the left seems to be aware more of the genocide, right? And see, the point is that what happens is all of a sudden to them, oh, no, I knew you were a lefty, or I knew you were secretly a right Nazi. No, what's happening is I am maintaining my integrity and my position based on my objective view. And I don't get swayed by your left-right nonsense. I could be wrong still, but the point is what you guys oscillate around anybody not in the two-party illusion and point to us like we're changing. It's embarrassing. The truth is, this was always a problem to anybody with balanced views on this, that FISA should never have been allowed, whether you're worried about immigrants or whether you're worried about trans people or whatever the focus is that day. I could have promised you this would end up this way. Just like Edward Snowden is highlighting. They're already spying on Americans for the interest of Israel, using the thing they just jammed through despite public outcry. That's got to be terrifying. And Van Cohen makes an excellent point in regard to what I was saying before. He said he's seeing many right-wing accounts criticize the student protesters because they're leftists who wear masks and fell for COVID propaganda. And maybe you're right. But he goes, but Palestinians in Palestine overwhelmingly rejected the jab. Remember that? To the point that medical journals published articles coming up with methods to persuade them, the same as the U.S. government did to restrain populations domestically. The vast majority of Israelis, on the other hand, repeatedly took the jab as part of what Pfizer called a sort of laboratory. They called it Pfizer's lab. Zionism is the real woke ideology. That's such an important point. Palestinians are mostly conservative and resist it. So here you've got this weird dynamic where regardless of whether there's left COVID support, vaccine supporting protesters out there, they're protesting for the Palestinians that almost provably on the record are completely on the other side of the spectrum, very much don't trust any of the COVID stuff. I mean, it's hilarious, isn't it? But this is why the two-party paradigm works for people trapped in it. Because you get desperately hooked to some kind of tribal mindset that you have to align with the certain issues. The bottom line is, and he highlights some of these images, unwillingness and reluctance of Palestinians to get the COVID jab or fourth dose of COVID vaccines in Israel, kind of comparing the two different sides. We just need to realize that regardless of the personal issues of the people from another issue, we're talking about the genocide and what's currently going on. I can't say that enough. And I think that's a powerful thing for us to realize that, how about this? How about maybe through this awareness, you may be able to reach them with other conversations? How much you want to bet that somebody out there wearing a mask or who took the jab, maybe you can convince them through this awareness of Israel to go, well, look at what they were doing. But can't you now stand back and question? And maybe they will. I think people right now are questioning things like this more than ever because of not just the COVID illusion, but into what's going on with Israel. People have been shaken free from the control structure. And that's why they're desperately trying to push us all back in. So I wanted to start with a couple of things we already showed and start in regard to the protest conversation, just so we can see this. Now, the first little part I'm starting with here is just to make this embarrassingly obvious. I honestly don't know how anybody, Ben Shapiro or anybody else, anyone that are doing so, how they can stand up there or sit there and make an argument that is, they're all racist, it's anti-Semitic, they're making Jews uncomfortable, while you can prove that at any one of these, anywhere from half or more of these groups are Jewish. And on top of that, you can show provable examples of Holocaust survivors out there standing next to them all saying, I support you. So are we to believe that they're somehow just missing all of the Jew hatred? Somehow that they're not threatened while they're there? I mean, the point is you won't see Ben or Elon Levy or Eli David or any of them calling out those Holocaust survivors. Now, why is that? Because there's no way they could do that and maintain their control of the conversation, even though they're already losing it, because it's stupid. So here's the first example we already played of Gideon Falter, who's one of these central manipulators in all this, who was caught on video as the police told him, we saw you bumping protesters. The police officer saw you doing that. So he was instigating, got caught, and here he is lying about it, as the other person in this conversation says half the people there are Jewish, which, by the way, is a verifiable fact, no matter what they say. I can show them to you. But here is how he responded, just showing you that this is an inherently dishonest conversation.
At the start of these marches, very early on, his organization called for the army to be brought onto the streets. The issue is, the problem with Mr. Falter's presence was not that he is openly Jewish. He's not dealing with the fact that at every single march, there are thousands of Jewish people marching, many of them in an organized...
What rubbish.
They're in an organized block, in a Jewish block. They are warmly welcomed at every demonstration. Some of them have put out public statements disassociating themselves with what Mr. Falter and his organization were doing at the last march. So that's...
Let him come back to you on that.
So first of all, I don't want to continue having a conversation with Ben Gamal. I'm happy to have an interview with you, but I don't want to carry on.
You did want to come on and talk.
Right. No. I'm not criticising UK.
That you wanted to have the conversation.
Yep, that's how that goes, right? I'm not even going to talk to him anymore. Oh, was that what you do when you're on the right side and you have the information and you can make them look wrong? No, that's what you do when you're running from a conversation where you know you're caught. That's just sad. So the real question is, why is he being pushed to go up there knowing he's got such a flimsy stance, knowing he's already caught on video? Something is pushing that. You guys you're smart to figure out what I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to be secret about it. It's Zionism. I'm talking about the obvious reality that and the reason I left it ambiguous because I don't know for sure what is the mechanism being used, but this is where we talked about the overlap of our governments. It's a provable fact that the Epstein network was tied to both CIA and Mossad, and we're talking about the abuse, the manipulation through sexual blackmail. Anybody out there is still balking at that as a reality. That's embarrassing because this is covered by everybody. Nobody should be denying what that really was. The question is how big it was. And I think that we've all are, I shouldn't say all, but we're objective enough to realize that it's much bigger than one group and one person. That's obvious. So I'm not saying that's what's happening here. What I'm saying is we must acknowledge that there are mechanisms through which people are coerced into doing things that are not in their interest. It's obvious. So whatever that is, I wonder why people like this continue to stand up when they know that they're going to look bad. Who knows why? Or why people like Biden continue to lie, even though they're losing every metric of support anywhere they look. Why would that happen? It doesn't make sense to me. So going forward, I want to highlight the fact that there's innumerable examples of Jewish students and Jewish people standing in solidarity with Christians and Jews and Muslims and anybody standing in support of solidarity for Palestinian self-determination. Rania points out today in London, and this was on the 27th, Jews proving to us that that opposing Israel is not anti-Semitic. The Orthodox Jews standing out there. And what's embarrassing too is you get the comments down below. It goes, those are fake and they're dressed up like you. It's just, there's provable. I don't need to bring up Torah Judaism for you. They're very prominent. I've shown them many times. They're in London, the United States. They're in Israel. They get beat up by IDF all the time. But you still get people down below that just go, fake. That's a lie. It's not real because that's bots or whoever else or people uninformed. But that's what's happening. Willful just dismissing it without any due diligence because your side. And you're going to find this anywhere you look at this, guys. Anywhere. Every single one of these, in every college I've looked at, has Jewish groups and individual Jewish people supporting what they're doing. Just in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump the point. Just obviously, you can see that there are a lot supporting them. Next one in general. Here is, I actually did grab some. I forgot. So here's Torah Judaism. It's just one of the many groups that's on the 28th. And it can insult you. It can be offensive to you that they're burning an Israeli flag. That's not irrelevant. That's irrelevant for me. I mean, quite frankly, it's free speech, despite the arguments. I think even Ben Shapiro talks about burning a U.S. flag is unacceptable. I argue it's like anything else. People have a right to express themselves however they want. You can argue it's a crime if you want to make it a crime, but quite frankly, that's crazy to argue that somebody doing something of their own is a crime, even if it bothers you. The point is, these are Orthodox Jews saying Israel is not a Jewish state. Zionism is not Judaism. Jews stand with the Palestinian people. Jews united against Zionism. Palestinian would win. And the point is, their argument, and it's historically accurate, is the Star of David and the flag of Israel is not the flag of Judaism. That's the whole point. This is the crux, the manipulation. Here is one of the many Holocaust survivors, and I won't play it again. You can watch it. It's 2 minutes long. 88-year-old Holocaust survivor saying, I take courage and inspiration from you to keep going, speaking to the Gaza Solidarity Encampment, and I forget which college this is at. In any case, this is everyone you look at. Here's the one that I just played recently, in fact, and I'll just play the opening.
As a Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail. I'm out from the beginning at every march, a small.
So you can see it's very prominent, guys, and they're speaking up everywhere. Now, honest journalists are actually making the point. They're highlighting this. Even if they disagree with it, they're at least being honest about the fact that this is not just all racist, raging Nazi anti-Semites that support Hamas. That's why it gets so ridiculous when you look at the people like the main representatives of Israel who are going terror tunnels and the pro-rape, pro-Hamas maniacs. That's not the reality. Now, I guarantee some of these people support Hamas. I don't know. My point is I'm not stupid enough, ignorant enough to just broad stroke an entire group of people because of one thing or because of one action or because of a group of people. Because that's always ignorance, guys, even if some of them are doing it. And I will happily call out somebody. And I have a couple examples I'll make of somebody that is saying things that you might think are offensive. Doesn't mean that everybody there is offensive or everybody thinks the same things. That's just the way. Again, it shows you the childish nature of the people standing up and acting like they're the responsible adults of the world, when really they're the most irresponsible, the most childish, the most petty and small. Here's Jewish Voices for Peace, Jewish Voice for Peace. They say, as the largest anti-Zionist Jewish organization in the world, which is gigantic, we unequivocally reject the conflation of anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism and reaffirm in the strongest terms that there is no place for anti-Semitism in our movements. And yet they get called anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro called them all trash. I'll show you the tweet in a minute. That's my point. If you suddenly become a bad person when you don't align with the Zionist interests, that means it's not about Judaism, guys. It's about Zionism, which is very easy to see today. Here's Tiberius. There are more Jews in the pro-Palestine march than there are people in the Zionist counter-protest. This is why I love his account. He really does make these really excellent points. Think about that. You could prove this. I mean, I keep highlighting the response where they do those little fake flimsy shots where they kind of quickly scan. You look at it. There's like 15 people there. They're not in every one of them, but most of these. And you got them wave their flags, and they're usually the ones that are screaming profanities and saying some things I'll show you in a second. Like, I hope they rape you, which is what one of them said to the Palestinians or the pro-Palestinian group. Either way, how exactly are you pretending this is hatred for Jews when you can prove there's more Jews in support of the Palestinian side of this in any of these contexts than there are Zionists promoting the other side, who are then labeling all of them anti-Semitic? It makes my point for me. So it shows you it's about Zionism and not Judaism. He says, yet Zionists want you to believe over 90% of the Jews are Zionists. It's not true, guys. That's actually a great point on top of that, right? That it shows you that not only is it not anti-Semitic, it shows you that this lie that all Jews are Zionist is not true. And how long have I been saying that? Someone is telling lies again. Exactly. Here is Newsweek. This is posted yesterday. Jewish group applauds pro-Palestinian campus protests. Now, again, it doesn't have to mean that it verifiably is right. It's not. We're not litigating whether it's right or wrong. That's left for you to decide. We're simply trying to point out that this is not what they're saying it is, like every other claim they seem to make. It's usually somewhere in the middle, if not completely fabricated. Again, that's self-evident. Go back to the beginning to now. It's how many times they've been caught lying. It's insulting. So just simply showing you more and more groups are speaking up and finding courage to highlight that they don't believe in what they're saying, or at the very least that they have enough integrity to highlight that they're lying about the other side, even if they agree with everything Zionist. Here's Elon Levy showing you exactly what I'm talking about. So here, Solomon Ahmad highlights a video. Let's just play this first, because it's just simply Palestinian supporters who are all over the spectrum telling you anti-Semitism is a word they use to silence us. That's not to suggest there is no anti-Semitism, that there's no racist, or that there's even that there's nobody in their group that might feel those feelings. It's simply highlighting the fact, as you know, that they use this term to shut down genuine criticism of the Israeli government.
Terrorist. Anti-Semitic.
Words used to silence us.
Words used to deter us from advocating for justice. Does calling for an end to murder make me a terrorist?
Does calling for freedom for all, from the river to the sea, make me anti-Semitic?
No, it does not.
76 years.
I mean, you could say behind it, they could be, but those statements do not make one an anti-Semite.
Of occupation and violence. 76 years of oppression and apartheid. 76 years of genocide and war crimes.
76 years, too many.
After World War II, the world said never again, but did not mean it.
Do we mean it now?
We and millions around the world demand an end to the ongoing settler colonialism, genocide, and crimes against humanity.
We will not be silenced.
We will use our voices to call for a free Palestine until our last breath. Because none of us are free until we are all free.
Palestine.
Now, I always want to point this out. I don't like the argument of anything like that. No one is, no, everybody is in any context, because that's just not true, right? Like whether, no one's safe until we're all safe. It's the same kind of absolutist mindset. So we have the same as anything. The point is that this is wrong, what's happening. But you'll always see these kind of other agendas sneaking in. Just be aware of that. It doesn't mean you disregard everything like some kind of reflexive blindness. Like that's what the two-party illusion wants from you. Oh no, she's wearing a mask. I'm going to blind myself from all the truth they're telling. It's ridiculous. But nonetheless, I just don't like that, right? I think it's clear that there's more nuance to just a broad, like that everybody, everywhere, or nobody. That's the same kind of thing you get from the government every day.
Must be free from the river to the sea.
So that was the video, right? Here's what he says. They can't bear the fact that Jews aren't their little protected playthings anymore. Despite the fact that some of those people in the video were Jewish. That I guess he doesn't know that. That we rose up and told them, we demand sovereignty, equality too. Right, so are you only speaking to the people that aren't Jews, or are you pretending that none of them are, or are you pretending that if they say these things, they're suddenly not Jewish? Like, think about how, and this is my point, this is desperate. I know he knows there's Jewish people there, but he thinks by saying this on top of the video without you watching it, that you're just going to blindly assume that it must be anti-Semitic. Because, well, he is a person that is representing the idea that Jewish people and Zionism, like, it's just pathetic. As I said, you Zionists have never been more exposed. And I mean Zionists. I'm not wink, wink saying something else. I'm talking about the Zionist organization of Israel, the political organization. You Zionists have never been more exposed. And you can't even address the reality of this movement because it destroys what few flimsy options you have left. By they, do you mean the 50% of them that are Jewish? Or specifically the numerous Holocaust survivors they're in support? You see my point? Like, they'll never respond to this because they're cowards, because there is no response. You're trying to pretend that they're all racist when we can prove that there's a huge portion of Jewish people there. I just think that's shocking. What we need to realize is all of these people, they know they're lying to you. And that is what's becoming uncomfortably clear, even to people who support them. And that's got to be tough. Now, here's an interesting overlap. Aviva Klampas, one of these other just wholesale shameless liars on Twitter for the Zionist agenda, she says, I had to listen twice to make sure I heard this right. Kind of setting the table like you're going to be shocked because it's utterly repulsive. All she highlights, first of all, and gives you a clip that's super low in volume, which is ridiculous. I think they're always trying to make you just blindly assume what they said is the truth. Usually she doesn't even give you material, not a video, just says the things and you're supposed to believe it. She says, Ilhan Omar, which I don't support at all. I don't support any of them, in fact. Neither side of the two-party illusion, casually calls Jewish students pro-genocide or anti-genocide. No, that's not what she actually did. And we'll listen to the whole clip. That was the last part she's highlighting. And yes, she is framing the conversation around whether you're supporting the ongoing genocide or not, which does pretty much seem to be the ongoing point. Just like you in reverse, do the same thing. And she says the other way of saying the unacceptable Jews or the acceptable Jews, that's the only way they can win this argument. And it's not working. I should say it's the only way they think they can win the argument. Nobody's buying this anymore. To try to just make this about that your hatred for Jews, that we're deciding which Jews we're allowed to be around. As I said, you mean like casually calling protesters pro-Hamas or anti-Hamas or pro-terror, anti-terror, which is another way of saying the unacceptable Muslims, Christians, and Jews and the acceptable Muslims, Christians, and Jews. You mean like that, you absurd hypocrite? You see, you turn that exact, it's amazing, the lack of self-reflection or the fact that she knows it and just doesn't care. Now, of course, 90% of the ridiculous screamer Zionists below are like, but they are pro-Hamas, you blind idiot. And I'm like, you're not even hearing the point. First of all, I'm not suggesting people aren't pro-Hamas. What the contrast is the idea that you're broad stroking an entire group as those two things, when the fact is there's more than just those two things, or the fact that you don't even know what they believe. Which is the point, if you're trying to make it, that she would somehow argue that everybody in these two groups are only pro-genocide or anti-genocide. But the reality here is you can easily draw a line between everything that's happening, between people who, let's just get rid of the word genocide, because that's what this really is. You could argue it's people that support what they're doing in Gaza, and those that, quite frankly, that's just about the most honest outline of all of this, and not supporting Ilhan Omar. But to call it pro-Hamas, anti-Hamas is ridiculous. Because there's a whole lot of people that don't support what's going on there, but don't like what Israel's doing. There's a whole lot of people that support Hamas or any group that fights against Israeli occupation, but doesn't support all the Hamas narratives and rhetoric, or that are aware that Israel funded Hamas and still does in a large degree of the group that's in Qatar. And that makes it a whole lot more nuanced. So to just broadly all say pro or anti-Hamas is ignorant. Or pro-terror, anti-terror. The idea is you try to make it all about terror. To try to divide it into the two things and make it about only terrorism over here or not is ignoring the fact that both sides have committed terrorist acts. You see my point? But genocide, or whatever you want to call what's going on over there, is a clear divide. Now, I'm sure people will still push back on that, but you tell me where that's wrong. So let's watch this clip and you tell me why. It's obvious why she's trying to misrepresent this.
This will translate to the Jewish students who are facing anti-Semitism here on campus.
She says, do you think this will translate? And this is about one of the discussions they just had, translate to more anti-Semitism to the people on campus.
We met a lot of Jewish students that are in the encampment.
So first of all, she makes it clear that she met Jewish students in the encampment, a very uncomfortable point that they don't want you to know. So that's the first thing, right? That there are Jewish people in there. So right there, you can't be like, so are they self-hating Jews? That's usually what they go for. But the reality is there's a lot of Jewish people and Jewish organizations that are supporting this, as we showed you, usually more than the Zionist ones protesting against them. First point.
And I think it is really unfortunate that people don't care about the fact that all Jewish kids should be kept safe.
Right. So what she's trying to do there, which is a smart point, is put it back on them. Like, so why don't you care about those Jewish people? Shouldn't they all have a right to safe? Yes, that's obvious.
And that we should not have to tolerate anti-Semitism or bigotry for all Jewish students, whether.
Right. So before she said the last part, that we shouldn't have to allow racism against any of them, because it's obviously being allowed in one direction, like we can see in regard to most people being okay with white people being attacked and making fun racist. There's clearly allowable racism in certain locations. Right? Right now, that's being allowed towards Palestinians and allowed towards Jewish people that support Palestinians. It just shows you that it's about Zionism, nothing else. But that, to go back a second, now this is how she frames it at the end.
Or bigotry for all Jewish students, whether they are pro-genocide or anti-genocide.
So to boil the whole thing down to just that she's pretending that only the Jews that are one way or the other, which she doesn't even claim in there, which you know her opinion, that she supports that this is a genocide, doesn't change the fact that you're just taking a very clear statement and boiling it down to that she says that only acceptable Jews are the ones on her side. The reason that's happening is because that's the only way a verifiable liar like this can take this clear statement and make it into something racist, so people go, oh, and dismiss the facts that are in there. It's just nonstop. Again, back to the reality that that's exactly what you're doing in reverse. Despite the fact that they're not pro or anti-terror, they're pro stopping what's going on, or, you know, it's just so simple to see how they're simply boiling it down to nothing. And here's what somebody responded to me, to my response here, which got a pretty good response, by the way. He says, your analogy fails, since most of the leading protest groups have as their official policy statement that they refuse Palestinian statehood, provably false, or freedom until after their demands for total ethnic cleansing of Israel is violently completed. Like, this is my point, guys. This is 27,000 followers. He's either completely ignorant and doesn't know that, or he's willfully lying to everybody. Because I can immediately prove, and I've done it 15,000 times. It's very clear, whether you're talking about the current Hamas charter or any number of these Palestinian groups, they're asking for either a two-state solution or some kind of ceasefire on every side. And he turns that into ethnic cleansing violently. Well, my God, think about the lack of self-reflection as you're watching open ethnic cleansing violently carried out. And he goes, because colonialism, apparently. Yeah, because you mean the stated objective of settler colonialism that was promoted by the original Zionist group? This guy, again, willful ignorance or stupidity. Not every protester believes that, of course, which at very least he says that, I agree with, but he's also not telling the truth about that. It's not true, which is what somebody calls him out on and simply says, stop. You have no clue what you're talking about. You're blatantly making that up. He is. It's sad. Here is Viva Clampus, though, doing exactly what we just highlighted, right? So here, we'll play this first. Here's what they're saying in this protest, which, by the way, there's plenty of Jewish people there with them. Okay, same old game, right? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's not from the river to the sea, we'll kill every Jew in sight, right? That's not what's happening here. Now, you can always argue somebody wink, wink means something else. But this game they play where this just becomes a racist statement, but only when said from certain people, it's like, I just don't know why anybody with a brain takes that seriously, but maybe that's the whole point. Nobody with a brain is taking it seriously. But here's what they say. An example of exactly what I just said. She goes, the pro-terror mob, for any of them, pro-terror mob, like, it's just insulting that they even pretend like anybody thinks that's serious other than other blind lying Zionists, holds a sign demanding a ceasefire while screaming for the genocide of Jews. The only way that makes sense to anybody is if you blindly assume a statement that doesn't say that means what they wink wink says it does, without you knowing what these people think, what they've said before, or the fact that they'll outwardly tell you they don't think that otherwise. But just trust Aviva Clampus, because she knows what they secretly think at night. She goes, this is how it goes. Jews are told to stop fighting and the terrorists are told to keep going. It's just blindly stupid. And I said pro-terror while calling for an end to all hostilities? Like, do you not realize how stupid that sounds? How ridiculous you sound? Or do you just not care? And by the way, here's the Likud charter saying the exact same thing. Everything you put out is bursting at the seams with hypocrisy. Right? This is the Likud charter, where it says literally, between the sea and the Jordan, there will be only Israeli sovereignty. So to say Palestine will be free is even a different statement, right? You can still argue that somehow means that there's no Israel, but that's clearly what they're not asking for. They're openly calling for a two-state solution, or at the very least, an independent Palestinian state away from Israel, which means Israel's still there. So they're just desperate to push lies that aren't even what's happening. But it still says to be free, so it doesn't have to mean the lack of Israel. But when you say between these areas there will only be Israel, there's no way to misread that. And then when you hear them openly say it, they're proudly telling you that's what they want, as they openly carrying it out right in front of you. But let's pretend that Eviva Klampus somehow knows the truth and ignore your lying eyes, guys. Ignore the children being murdered. Ignore the open genocide. Ignore their dancing conferences for the settlements they're going to take. Ignore their statements of open genocidal intent. Ignore the fact that they're creating and already building settlements which will take their land from them. Ignore the fact that they're openly telling you they're pushing them in other areas. Ignore the fact that they're shooting them on video when they don't have. I mean, you could go for the next 25 minutes. But she knows, right? She knows better because we're all terrorists and we're racist and we don't know it. The point is, I don't even think she thinks that, guys. That's how silly this all is. And here again is Elon Levy showing you a pro-Palestine protest, apparently some video where they pass the pro-Israel demonstration, which again, it's not hard to see how much smaller one is than the other. And you zoom back, that's all, right? That's the Zionist protest. Here, this marching long string, and that's the pro-Palestinian protest, which is including lots of Jewish people, which outnumbers just the Jewish people, the Zionists standing over there. Here's what he says. So proud of the Jews and allies resisting the pro-Hamas, pro-rape, pro-jihad mob. You just can't put it down for a second, right? Like you just can't. It's cartoonish. So every one of them there is like, I like rape, I like jihad, that's so stupid. Most of them don't think that because you can listen to them speak about it. Of course, they could be lying, but you think Elon knows their secret intentions? It's just embarrassing. Now, on top of that, a lot of them don't support Hamas. They simply support the active resistance that any of those groups would carry out. And if you ask them, they'll tell you that, but they don't give any room for that nuance in the conversation because it destroys their narrative. But so what he's saying is, I'm proud of the Jews who are resisting this. So what you're also saying is you're not proud of the ones that aren't. So all they're doing is highlighting for you that any Jew that goes against the Zionist perception, the narrative, the agenda, you're no longer a Jew in their eyes. You're not on our team anymore. But aren't you the one telling us you're the state for all the Jews? Except this one, that one, and those, and the group over there. But everybody, though. It's just gross, guys. It's gross. And everybody's beginning to see it, thank God. He says, and this is one of those exact points. April 27th, he said this. Elon Levy, speaking of, quote, in quotes, Arab Jews, is as culturally illiterate as Arab Kurds. Again, conflating the religion concept with the nationality concept because that's how they create this illusion. The point is he's literally pretending right there. I mean, he's stating Arab Jews aren't even a thing. So this is my point, because there very clearly are Arab Jews, Ethiopian Jews. There's Jews all over the world that aren't specifically from Israel or born in this country or from the general area that we discussed. The point is that there are Jews all over the world. But he's telling you that doesn't count. So what does count, Elon? Elaborate for us, which I know you won't, because the reality is there is an inherent racism here that has to do with what they decide is allowable. And that's usually some kind of a Zionist overlap that overlaps a lot of certain countries that has nothing to do with whether they're Jewish or not, quite frankly. And here's just a quick part about the fact that if you really care about it, it's obviously openly proven that this is a racist ideology.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are four major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means
it's exactly the point we made the entire time. They're doing the exact thing in reverse. Why is that not racist? So you're not allowed to be here. You're not allowed to have self-determination. That's what it means, exclusive. So if the Palestinians came out and said the Palestinians have an exclusive right to self-determination in this area, they would call them genocide. You want to kill all the Jews. Well, it's the same. You can't play it one way. But that's all that happens. And all the blind supporters are the politicians that are either paid, influenced, or don't care. Here's what the response was. Or he continues his point. He goes, the Middle East was full of a whole mosaic of diverse cultures before Arab and Muslim conquest. Well, the reality is they were living in peace and harmony in these areas to, any degree historically any area would be before the Zionist occupation, which is also what Avi Shalom would tell you, that this is since the territorial dimensions to Zionism were created with the state of Israel, then forward became all of the problems. And this is very clear to see. Doesn't mean that they're all that every aspect of Palestinians are innocent of any kind of crime. There were clearly acts that were done, but you can clearly see where this started and clearly understand that we're talking about an occupied territory acting with resistance, which even at that time, those laws didn't even exist yet. That this was created because of this very situation. Realizing the Fort Geneva Convention and all this stuff, it's about creating the reality of armed resistance being a legal concept because you're being taken advantage of. But he says they didn't become Arab just by being colonized. He says, this person responds saying, there were actual Arab tribes that converted to Judaism, thus making them Arab Jews. You can't convert and become Jewish. I said you can convert and become Jewish. You can't convert and become Arab or Kurdish. It's not hard concept to grasp. But see, the whole identity of the Zionist illusion is based on the idea that this is some kind of a nationality. That's the lie. And to the same response, this person says, Arab Israelis. Based on your statement above, they're Israelis because they've been colonized. He goes, I think you just provided evidence that Israel is a colonizer, which we know anyway. He goes, no wonder you were just fired. The point is the guy's an idiot and he just doesn't even, his own explanations tend to trap him in future lies. That's why he's bad at this job. But here's Ben Shapiro doing what we're all talking about. Another great video from Decentered News. Ben Shapiro says there are, quote, tens of thousands of students all across the country engaged in pro-Hamas rallies. The same unjournalistic, in fact, counter to journalistic perspective, the idea that you're going to broad stroke an entire group as one thing, despite most of them saying they're not that thing. So Ben knows better. He knows their secret intentions, or he's blindly assuming for the interest of his story, not journalism, guys. He says an environment of anti-Semitism has clearly been created on campus. So again, what about all of the Holocaust survivors? What about all the Jewish groups that are there? Are they a part of that, or are you ignoring them? I mean, this is making him look really stupid. I actually posted that video of one of the Holocaust survivors saying he supports the group, showing him standing alongside all of them, and just said, you're a joke, man. You're a joke. I mean, it's embarrassing the way that you're just disregarding this as somebody who claims to be fighting for these people. And Decentered News did the same thing. They juxtaposed his claims alongside the protesters, many of which are Jewish.
Authorities are arresting some people across the country.
Many of whom are Jewish.
Country, but certainly not enough. Flag burning, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, anti-Western radicals.
Think about that statement. Anti-Western radicals? I mean, certainly you're going to find that overlap, but what he's trying to do is utilize the two-party illusion wedge around these woke, pro-COVID, that kind of mindset. Because most of his audience is aggressively conservative. It's just ridiculous to broad stroke any big group like this, especially when I can prove to you. If I were there, I would be supporting the stopping of the genocide. Am I a woke leftist radical? It's just so stupid.
Taking over these campuses.
For those in the podcast, this is the video we already played, where it's a whole bunch of Jewish students celebrating a Jewish holiday, alongside all the Muslims and Christians that were there supporting Palestine. This is what he wants you to think is a woke, radical, anti-Semitic agenda.
Some matzah, come have some matzo ball soup. We're having a great time. We got plenty to go for everyone. And we'll be out here having a really lovely holiday.
As Passover week begins, a group of Jewish and non-Jewish protesters have gathered at the university to celebrate.
There is nowhere else I should be for Passover besides here on campus.
Than anti-Semitism.
I should be for Passover besides here on campus.
If you are shouting about the Yehud, that's a pretty good indicator that anti-Semitism is being engaged in.
Wow.
Passover is the story of our escape from slavery in the land of Egypt. And I think we need to recognize that on Passover, it's important to stand up for oppressed people everywhere, whether they're Jewish or not. I had seen so many statements online about how Jews weren't safe, about how Colombia had turned into a hotbed of anti-Semitism. Each of those statements further galvanized me to use my voice and my privilege as a Jewish person to come here and have a Seder with all of these lovely people.
Again, an environment of anti-Semitism has clearly been created on campuses like Columbia University.
There were also many non-Jewish students who joined the Seder, and we're a little bit hesitant about whether they should eat matzah or not. We told them it was okay, you can try some matzah. It was really a beautiful thing to see in the middle of the pro-Palestinian encampment.
You're talking about tens of thousands of students all across the country who are engaged in pro-Hamas rallies, waving Hezbollah and Hamas flags.
I'm part of a really proud legacy of progressive Jewish activists who have participated in things like the civil rights movement or the anti-apartheid movement in the 80s, where it's so important to us to transcend the barriers of race, class, ethnicity, religion. And that's what's happening here today. And there's a lot of joy here, I think, really for the first time on campus in months.
And the important part here, guys, is that the whole point of the flags, as much as they love to try to make, and look, Ben is not stupid. I know he's aware of the actual information surrounding what these groups are. You can disagree with their tactics all day long, but to pretend that they're just terrorism is like pretending, which you could make a fair argument about, that the entire U.S. military is all a terrorist organization, because just look at what they've done. Look at all the murder. Look at all the bombings. Look at all the rape and killing and theft. Like, that's what you could do that. But I are still, even though I would agree with how terrible the actions of the U.S. government have been, I still wouldn't argue broad stroking the entire military of a centralized, powerful government as terrorism is a journalistically smart thing to do. It's ignorance. But that's why they would call all of Iran terrorism. They call these groups that are popular movements or of the peoples that are being oppressed by the governments he supports, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like the Ansarallah or Houthis or any of these groups. And yes, it doesn't mean that everything they do we support, or even that everyone part of it is on their side. As we can clearly see, Israel has been funding Hamas. So you know there's an overlap, but of course he ignores that like a good journalist would, right? But just simply to call them all terrorists is ignorant. And these people are there supporting them in some cases with the flags of Hezbollah or whoever else, because they're arguing, and they may be wrong even, that these are resistance groups, but they are resistance groups. They're literally resisting against occupied entities, whether it's Israel, the United States. And so that makes whatever they're doing in regard to a military target a legal, or in the sense of not chemical weapons, but a legal military resistance against them makes it legal armed resistance. And again, he knows this, but yet it doesn't matter. If they have a Hezbollah flag, they're terrorist supporters. It's that kind of reduction that he used to call out about the left. Not today.
Screaming teenagers from intimidating Jewish students on campus and waving Hamas flags.
If you were to believe American politicians and American mainstream media, you would think that this campus is a really dangerous environment now, rife with anti-Semitic violence. And here we are in the heart of the Gaza Solidarity encampment. And right behind me is a teach-in going on about anti-Semitism, about the history of anti-Semitism, the nature of anti-Semitism.
Think about how stupid that is. Not that it's happening, but that Ben is calling this anti-Semitic and there's unsafe for Jewish people, and they're literally teaching classes about it. I mean, it's just so ridiculous, man. Just like, how are we taking these people seriously?
How we confront it as part of protests and social justice movements. So I keep telling people, as a Jewish person and as a person of conscience, I wouldn't be associating with this protest movement if I thought that anyone here harbored or espoused prejudice of any kind.
People who burn American flags and fly Hamas flags and shout from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free, and shout about the killing of Jews.
It's not a new allegation.
No one is shouting about the killing of Jews. I've not seen a single example of that outside of some fringe, peripheral, or individuals that have later been proven, which we'll show you next, to be liars working for some kind of pro-Israel agenda. And I mean, literally proven, even corporate media covering this. But to him, he conflates from the river to the sea, they'll be free, with murdering Jews. Because that's smart? No, it's ignorance. On top of that, he also blindly ignores when Israel does the other statement, which is that there'll be only Israel there, which is much more explicit, but that's okay because I'm pro-Israel. All right, that's his mindset. It's not objective, guys. Mr. I only care about the facts is clearly not care about the facts.
Say that criticism of the state of Israel, or really any speech about Israel-Palestine that Israeli nationalists don't like, is somehow anti-Semitic. People like to say that our campus has some kind of anti-Semitism problem, and I've really seen no evidence of that. I think what we have is a situation where Some people have a free speech problem with Columbia University, with universities in general. Some people have a criticism of Israel problem with the youth movement in this country. Those people have found each other, and now they're making their problems everyone else's problems.
All of the administrators and the government have decided to basically allow these puerile children who are pro-terrorist to continue.
Pro-terrorist. I mean, do I even need to go further? I mean, like, I'm genuinely embarrassed for him. That's just sad. Now, here are some examples of the things that he'll never tell you about. This one is working mass, but I'm not familiar with the platform, but this has been reported many ways, and I'll show this to you. I simply say, how many times can this be shown? This is an example of somebody pretending to say, kill all the Jews, and it turns out it was somebody who was there, not part of their group, that was trying to use that. And I'll even prove to you where this group is coming from. How many times can this be shown before it's called what it is? How can you claim it's about Jew hatred when they're marching next to major Jewish organizations and Holocaust survivors? How can they be that stupid or that dishonest? Are you also going to call Holocaust survivors trash and useful idiots for Hamas, Ben Shapiro? Probably not, because he's a coward. Like, realistically, if you're going to call them trash for protesting or useful idiots for Hamas, but then not say that about the ones that make you uncomfortable, that's ridiculous. This is the one I was talking about. October 19, 2023. This is Jewish Voice for Peace. This person does the same thing and says, these are not my people. Why? Because they have a different opinion than you? Then that makes you disgusting. So you just disregard people? Because, like, that shows you it's about Zionism. And as he says, useful idiots for Hamas. Why? Because they're calling for ceasefire. As I said, Ben Shapiro attacks and denigrates the Jews protesting below who dare to simply call for a ceasefire. And even if you think they're wrong, to frame it that way shows you hatred, unjustified hatred, because they have a different opinion than you. Since they apparently care about the over 1,000 at the time children who have been killed. 15,000 now, quite a bit different, isn't it? Now here, Megatron highlighting the same clip. I think, let's see. Oh, that's right. No, so basically, it's just all the clip is people chanting, and it says pro-Israel protesters caught on camera shouting, "Kill the Jews," in order to once again blame the students, professors protesting the Israel massacre in Gaza. But this time, they were caught on camera. Yesterday, the Mossad infiltrated an anti-genocide protest with the woman shouting, "We hate white people." I mean, it keeps happening. And here's an article breaking this down. Video footage reveals "Kill the Jews" remark used to explain police intervention. Because that's what happened. Somebody went out and said they just yelled this out, then they came in and shut it down. Because why? They proved that? No, because they don't need really much to do that. These people were already being driven by people that don't want this to be happening. So that's all they needed, an excuse. And what they do, they went in and shut it down. And you can watch this for yourself. It's easy to see. And the protesters called them out. They immediately start going, hey, that's not, it's clear. That's one of the things they keep highlighting here, is that these groups immediately turn on the person who is doing the thing, like whether they're screaming something violent or whether they're doing anything out of line with what they ultimately say are their decorum, which is ultimately in line so they don't get manipulated, which is smart. This is a very many of the people have highlighted that it's very well organized. And you could even argue that means influenced by some political entity. I almost guarantee that, right? That's all the case. Take that into account. It still doesn't change the truth of what's ultimately going on. The point is that they clearly are being infiltrated, and we've proven this already. Let me show you some of these examples. First of all, before we get to the infiltration, well, I was going to show you one of them real quick. We'll come back to it. Where is it? Here, we got a lot to talk about, guys. Where was that? We're going to get to it in a second. Shoot. All this we're going to talk about. Shoot, I don't know why I did this. I just want to show it to you real quick. We'll get to it in a second. There's one of these we're going to discuss. The group that is behind, and I mean publicly, it's on there. They're posted. They're calling for people to infiltrate these protests. And by the way, we've already caught them numerous times. Here, Max Blumenthal highlights, highlighting back with this lady that we all remember during the COVID-19 mania, saying, remember Amy Cooper? The white pigeon lady who called the cops on a black man for bird watching in Central Park, who ultimately lost her job. Her dog was temporarily seized, had to complete a racial, all this stuff that happened because she suddenly felt unsafe and she was trying to become one of those people online. Well, today, He's highlighting this. This is Zionist Karen. And you guys have probably seen this, calling the cops on a peaceful anti-genocide protest while she's faking a hate crime. I mean, and this has already been called out. I think she's already gotten repercussions for this. The point is, you can see as they're filming what she's doing. This is not unique, guys. This keeps happening. Here, watch the video and you tell me what you think.
Yes, they're right in front of me right now. They're doing science. This person is not I need fund genocide. I need help. I know that, but they're surrounding me. They won't let me move.
No, you are free to move. You are free to move. She is free to move.
You are free to move.
She's free to move. She's free to leave. She is free to leave. No one is surrounding her.
I mean, what does she think's going to happen? How do you think this isn't going to be shown?
She is free to leave.
So in case you can't hear it for the podcast, she's simply just going, I'm surrounded, I'm in danger. I mean, she could just walk away. There's people she's walked into the middle of their public area, which that's one of the things keeps happening. They act like they're blocking from a public area. Well, do you need to go in that area? You can make a point about it if you want, but then you have to acknowledge that you're the one becoming the confrontation. Now, yes, I'll agree. You have a right to the public space. But if this was in reverse, you would know exactly what would happen. The same exact thing. But either way, the point is that they then make this confrontation. And they make this issue about the fact that they're the ones being hostile when you went in there just to make a point. Now, even if you're on the right side of the idea that you have a right to the public space, you're still the one trying to cause the confrontation to make a point. And yet you turn around and cry foul and say, they punched me, they hit me, which we're going to show you. Well, a lady literally pretends she was, quote, stabbed in the eye. And I'll show you what that actually looks like. It's going to make you laugh.
They're surrounding me.
She's free to leave. No one is surrounding her.
No one is surrounding her.
No one is surrounding her.
I just think I need help. So you think when people do this, do you think it makes Jews more safe? Right? When you do this and you lie about this, do you think that makes anybody more safe? Or are you creating the boy cries wolf kind of scenario, right? Where you're out there going, I feel unsafe, and nobody, it's embarrassing. But I mean, this might as well be a microcosm. This is this is exactly what we're seeing in every other Zionist lie that I'm seeing. Just flimsy, half-hearted expectation of blind belief without any evidence.
She's free to leave.
I'm a Jewish American. I need help.
I'm a Jewish American. I need help. She just said.
Please come and help me.
Please come and help me.
I'm wearing a white Adidas shirt. I have a dog with me. A dog.
I mean, do you think that person did that on their own? It's certainly possible. Quite frankly, I think this is my point before about why somebody would do this knowing that they're going to get made fun of. It's because I think something is driving that, whether they're being paid to do so. And that gets to the larger point. That is happening. I can't speak to a knowing whether it's happening here, but it's a provable fact that these groups are paying these people to go in. We just played one for you. In fact, I was going to grab that just because I think it's important that you see the recent clip that we just put up, which is the one we did before, which is the protester being recorded without them knowing, saying that, yeah, we're being paid to do this. And we're being paid to go in and instigate. $50,000, he said. I mean, it's a provable reality. They're in the bus. It's very clear. It's all the evidence has been clear. Here, no, I can't find it off the top right here. I'm trying to scroll real quickly. There it is. I got it. I'll just include it for you. I'm not going to play it, but so you guys can see it for yourselves. Another great clip put out by Jason. This was a few days ago, and what they call it was astrosurfing. That's the term they use in the video, and it's clear. Right here. You can't hear it, but the point is he's literally going, they accuse me of being a part of this conspiracy. And he goes, I am. They pay me $50,000. And he's kind of joking, but his point is these pro-Israel groups are paying them to go in there. And the way he explains it, he goes, yeah, it's astroturfing, which means we go in there, we pretend to be something. And part of that is pretending to be part of the Palestinian group and saying racist things. We've caught them countless times. Not to say that there's not racist people. I've never made that claim. That's the kind of broad stroke assumption you get. When I say this, you assume the opposite. So you're telling me there's none? It's like, did I ever say that? Like the assumption is just so constant in this conversation. Here is one that we've shown before. And I'm not going to play this one again. We already played that, but this is a Jewish student speaking about how she's part of this. Here is the story that we're talking about. Matt Orfala played this out. Here she is speaking in front of Congress, saying how she was stabbed in the eye. All these dangerous protesters and how no one's protecting her. That's what she's doing. You want to see what it looks like? This is when somebody stabbed her in the eye. This is not a joke.
Justice closed. Divest. Okay, so now there's a full wall. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this closed. Divest.
Now, be clear, they're standing there. They're not encroaching. She's the one that came up to this to try to make this whole thing happen.
We will not stop. We will not rest
And
this
they're standing
closed. Divest.
See, I can't move forward.
All right, so okay, so you can't move, then go somewhere else. Why is it, the whole point is they're trying to make a case about why I can't move. Well, yeah, you can go away from them. You're just trying to push in to make something happen.
We will not rest this closed. Divest. We will not stop.
And they've been walking by the whole time. These people are walking by.
We will not rest this closed. Divest. We will not
They
stop.
cover the camera.
This closed. Divest. This closed. Divest. We will not rest this closed. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest this closed. Divest. Ow! You stabbed.
I'm sure you can imagine what happened. Oh, he stabbed me in the eye. Is that what happened? I mean, I can literally see the flagpole. Like, let's just even say that the thing poked her eye. The idea is instead of going, you poked me, you say you stabbed me in the eye. And then she goes forward testifying to you stabbed me in the eye with no clarification, no more information. What do you mean? So you clearly, in that next video, pretty clearly don't have a problem with your eye. So it's a pretty stupid thing to say you don't even have a blemish. But it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I mean, this is outrageously stupid. And again, that's not to suggest that, I guarantee somebody is capable of causing a violent act out there. I'm not trying to diminish if you have something that's a verifiable. I haven't seen it, though. I've literally have not seen anything other than stuff we'll show you next, which is having to reframe it as this is what they might mean, or these things, when you say river to the sea, you mean this. Here is Visregard 24, which is not a news outlet. This is a straight up Israeli Zionist cutout that's already been caught lying numerous times. In fact, deleted numerous tweets. We've covered it many times. You might have seen this clip. Remember this one? They said young Native Americans arrive, which doesn't even seem to actually be the case. Apparently, just what they're claiming at the area, saying at a UCLA liberated zone with a sign saying Hamas supporters aren't welcome on native lands. Right now, it says the Hamas supporters physically attacked them. Which, by the way, these are not Hamas supporters. These are people protesting for ceasefire, pro-Palestine, and also have Jews with them. The point is that they came up and they claiming, let's just even say they are Native Americans, and that's what they said. Okay, well, guess what? When somebody decides to actually break this down, and what's funny is Ryan Moll says the girl holding the sign isn't even Native American. This is the point. This is all an illusion. But nonetheless, this person made a great point here. I think it's, just this one here. It says, funny thing, I watched this video on 0.25, and you won't be surprised by what I got to see. Turns out, you notice the guy with the white beard, blue sweater, black glasses? Well, he actually pulled down one of the pro-Palestinian protesters wearing a yellow vest, which actually started the whole thing. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm shocked, right? Watch. That guy right there, before anything started. And by the way, realize that this guy in front, waving his arms, like these people are protesting. And they came up and they're like, it's like somebody going, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Like it's childish, but you're still instigating. You're trying, and that's what protesting they do, which I think anyone is childish, no matter who does it. But we saw this during the Black Lives Matter, whatever. They challenge each other and they try to go cause each other to freak out. Either way, that's going on. And then you see this guy literally just lean in right there and grab that woman and pull her down right there. Okay, so no matter what else you want to say, that guy started the whole thing. And all they have to say is they attacked him because they had a sign. It's that simple. My point is, do you think this Visregard account even cares? It doesn't matter. You have a confrontation that you can't really see clearly, and you just go, here's the thing I want you to think about it. That's Zionist propaganda for you. He also goes on to say, and going further, she holds the guy in gray and white hoodie and pulls him back in regard to this other woman. Oh, and then she also says, before him pulling the yellow vest, nobody was falling on anybody. And says that this, number 3, this woman holds a guy in the white gray hoodie and pulls him back. Watch her hands closely, and then conveniently shifts her weight to fall right into the other group. Now, it's a little more subjective, but I kind of agree. You can see that they almost kind of create, like right there, just chooses to lean back and fall into him. Either way, then this point on, it goes and continues. The girl in the black blazer tried to get her shoe, but intentionally got stomped upon due to the whole lot pushing. Funny enough, she didn't forget to look at the camera right there while she was shouting in pain. Watch. It's like, look, oh, you hurt me. You know, maybe not. Either way, the point is, this is undeniable. So they go and they started it, which they very clearly did not. Doesn't matter, though. We're already 40,000 shares down the road. It won't matter. Even if they delete the tweet, it still goes forward. They know that, and that's why they do it. Because Zionists lie. Now, here's Alonzo Germendi pointing out people trying very hard to be unsafe at student encampments throughout the United States, but failing miserably. Okay, this is a guy from King College of London, you know, just a lecturer, as he says there. He writes a thread simply highlighting the fact, and most of these are what we already showed you. People trying very hard to be unsafe and failing. It's just pointing out, guys, that people of every left and right, prominent people, researchers, academic, everybody sees this except blind Zionist supporters and the politicians that, for whatever reason, in their pocket. And he highlights all of these. Here's the one that you might not have seen today, which we already showed you. It says, my wife is a brave Jew. We stood alone at Yale and we were so scared. Nothing happened. You're only pretending to be scared either because it's part of the agenda or because you're stupid enough to blindly trust the narrative that you should be scared, even though there's nothing happening. And she stood there and just stood in the middle of the group. Oh, you're so brave. Even though, by the way, sitting around them in that group is other Jews, but they don't want you to know that. Here's the Karen that said that she was unsafe and she lied about that. Here's the ones right here where they were pretending it was the organizers who said it, but you can clearly see, and the rest of the group turns on them when the one person who is an Israeli manipulator, or rather just a pro-Israeli manipulator, screams, kill all the Jews. So my point in all of this is you wouldn't have to fake all of this if this was that clear, but you don't need me to say that because you already heard from Jewish people at these groups going, there's nothing happening here. This one. Oh, and this is just a guy there in the middle of the night where that's in the encampment, screaming and yelling and making with a blowhorn and going, wake up, you're up. You may enjoy being petty like that, but I don't. I think at the end of the day, that's just more trying to cause a problem. Here's one of these people that's like wildly pro-Israel. You can look at her whole account and see it, but she shows up and realize again, well, I think I might say it later in the show here, that they have a mandate or like a I don't know what you would call it. Like they've agreed amongst the protesters that they won't speak to pretty much journalists that are coming up trying to talk to them. They know what he's Zionist, that they have a media person they direct them to. I mean, it makes sense. Why engage with people trying to misrepresent you, right? The point is, she goes up there and she goes, after seeing on the news, I wanted to go see for myself. And she went in there and nobody would talk to me and they didn't let me through. And she kind of like basically starts to half cry at the end because I just wanted to love you all. But yeah, here's your feed where you're calling them all Hamas pro-terrorists, right? It's just so stupid. You're trying to make it look like they're unaccepting when that's the best you can do, that they just wouldn't let you through. I thought they were supposed to be screaming Jew hatred at you. The point is, and then he goes forward and says the same story here at Yale where she pretends to be stabbed in the eye. They were being lied to, guys. We're provably being lied to. Oh, and here's the one I couldn't find a second ago. Chief Trumpster highlights this. Zionists among us. How Zionist operatives sabotage the Palestine encampments. Zionist operatives are sneaking into Palestine encampments and sabotaging with direction from Israeli Mossad assets. Now, that's his claim there. I can't personally prove that it's coming directly from their assets from the government, but I think it's very provably clear, which I'll show you in a second, that these pro-Israel groups are manufacturing this lie. And he says, here's how Zionists are creating headlines and shutting down the encampments. Now, first he goes, well, let me go back one step. Oh, that is the same one. I thought there was another one. He goes, meet this group. It's called the Shirion Collective. That's a public group, 31,000 followers. He says they're a Zionist surveillance group that works with ex-Mossad, but it's all in their thing. I'll show you their account next, to infiltrate docks and spy on Palestinian encampments. Now, of course, from the side of Zionists, they go, well, what's wrong with that? We're just innocent freedom fighters trying to highlight the Zionists, or rather, excuse me, Freudian slip, highlight the terrorists. okay, just because you see that doesn't mean, the point is it's such a one-sided game here, right? Like saying from the river to the sea is only bad when they say it. It's just hypocrisy. To do this is wrong. You're infiltrating and manipulating and acting like it's all okay because we're on the good guy side. Well, welcome to the U.S. government manipulation. That's what they do everywhere. We're fighting for freedom as we steal, rob, and murder, right? It's ridiculous. But Chiron recruits all are spies targeting Americans exercising their First Amendment right. So whether you are left or right or aware of the illusion, this should drive you crazy. If you care about the Constitution, if you care about your rights, realize that you have a foreign-driven entity that's trying to manipulate your rights. And it says plants will cause outrage, sabotage the cause. And it says they use assets, and it does say, you know, you can see down there by what they're writing. And I'll show you this next, that they use manipulation. It isn't grassroots. Their methods vary. And these are articles. It says they mostly use human sources and bounties to identify and dox supporters of Gaza, as if they're all pro-Hamas terrorists supporting rape just because they're pro-Gaza. It's not the same thing. It says they also utilize deep fakes, AI, to harass individuals. You can read about it yourself. As an example of how Zionist plants or operatives can disrupt the encampments and create misleading viral headlines happening this week at Northeastern, 2 pro-Israel operatives shouted a call to action, which the university used as an excuse to shut down the encampment. Pro-Israel agitator shouts, "Kill the Jews." This has been covered by even semi-corporate platforms as recently because it's now been shown via video that it wasn't them. Didn't matter. It's allowed them to shut it down. And just leave it there for interest of time. Here is the actual account. This is from February 13th. Breaking Operation Global Insight. Operation? No more words. It says, join the Sheeran Collective's first undercover operation. I mean, they're not even hiding it, guys. Become an agent embedded behind enemy lines at this weekend's protests. You'd think they would hide this. Making our first global, this is what he was highlighting down here, first global operation, a global operation that combines the efforts of volunteers and our more seasoned internal team. What do you think that is? And it's what it says. Here's what we're looking for. Individuals who can maintain cool, calm, and collected demeanors under triggering Jew hate and pressure, which they're not finding. Volunteers willing to wear, this is my point, this is what they ultimately end up creating to justify their presence. Volunteers willing to wear kippahs, I think that's how you say it, right? And walk in the demonstration. The point is, pretend to be Palestinian, pretend to be pro-Palestine. Individuals that can even be Arabic sounding with names that sound Arabic. Why is that accepted? This is outrageous. And they're going to do it in Ireland, Australia, Canada, the US, England, the USA. That's Zionist infiltration. Everywhere you look. That's wild. And it goes on, important clarification regarding this operation. It says, as we approach the 17th, we wish to clarify our previous announcements regarding this operation. Our mission is rooted in peace, legality. Yes, because they realized, wow, we were way too on the surface with that. So all they're trying to do is downplay what they just said, our secret behind enemy lines. My God, think about how crazy that is. Now here is an important point. What this group, oh, that's right. I forgot one of the points here. What they end up doing down here at the bottom, which I find really telling, and this is way down the line. So this is February. April 22nd, they come in and post this, which seems to be deleted or being hidden. Looks deleted. Update, and all they're saying is update on our infiltration and exposure of Isabella. Now, you've seen this. Remember this? Now, this was already exposed by people that were there as a woman that was not part of the protest, a woman who showed up, held this sign, and they said, what are you doing? It's all on the, I've shown you the video. Take down, you're not welcome here. That's not, and what she's doing is standing behind, in front of the other Israeli protesters, which they were okay with apparently, and her sign says, Al-Qasim's next target. Which, by the way, goes against what every one of these protests are actually saying, what they allow their group. The whole point is about not creating that. Even if they think it, by the way, not showing that, which I still argue most of them don't think that. But in either way, that's why they do it. So this stands out. And they called her out for it and had to drive her away. I genuinely think this is one of their operatives. At the very least, we know that this is happening. They're saying an update on our infiltration and exposure of this person. And it says the white millionaire and blatant pro-Hamas terrorist supporter. They claim this is Isabella Gusti. Now, I have yet to see anything where she's speaking out or say anything about it. From what I can tell, it does not appear to be that person. Even if it is, though, the point is that's very clear the rest of the protest was like, you're not part of this. So it's just so clear how this is being manufactured. This person says that's not even Isabella in the second picture, that you are endangering students. And this is what they're trying to hide. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Stop Antisemitism blocked me. You gotta love that. Stop Anti-Semites. The website, the Twitter account. So the point was, I did have the picture here. But they're trying to, they're trying to highlight these two pictures. They're trying to show this person next to, where was their other picture? Because they blocked me now. I can't see it. Hold on. Either way, the point was, there was an image of her in school, which it looks a little bit like her. But here's the important part. This is the person that was later shown as that girl who they drove away. Does that look like her? What's that? What the problem is? Like, yeah, I don't have the photo now because they blocked me. But the point was that doesn't look anything like Isabella that they're claiming it is. And this person says, this is the person on the right. You can see why the original poster hid this reply. They're obviously not the same person. So they're just trying to manufacture an illusion. And either way, that person wasn't part of the protest, even if it turns out to be her. But it clearly doesn't seem to be. So it just gets outrageous. One after another. And here's Elon Levy trying to highlight children simply because they say the word intifada, which I've made a point about. Now let's play the video first.
Israel حرامية انتفاضة شعبية حرية حرية انتفاضة Father, we're back to the state. Palestine will be free.
See, so the only reason this is offensive is if you pretend those things, wink, wink, mean what we tell you they mean. Otherwise, they're just calling for freedom. Now, this is the whole point about the word intifada or any of these things. They need you to think that means Muslim terrorism or whatever nonsense they're putting in people's minds. It certainly could mean that. It could also mean Christian. It could mean anything. It's a word. It means whatever the person wants it to mean. The bottom line is what it really does mean is revolution. It means really explicitly to shake off, I think is the specific actual translation. And that means the yoke of tyranny. Now, yes, that could obviously mean violence, but let's also forget that is a act of armed resistance when carried out against a military occupation, which is what they're talking about. But either way, he says they're raising generations of Nazis. Like, it's my whole point. You could just say extremists. It's like you're trying to look stupid. Nazis? He says, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Clearly, they're indoctrinating children to embrace, endorse, and enact genocidal political violence against Jews. That's it. Only Jews and violence no matter what, even though what you're calling for is no way related to that unless you make it that. And Israelis on a global scale. But see, there you go, conflating Israelis and Jews again. And I don't care how many progressive Jews egg them on. And there's the point. So you're no layer in quotes. So are those aren't part of the Jews that you support? Are they not allowed to be part of Israel? Like, is it the state for all the Jews or just not the progressive Jews? The point is, like all the rest of them, they're showing you what it's really about. It's Zionism. These progressive Jews in quotes, which implies they're not. That's obviously what he's trying to say, because they support Palestine, because they support Gaza. And he's simply saying on a global scale, conflating Jews and Israelis. Well, you know that there are non-Jews that live in Israel, right, Elon? Or do you not care about that? Or do you not care about the fact that there's some that aren't Israeli? He doesn't care. Without realizing it, because he's bad at this, he's showing you one, that he only thinks the Jews that are Zionists matter and only think the specific ones in Israel matter. Again, ask the Ethiopian Jews how they live in Israel. But as I said, Nazis? More projection from Zionists, like everything else. As we've shown you many times, which I recommend you watch, the provable reality of the clear overlap of the Nazi party, the literal Nazi party, and the foundations of Zionism. The Lehi party, the Irgun, the Haganah militant, the army in general. I mean, these groups, as Dan Cohen has clearly hovered many times, the Lehi party continued to seek an ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution began. The Haaretz is what's writing about this. So the reality ultimately comes down to the fact that the whole narrative that this is why this state needs to exist doesn't make sense when you realize that very party was working with those people while it was happening. That's the proof. There's plenty of examples. It's all, you can look it up on Wikipedia for crying out loud. But yet we're supposed to ignore that provable fact because you're a racist. I'm not, though. So that doesn't work. Include these for you to watch or read. Make sure you do. Don't just take my word for it. The point, though, more projection. You're literally calling a group that is like diametrically opposite of a Nazi party with the actual, or you're calling them, what do you call them, white supremacists? Like, what exactly are you trying to say here? It's just embarrassing. You guys are just lobbing claims that make people outraged. I say you can't hide your hatred, especially toward Jews, if they happen to disagree with you on anything important to the Zionist agenda. Clearly showing this about Zionism, not Judaism. And I include this video, by the way, that highlights this exact fact about them overlapping with this exact party, the history of the night. It's important to watch. Now here is Aviva Klumpus highlighting the same image, saying this is Sydney University, where the mob say you just can't help yourself. Why is it a mob? They're clearly peacefully sitting. There's a bunch of children sitting in the grass, but it's a mob because they're dangerous, because they think what I don't like. Instructing little children in bold to chant for intifada. This is indoctrination to violence. Well, as I said, yeah, no, it's just you misrepresenting what the word means or being too ignorant to care, as usual. It means to shake off or to get rid of. And in this context, it means revolution. Or if you prefer, armed resistance. And this is the part that usually irritates some of the Republicans out there because it's a little too close to home. You could call it the American Revolution, the American Intifada. You really could. It's just another synonym for the word revolution. The point is they're trying to make it like they want to make Zionism mean what they want it to mean. They're just lying to you, as usual. Just like this guy, who, by the way, is supposed to be a human rights lawyer, if you can believe that. He says, true, globalize the Intifada is the modern day version of Heil Hitler. I mean, again, you can't help yourself. Why do you think that even logically makes sense to anybody with a brain? Why is the Nazi analogy or the overlap make any sense to anybody? It's like saying vanilla ISIS or saying that somehow Iranian, Islamist extremists are somehow working with the Nazis and white supremacists and MAGA because they hate your freedom. It doesn't make any sense. But they don't care. They just jam it forward anyway. And this is all you get. No, what it means is resistance to your belligerent Zionist occupation. That's what it means. And Wada Sharif points out, no, Intifada means uprising. It does. Now, that uprising could overlap with hatred for Jews. It certainly could, or it could overlap with hatred for anything, because that's just you putting that on top of it. It could. But in this case, what we're talking about is it means resistance. That's the general concept. Not submitting to the invaders, not submitting to occupying forces, not kneeling to the oppressors, fighting for dignity, fighting for freedom, fighting against tyranny. Gaza, he says, will free the world from the satanic control of Zionism. Now, you can dispute the satanic. I don't think that's necessary to put in there. It certainly could be. I think we're talking about just occupiers. Now, here is a great clip. And again, showing you how willfully dishonest these people are. This is Aviva Klumpus selectively cutting a very small clip of an important conversation because they really want you to think here is a pro-Palestinian supporting rape and murder and whatever else they claim resistance means. He's not. That's Mark Lamont. We'll listen to it. I'll play you the majority of it, or the part that matters. But that's what she does. Of course, speaking with the son of Hamas. Really what they mean is the son of the leadership they still fund and protect in Qatar, not the actual Hamas group that is clearly expressing a different opinion than what they're all saying over there in Qatar, as they're clearly still getting funding from Israel. That's important. Here is what this clip has, what she wanted you to see.
Support their right to resist. And if you want the resistance to stop, then as I said at the beginning, I say at the end, justice is always the precondition of peace. And what justice looks like, which is your question. Thank you, my friend. I knew you wanted to know.
Yeah, well, listen, what you call resistance.
See, just so you know right there, what you couldn't hear is he goes, and you have the last word. That's what the moderator said. And he goes, thank you. Whereas this guy just can't have that. So I'm going to jump in and say something else.
I knew you wanted to know.
Yeah, well, listen, what you call resistance looting, raping, killing, kidnapping, destroying, suicide bombing is not
suicide bombing?
Not an act of resistance.
Nobody said that.
It is barbaric. It is barbaric. You need to call it for what it is.
I had the final word.
And then she cuts it right there to make it sound like he's being small. Like, the final word. That's not what happened. Like, it's just grossly misrepresented, which is everything you see from everything she posts. I mean, I've never seen her share something that is giving you the full context, ever. And they must know that. Willful dishonesty. Now, let's go to the actual thing. You should watch the full thing. It's actually it's an interesting back and forth. Well, let's go to the part that she didn't want you to see. Oh, what the hell? Oh, 54. I was asking, I wrote it down. I thought it's at 59. Here it is.
Some naturally barbaric is I take issue with the fundamental question respectfully. The fundamental part of the question, which is, when will Palestinians stop choosing violence? As if, as you're suggesting and saying it quite explicitly, that Palestinians are some naturally barbaric, intuitively uncivilized people who keep resorting to violence. Violence does not begin with Palestinians. No, he has said that. I mean, I've read his work. I've seen him. He said that literally, word for word. I'm not saying y'all are saying that. I'm talking about what my friend here said. He didn't say that? Are they uncivilized? Are they barbaric? The Arabs. The Palestinians. Then the Arabs. Okay. But here's the thing. No, but you all are laughing. But if I had asked that same question about Jewish people and he gave that same unequivocal answer, or about black people, or about anybody else, you'd be offended. Let's not pretend that that's okay. Right. Palestinians and Arabs are not uncivilized. They're not barbaric. They are human beings like everybody else in this room. And to laugh at that response is deeply problematic. But I'm not going to linger there.
You should, though. That's the point. To ignore that personal contradiction that you're okay with him diminishing Palestinians as an entire people, but nothing else. That is the whole crux of the point. That's the Zionist game, or whatever it is. You could pretend it's so you can claim it's something else. That's not okay. That's power structures dehumanizing an entire population for their benefit. Every genocide in history. Right? And so the point is he's trying to highlight that. And I love what he says here at the end.
Does not begin with Palestinians. No, he has said that. I mean,
oh, shoot. Sorry. I forgot it. Hold on. Damn it.
But here's the thing. No, but you all are laughing. But if I had asked that same question about Jewish people and he gave that same unequivocal answer, or about black people, or about anybody else, you'd be offended. Let's not pretend that that's okay. Palestinians and Arabs are not uncivilized. They're not barbaric. They are human beings like everybody else in this room. And to laugh at that response is deeply problematic. But I'm not going to linger there.
Where's
My final
point
here is Palestinians are resisting occupation. Exactly. They are resisting apartheid. They are resisting a genocide. And I may not agree with every tactic and strategy that they deploy, but fundamentally, I do support their right to resist.
Yes, I wonder why she cut that out, right? It's just willful dishonesty because you don't want people to hear that. Because the reality is, as I've said 1,000 times, yes, there were crimes committed. Nobody honest, including Mark, has said otherwise. Yes, we can see that they took children. There's no way around it. That was a crime. And clearly, it appears that people were shot, but the only reason I say that is because there's a lot of confusion around who shot who. And so I think it's pretty obvious that in some cases there were Hamas members that shot people, but I just don't know whether those people were civilians, whether they were military, and who shot who. So it could very well be the IDF that shot everybody. I don't know. If that bothers you, then take issue with the fact that the IDF shot Israeli civilians, tank drivers shot Israeli civilians, that helicopter pilots shot Israeli civilians, and they've all openly admitted to it. And yet you still can't be okay with that. You can't accept that reality, I should say. The bottom line is that overall, you can clearly see that there were things that were done that we can call crimes. That never changes the reality of what the act of resistance that's protected is. They are an occupied territory, so people of Palestine have a right to resist militarily. It's protected by the international law, the Fourth Geneva Convention. It's amazing that we have to debate this. It's enshrined. The very international law they keep screaming they're abiding by is being ignored in every other context, and that's the whole point. That's where we come to the right of return and all these different conversations. They know about all this. They're just trying to bury it all under the dead bodies of Palestinians.
And if you want the resistance to stop, then as I said at the beginning, I say at the end, justice is always the precondition of peace. And what justice looks like, which is your question. Thank you, my friend. I knew you wanted to know.
Yeah, well, listen, what you call resistance, looting, raping,
which, by the way, most of this we haven't proven.
Killing, kidnapping, destroying, suicide bombing.
Where'd that come from? Suicide bombing? You're just throwing that in for good measure.
Is not an act of resistance.
He didn't say that. I mean, he even very clearly said that I don't agree with all their tactics. So, he's just trying to make a gotcha point that doesn't even align with what was just said. That is just a tactic.
It is barbaric. It is barbaric.
And there you go. He leaned into it, right? Took the bait. So they are barbaric. You are admitting that you think all Palestinians are barbaric. That's what he's answering, because that was the barbaric point. He just basically said it.
You need to call it for what it is.
I had the final word. I thought I was going to be able to get it, but yeah.
They're going to kick us out if we don't wrap it up. So what I would like you to do, I think you made your point.
Clearly, there was a very strong effort to try to not let him finish his sentence. It's really weird.
And I think you just made your point. So I would like to hear from you, because I haven't yet, what he answered is the first question, just in a...
No, I had three. I'm going there, but I was saying, I'm doing it. I was literally done before you started talking about.
Can you give him like a couple minutes?
If you give me 45 seconds, I'll be done.
All right, 45 seconds. Let's go.
We don't have time.
Crazy.
So, again, there's a long history of bombings and terrorism. It does not begin with Palestinians in the region. And we could look at numerous acts of terrorism, some of whom have been conducted by literal heads of state of Israel, including Menachem Begin, including Yitzhak Rabin and others. We would have, if we look at the work of not just of the Haganah, but also of the Irgun and the Lehi, you see lots of terrorism, lots of bombing, lots of destruction, lots of unethical behavior, just as what we're seeing in Gaza. So no side is blameless here. And the final part of what I'm saying here ultimately is, as a non-Palestinian and as a non-Israeli, it's not up for me to decide what the final status issues are. It's not for me to decide what peace looks like. I leave it up to the people in the region. But whatever peace looks like, it should result in peace, safety, self-determination, dignity, and ultimately justice for Jews, for Christians, for Muslims, for Arabs, for everybody in the region. And if everybody doesn't have justice, then nobody does.
You forgot to say truth.
You got me.
He really thinks that's some kind of a gotcha. What are you talking about? Truth for all of them? Like I mean, arguably, yes, but the bottom line is what he's saying is self-determination, freedom for Jews, for everybody. And so you forgot to say truth. What are you even implying? So he's dishonestly asking for peace for everybody equally? Like it's just, this is manipulation, guys. And it's just painful to watch. This is supposed to be the son of some Hamas leader. You know, the ones they keep safe in Qatar. Like it's just, and this is the guy that speaks up and goes, we're going to kill every Jew, or we're going to do it because we all want to. Except over here in Gaza, the Hamas leadership seems to say other things. And this is the game that gets played, right? So you got a Hamas leader over here in Qatar, protected and comfortable, being funded by Israel, who's openly saying, we want to do all the things that Israel says we want, right? And then we're going, but wait a minute, look at everybody over here, all these people that are not saying the same thing in Gaza. But they go, but the leader says so, right? So then in reverse, it's the other way around, right? Where you can have, there's a leader that says something in this movement. They're like, nope, it's what the leader says right there. Either way, it's all completely subjective. It ends up being whatever works for them in the moment. At the end of the day, it's not one person or one thing. It's obviously more than that. But these people are compromised for obvious reasons. And here's the full interview, if you'd like to watch it. This is 6 days ago. Now here is Aviva Klampus pointing, showing no mask can hide the fact that college students are openly supporting terrorism. Same point that he was making before. Why? Because this is what they guess they're claiming is a Hamas supporting shirt, which I guess you could argue that, or it could just be somebody supporting resistance in Palestine. But you see, that's the support. That's the blind blurring of the lines for whatever you want. Or here's a good example that will make sense for the next one that I'm going to talk about. Oh, he's supporting Nazis now? Why? Because he says final solution? Well, yet that's the point that I'm going to make in a second. That is pointing at Israel. You're saying that's what you're doing. But of course, they are happy to just pretend that's not the case. Apparently, they're pretending that's a Palestinian supporter who's going, yay, Nazis, yay, final solution. How stupid do you have to be to pretend that's what's happening? And I'll make the same point in reverse and then watch as all the people in the comments for Zionist supporters act like I'm somehow doing the same thing. It's embarrassing. Or here's a Hezbollah flag. Right. So is Hezbollah a terrorist organization? No. It is a resistance group that is widely popular in Lebanon that is supported. And it's not a terrorist organization. It is a state entity supported by the government and supported by the people, at least in some cases, the government. There's a lot of influence there from outside as well in Lebanon. But it is not as simple as saying it's a terrorist organization. That's the same as any other flimsy claim about the Iranian military, the U.S. military. It's not the same thing. I'm not saying I support all the time. I don't support all of what the U.S. military does. The bottom line is it's stupid to broad stroke that. Or here's Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Another one of the groups they're going to shift to next. Another resistance group. So either way, let's just say you think they're all terrorists. The point is these people are supporting or highlighting these groups because they're resisting occupation. But they don't care about the nuance. They just want you to think they're all evil terrorists, even though sitting alongside all these people are Jewish people. But they don't want you to see that. Here's Marina Medivin. Embarrassingly, like this is the kind of projection that I'm talking about. Get this. This is actually what she writes. I do find it absolutely astounding that American college students are rallying in support of violent colonizers who want to hold on to the land they conquered and stole from the natives. It's just like, hold on, are you confused? Are you pointing at Israel right now? What are you talking about? So you're saying, who exactly is colonizing? So you're pretending Palestinians are colonizing? Like, you could argue that they're trying to steal land, even though it's ridiculously false, but just to pretend that they're colonizers, like you're just trying to push the narrative that we're the reality of Israel's history onto the group that you want to dehumanize. Talk about the clumsy propaganda. Why are they colonizers? Highlight to me how in any way they've gained any land over the process. I mean, my God, the stupidity. They think you're that stupid. It says these students are then inverting the truth in history, calling the natives colonizers. You know, the ones that have been colonizing, the ones that have proudly supported the Zionists as a settler colonial project until they realized that wasn't popular and hid that from you. You can still look it up. It's public statements. But that doesn't count. It's only the Palestinians who haven't colonized, who haven't gained any land, who secretly, wink, wink, think they want that. And demanding that the natives return the land to the colonizers. Really? How sad is that? I mean, I don't need to say anymore. I mean, my point is, even if you think that the Palestinians are not the rightful owners of the land, it's to pretend that they're colonizers. It's just flimsy. It's sad. Now, here's what they keep doing around all of this is you got these allegations of anti-Semitism. Hopefully we just proved to you how flimsy and stupid that all is. But here's what they use to justify why it's proven. Here's what David Hirsch says. You're going to love this logic, if you can call it that. If it's not an anti-Semitic movement, that's the assumed, kind of standard. Well, if it's not, then why does a Holocaust memorial need to be covered up? Don't you even explain how stupid that is? If it's a movement of people who are protesting against genocide, why does a memorial need to be covered up? Okay, let me ask you this. Was it covered up because the people who are pushing the narrative that they're anti-Semitic did it? Or was it covered up because they were circling around it and ready to attack it? Guys, this is so stupid. You're making the narrative that this is a dangerous group. So either people believed that because of your narrative and they're misled, or they did it because they wanted it to look like it. So morons like you would come out and go, look, it's covered up, and that proves they're dangerous. Like, that's so, think about how ridiculous that is. It just doesn't matter because it says the Met Police and the Hyde Park authorities have explained in the same DM article that this is normal when any major event takes place. You see, I didn't even see that. And then he goes, why? Why is it normal to anticipate a Holocaust memorial? It's just so stupid. The point, he can't even listen to what he's saying. He's saying it's normal because, anyway, we're moving all of that. The point is that this is simply a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to cover it up ahead of time because you think they're dangerous, and therefore that means they're dangerous? That doesn't even make sense. And here's Eva Klompus doing the same thing. Here's the Mail pushing the same thing. It says police are so cowed by the anti-Semitic mob that they even cover their Holocaust. London has to hide the memorials. No, you guys are doing this to point at that and go, see, because you can't prove they're anti-Semitic because they're not. And so you have to manufacture these flimsy connections to go, that proves everything. God, that's embarrassing. Now here's Richard Hall saying, I visited the Gaza Solidarity Camp at Columbia yesterday. Wanted to share a few brief observations. First, it's one of the most highly organized student protests I've ever seen. This is a guy from The Independent, by the way. Writer from corporate media platform. They have media and de-escalation training, a nut zone to protest students with allergies. I think protect is what he meant. It says it's a multi-faith protest. Oops, not allowed to say that out loud. Despite the claims that the protest is anti-Semitic, I met plenty of Jewish students taking part who completely rejected the notion. Finally, somebody who has a brain and integrity enough to point out the truth, saying it's quite clear what happened just outside the university gates. This is important. A semi-regular crowd of quite unwell people who have nothing to do with the Columbia protest have gathered with the explicit aim of getting on TV. This is from The Independent, guys. Press show up and film them. Use that footage to smear the students. You see how simple this is? Just the smallest amount of integrity. These aren't radicals, he says. As someone told me the other day, quote, it's a bunch of nerds sitting on the ground playing, chanting, and doing homework. He's talking about the protest itself from Columbia. They're still going to classes even, despite all the claims that they've shut everything down and that we have to close everything. That's not true. He says, one thing I found interesting was the protest organizers studied the Columbia archives to learn from the 68 protest movement. They copied their tactics and later invited some of the 68 vets to campus. It says, bad reporting like this. One sign here at Columbia protest, this man's ranting about Jews controlling the universe. Yeah, it's a random moron standing out front who's probably working for the pro-Zionist side of this, saying things like that when that's not even part of the protest, as this journalist is highlighting. Bad reporting like that from Jake Sherman, who, by the way, founder of Punchbowl News and NBC, MSNBC. Shocking, I know. Who would have guessed that? Bad reporting like Jake Sherman here. This convinced people that the Columbia protests are anti-Semitic crazies. And even people that might, arguably be good with good intentions or just too stupid to, they look at one reporter and they go, oh no, they're racist. And that's what they spread. And then they go on CNN and those anchors talk about it all night in the morning shows. And they go, oh my God, it's all dangerous because they read one report. I mean, this is the corporate media mindset. They think that the right people they listen to make them smart. That's how stupid they are. And it says this person has nothing to do with Columbia and is a well-known agitator. Yet this Mr. NBC, MSNBC couldn't piece that together or didn't care. And yet a journo snaps a pic outside the gates and uses it to smear the entire movement inside. He goes, here's an interview with a Columbia protester named Ava, where she talks about why she's there, anti-Semitism, and the historical echoes of this movement. You can listen to it. Very, very, very clear. Here's Michael Tracy. And I'm no fan of his work, to be quite honest, but he simply goes out as a Jew and says, I'm currently at Princeton wearing my yarmulke, waiting for it to be inundated with all the various anti-Semitism we're told has overtaken our once great elite American universities. I'll let you know if I survive. He goes, arrived at the protest zone and immediately encountered a bunch of fellow yarmulke-wearing wearers calmly attending the rally despite allegations of extreme danger. Very frightening. So unsafe. Wow. His point is, there's lots of other Jews and it's not unsafe. He says, update, my yarmulke blew off my head in a gust of wind and a student in a Palestinian supporter ran over and returned it to him. You see how silly this all is? Princeton University security guard says the protest has been very mellow and everyone's been generous to his detail deployed to the scene. But I guess I should fabricate some non-existent chaos and anti-Semitic strife to earn my serious media credentials. He says things are so crazy and unruly here, there's a wedding ceremony happening right off the protest zone. It's true. He says, should I stick around till 3:45 for the Queers for Palestine session and politely inquire why they're centering their queerness? So you can see that there's overlaps with all sorts of things that I call out and talked about. It says, not in regard to the trans overlap movement manipulation, not necessarily just people that are queer, but it says it's raining and cold, no sign of the Queers for Palestine yet. They come from Philly and Buffalo. You get the point. It's just highlighting the fact that it's not what they're saying it is. He says, I have miraculously managed to evade anti-Semitic harassment that I was assured would be relentlessly endangering me on the campus. See, if people just believe that and just assume and watch Ben Shapiro, well, they may think that. It's just sad. Arnaud Bertrand writes, Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Prize winner, and one of the most important Jewish intellectuals in the world, adds his voice to debunk the narrative that pro-Palestinian protesters on campuses is anti-Semitic. He calls it normal human empathy. Do you think Ben Shapiro is going to call him a trash, non-Jew? No, because he doesn't have the courage to point it out with somebody that can push back. It says, what a large number of young people are expressing is normal human empathy. They don't want to see people die unnecessarily, and I think the pictures, the fact that tens of thousands of people have died, including lots of children and women, innocent bystanders in the attack on Gaza in a very short span of time, has had a horrific impact. And they're saying this is unjust. And it has brought back to the fore that much of the architecture of the world was shaped in a colonial era. It's true. And many of these people are from countries that themselves were shaped in colonial era. So what I hear, what's going on, is a real sense of empathy for so many people dying unnecessarily. It's bringing people together across their partisan lines, guys. That's the point. That our humanity, the fact that we all want good things at the end of the day, which is why they pretend to be good and keep us divided amongst ourselves. It says, and it brings back to the fore reflections on colonialism and its consequences that remind us that history doesn't just disappear, even if one would like it to. Well said. Here's Max Abrams saying, look at how the Jewish students at Penn are treated. And here's one that I wanted to play for you. He says, you can believe the posts of anti-Semitic pundits or just watch these hourly videos of student testimonies. Hourly. So you get these random individual clips of people saying things that could be or could not be kind of on the fence. And that's the, oh my God, damning. Like Max Abrams, really? You can't piece this together? But you look, just showed you the Jewish people that are mostly there. People walking through, no problem. Same campuses. We're going to talk about people screaming. Here's what he has to say. First of all, also consider that any of these people may just be lying. That's proven that's happening, but I don't think that's what this is. But that's also what he says, though. You can believe the post of anti-Semitic pundits. So if anybody's out there saying it's not the reality, you must be anti-Semitic. Great logic there, bud. Here's what it says.
I understand.
He called them Nazis. Okay, if you're pretending that that's somehow unjustified to Zionists that are acting like a Nazi fascist entity, then you're going to pretend that's racist. Oh my God, I'm clutching my pearls. How dare he? Okay, you could pretend that that means something it doesn't, or you could pretend that this is a guy. Let's just even say you disagree with the framing of Nazi or fascist. You can't pretend it's anti-Semitic if he's talking about Zionist Israelis acting like that. You pretending that's only about Judaism makes you the problem. As I've said many times, only Zionists and racists are making this only about Judaism. He said kid killers, which that's what they're doing.
Hey, they're Hitler's children.
He said Hitler's children, right? I mean, anyway, the overlap is undeniable. So you can be offended by what he's saying. You can argue he's wrong, but to say anti-Semitic is your choice.
You guys are a bunch of anti-Semites.
He called them anti-Semites. Yeah, I love it because that's exactly what I'm doing, which seems to confuse the hell out of him. And I mean it. Zionism is anti-Semitism. You're literally talking about Palestinians who are Semites, and you're literally only creating genocide against this group. In fact, and truly, when you really understand what Zionism is doing, it's even if you want to pretend attacking Jews is anti-Semitic, that's Zionism. They're the reason that they're unsafe. So Max Abrams just goes, that's racist. How dare you say these things that we can prove and ultimately. And even if you think that's anti-Semitic, to just pretend that that's literally representative of everybody else in this group with one small video is just ignorance. It's willful ignorance because you're trying to misrepresent them with a small example. And then, by the way, this is just the most hilarious part. All he shows you is these two videos. The next one says, look at how the Jewish students at Princeton are treated. You can believe the post of anti-Semitic pundits, or just same thing, exactly the same what is set up here. You want to know what this one shows? This is so embarrassing. This is supposed to be the big damning evidence of anti-Semitism?
All right, I'm asking you to stop following me, please. All right.
Stop following you while you're walking through their encampment. Gotcha. Oh my God, they must hate Jews, right?
All right, stop. Please stop stalking me in public.
For the podcast, they're just holding sheets in front of their camera. Okay.
Please stop stalking me in public.
Stalking me in public? Like, this is my point. Like, you could say, please stop following me, but to try to make it into stalking me in public, terror tunnels, pro-rape and mob, like, it's just, they're so hyperbolic. It's embarrassing.
I'm trying to walk. Please stop following me. Please stop following me.
Oh, he's so exacerbated. Oh, stop. Oh, my God.
Their supervisors are coming, by the way, because what you're doing is illegal.
Oh, now it's illegal what they're doing. Now, look, just to be clear, by the way, I hate these tactics. Just like I pointed out with the like the woke left mindset of like shaking bolts and shutting down conversations. Now, it's not the same thing exactly, because what they're doing in this case is sort of blocking them from viewing what they're doing. In the reverse, it would have been them trying to stop the conversation from being had. But in any case, I'm not a fan of these tactics. I don't like the idea of, like, let them film. Who cares? I mean, they're going to misrepresent you anyway. But I understand why they're doing it, even though I don't like the tactics. My point is just don't get mired in the idea of the left-right manipulation, because all it's going to do is hide the fact that what this guy is doing is trying to misrepresent what they're doing. That's it, by the way. That's it. And Max Abrams over here crying, clutching his pearls about how the raging anti-Semitism and nobody cares and everyone's lying about it. But meanwhile, in the background, there's plenty of Jews, and it's proven.
Please stop stalking me. Let's go this way. Still following me.
That's just so embarrassing. And imagine being a serious person and for pretending to be, and then trying to frame this as the biggest issue, while ignoring an ongoing genocide of 15,000 children and 50,000 plus. Think about that. And again, so we don't know who put these signs up. It could be the person that took the picture. But let's just even pretend that they are there. Like, that's engaging with it in that way, because always consider what we just showed you, images and signs being posted around them. But one says Free Palestine. One says students will leave when Israelis leave. Students will go back to their homes when Israelis go back to Europe. Now, yeah, you could call that insensitive or racist. I mean, the reality is that they're in occupying territory. So what they're saying is go back to where you came from, which is arguably seen as a racist comment, but the history is clear illegal occupation. But I disagree with that. And most of the Palestinian supporters do, because what they're actually calling for is an independent state, which implies Israel will still be there. You just can't ignore the facts. It's all right in front of you. But this still becomes all of them think this way, and everybody here goes, let's call for what it is. Telling Jewish students to leave camp. Did I miss where it said Jewish? I didn't see that anywhere. It says it says Israeli, so first lie. Go back to Europe is deeply anti-Semitic. Well, why is it anti-Semitic? Why is it saying Israelis from Israel going back to a place where they were from, which is not the occupied territory, is only anti-Semitic when you pretend it's about Jewish people, even though technically that's not, because we're not talking about Semites. But either way, it's a manipulation. It says this should be universally condemned. Not the genocide of 15,000 children are being killed in the ongoing murder right now, but the fact that this sign says a mean word that we pretend says something else, or rather a word that we pretend is a mean word. Right? Oh, the mean words hurt your feelings. Let's ignore the genocide. I in general, hate speech or these things, like, we can argue that that's somehow a problem. I'm happily going to say you're a disgusting human being, but it is free speech. The idea that you're more concerned about mean boo-boo words than caring about murder kind of says who you are. Zachary Foster highlights some of the other side of this conversation, where she's kindly and totally not in a racist way saying, I hope they rape you. Because that's the good side, right? Here's a Zionist protester, which again, you could consider the fact that it's a secret pro-Palestinian, even though we've seen them say this exact thing many times to the pro-Palestinians. In fact, the one was the Code Pink, what's her name? I'm forgetting, the Medea Benjamin, right? I've played you that one, where she's out there with a sign that just says Free Palestine, not even saying a word. And it enrages this girl because she's just staying calm. And she goes, I hope they rape you or your children. That's exactly what she said. And that's supposed to be the side of peace, right? Yeah, twice. I hope they rape you. Like, it's just a small person. You're a small, petty person. I'm guessing it's because you have like only 10 people with you. They've got this huge protest and they're probably making faces at her, whatever, and it makes her angry. So what does she do? She lashes out. That's what a child does. I hope they rape you. And think about saying that to somebody. As a woman, that's disgusting. It's vile. But that's what I've become accustomed to when it comes to dealing with Zionists. That's just my personal opinion. But it's pretty clear that I keep coming up against this. And it says, will the mainstream media cover these pro-apartheid, pro-rape, pro-genocide, anti-Palestinian protesters? He's trying to make a point. Now, I don't know what she believes. I don't know if she believes everything, but you could make the same blind assumption that they are and just be like pro-rape, just because she said, I hope they rape you, it'd be really just to say pro. This is the highlight of whatever. You could be standing there with a Palestinian shirt and Elon will call you a pro-rape, pro-Hamas, it's just over the top. It's bad. Zach Foster, by the way, make sure you follow him. He's a PhD in the history of Palestine, and we're going to be interviewing him again in a couple of weeks. We already had one interview with him. Rania points out, anyone who has witnessed Zionist counter-protests at college campuses knows how vile and racist they are. They spew open genocidal racism about Arabs, which we've shown you many times, use racial epithets and provoke physical fights, spit on and curse at people, etc. Somehow, none of this makes it into media reports as far as I've seen. Shocking. Meanwhile, those opposed to genocide are compelled to consistently defend themselves from unfounded accusations of anti-Semitism and reassure the media they are peaceful. Is there some mainstream editorial policy in place to ignore the blatant thuggery displayed by Israel supporters? Probably. Rafi Ali points out, got to be careful with the agitators. They get paid to yell things protesters don't. And that's where that video was. This the same one I showed you before. Here's an interesting example, and I'm going to wrap this soon. I know we're well past 4 hours at this point. Mohammed Safa points out, in a broad way, no way implying that this is anything other than exactly what it looks like or that even what time this is. He says, just imagine if he was holding a sign that says what you can see here for the podcast. It's a real picture. I've proven this many times, despite the fact that it does look interesting. It does look odd, like she's holding it in the wrong way or that it's copied, Photoshopped. I'll prove it to you. It's a real picture where it says, kill them all. Now, this is my point about what the Zionist bots and Zionist manipulators on Twitter will do. One of them comes up and goes, you idiot, don't you know it's a Palestinian holding that? Which isn't true. The other one comes in and goes, that's so Photoshopped. We all know that's fake. It's like whatever they can grab and just throw at the wall, maybe both at the same time, whatever works so you don't have to admit that that's an Israeli literally calling for the death of all Palestinians, which is what it is. He says, imagine what would happen if this was said about anybody else aside from Palestinians, Arabs, or Muslims. Why do Israelis seem to be beyond the world law? That's my point. He goes, are you aware this is a Palestinian holding a sign? He's not. I literally cite I show the actual article. I show you can look this up on the way back or the reverse image website. Can't talk. I simply said, willingness to lie shamelessly seems to be a prerequisite for someone becoming a Zionist. This is a supporter, and I'll just show you the article, actually. Netanyahu urges a pardon in 2017 for an Israeli soldier who killed a wounded Palestinian assailant. It's murder, guys. This guy was a wounded Palestinian. This guy murdered. It's a big story. Netanyahu wants him to be pardoned. One of the people that came out in support of this murderer was this woman and the rest of them. A supporter of that's his name, Elor Azaria. That's this guy. Right there. Sergeant Elor Azaria, 20 years old, murdered a Palestinian while he was injured on the ground. Nothing ultimately happened. And here is an Israeli woman holding a sign that says, kill them all. There's a Reuters picture. They were there. Now, even then, you could argue, hey, it's fake, but look it up for yourself. It's cited many times, even by other platforms, including ones that are pro-Israel. So it's just embarrassing, isn't it? That you have to, and even though you cite this, people were, they're still going, anyway, it's not worth getting into, but there's a lot of them down below. People that are going, that's just a Photoshopped image. You're a liar. It's just not true. Any proof? It's just sad, isn't it? That people just can't, they lie into what they want. And that's not just a unique Zionist thing. That's a two-party illusion thing. That's anybody caught in a political manipulation. Usually small, petty people that will lie for their own interests, which all of us in some cases in life will end up in that position. But realizing this is real, his point is the same. And the overall point is he's not saying this is now. He's simply just highlighting a general reality. Why is that okay? Why does nobody seem to care about that? And this is another example. This person goes, classic propaganda. And it's just hilarious to me. This is the kind of projection that I'm seeing. Find a pic of a single Israeli, despite the fact that I can, even today, we already showed you more examples than that, but I can show you over. Just watch Abby Martin's work. It's endless. How about that woman we just showed you where she's going, get out. What does she say? No Muslims welcome here. And she gives them like the whole knife gun to throat thing. That was like 6 months ago. But she goes, the person says, often without context. Pretend this represents the country. This isn't the official Israeli position. It kind of is, though, and they've openly said it many, 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 many times. But he goes, unfortunately, it is the position of Hamas. We saw it on October 7th. It's not, actually. You can read it in their own charter. It's literally not. You can argue they're lying about it, but you can't keep pretending that's not what they're saying. On top of that, Hamas is not all of Palestine. What we're staring at here is a largely and openly stated predominant opinion of the Israeli population. Not all of them, and I'm very clear about that, but it's clearly the majority. But how about this point? This is what made me laugh before. So this is Hanania Naftali, Mr. Propaganda, who says, we stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters. People gathered outside Columbia University, which, by the way, is a tiny little thing in contrast to the huge Columbia protest with a lot of Jews, by the way, as we keep showing you. But as I paused and looked through this, for the exact thing that I found, by the way, which is hilarious, just trying to make a contrast point, not doing the same thing they're doing, because I'm not that stupid, but looking through it and going, oh, look at that. There's a protester holding a Nazi symbol. Obviously, that's them pretending that Palestinians are Nazis. I'm not stupid enough to pretend that's them going, yay, Nazis, we're Israeli. Like, that's dumb, isn't it? Because nobody would do. It's possible, but it's obviously not what's happening. I simply said, there's a protester holding a Nazi symbol. So based on the logic of every Zionist claim of a pro-Palestinian protest, that means every person at this very small rally is a Nazi, right? We should blindly assume this is the support of Nazis and not criticism, right? Or would that be ignorant? Clearly, you get my point if you're not a moron or a complete liar, right? Like, I'm trying to highlight that that's a dumb thing to do, that you don't do that because clearly it's a stupid thing to pretend, one, because of a single sign, everybody has the same opinion, and two, that person will be promoting Nazism as opposed to doing it in a way to criticize Palestine. It's just silly, isn't it? But guess what? You got plenty of people down here that like I think one of these people right here says, yes, we're aware you lie for Hamas. The sign literally says Hamas Universities. Like, God, these people are stupid. Like, really, man? Like, you can't recognize, like, either you don't care that the point was there, or I actually think this person is too small pea-brain to realize that that's my point. My point, buddy. My point is that it wasn't what it looked like. But you missed the whole point, which is that ultimately, this is what every Zionist seems to be doing. Like this. Remember that? In fact, that same moron over there did this exact thing. Look at them supporting. He shared it. Furious Palestinian protester waves a swastika. Okay, are we pretending he's going, yay, Nazis? Or is he going, you're a Nazi? It's obvious what's happening, but it doesn't stop the morons out there from blatantly lying about what they want you to think is happening. Just like they're all Nazis in this protest with a lot of Jews and Holocaust survivors, right? Think about what it takes to be that dishonest. Now I'm going to rush through this real quickly. And like, I know I say it a lot, but I'm pretty much going to end it right here. I just want to highlight that Francesca Albanese highlighting that this is not about, this is becoming a massive issue for freedom of expression, or it already is. A global crisis of freedom of expression. We need to realize that, and this is being used through a lie. It's manipulation to make you think it's something else. Ron DeSantis highlighting the fact that we're going to shut down Americans if they say the wrong thing. You're going to get expelled from school if you side with the wrong side. This is a guy screaming about the Constitution and free speech. Meanwhile, going, oh, but Israel, though, and if you say this, you're going to get expelled from schools in Florida. Yep, that's the reality. Tom McLean saying, attention job seekers, I won't hire anybody from Columbia because of what's going on there. Oh, so you mean even the other people that aren't part of it? Yeah, that's really bright. And this person goes, I think this is what's referred to as bigotry. Yeah, you're gross, man. That's disgusting. And you're ultimately ignoring the fact that it's not what you think it is and penalizing every single person that's there, even if they're not part of the protest. This person saying, no white supremacy. Chanting, Jews will replace us. You will not replace us. Blood in the soil. Okay, what's he referring to? Oh, that's right. The the Rise Above movement marching in Charlottesville. And he's simply going, 34,000 Palestinians have been killed and the U.S. is complicit. Why should they suffer for peacefully protesting? He goes, well, excuse me, he goes, no, white supremacists chanting, Jews will not replace us, you will not replace us, and blood and soil is disruption, not Jews for Palestine or stop the peace. Like what he's highlighting here is this overlap. Now he's trying to make a point about why they're doing is not the same thing. What I think is interesting is just to make the point, is this person saying, no student loan forgiveness for students arrested for disrupting other students' activity. But they're not, though. They're still going to school. It's you guys shutting down schools because of their actions as a point of tension or collective punishment. But what I wanted to highlight is how interesting it is that that's supposed to be the other side of it. Guess what? Israel is funding that group because the group marching in Charlottesville, as you remember, is the U.S. arm of the Azov movement, which Israel is funding, despite the fact that they're neo-Nazis. Yeah, it doesn't make sense unless you understand the full picture. And I'll include this so you can read about that very clearly, that Charlottesville was the U.S. faction of the Azov movement. It's written in Foreign Policy magazine. It's a very clear reality. Here's the supposed human rights lawyer highlighting the fact that, good, tackle all these people because they're protesting, because freedom, right? Worst lawyer ever. Showing you the university members that are getting arrested just for being there, like the actual professors. And this is in Germany, guys. Watch this real quick. Look at that. That's a police officer trying to egg him on to punch him. Why? Because they're peaceful. Because these people are not doing that. These are rushing up to him. These are aggressive police trying to cause a problem. And then Adam asks a great question. How come Israelis protesting in Israel is okay? They're not okay to the IDF. They still violently shut them down. But the point is for the media, why aren't we calling those protests Jew hate? Right? But Americans protesting in America is Jew hatred. Right? Well, these are protesters in Israel doing the same protest for the same thing. It's because you can't highlight that because that makes you look bad. The reality is those same Jewish people are part of the protest in America. They're just also not telling you that, as you well know. Let's not forget that they put up snipers on the roofs of these non-violent protests and even canceled graduations because they're the bad guys. Excuse me. Now this, I'm going to ultimately skip because it's a long read. But I want you to think about this. I'm probably going to read it again. The point ultimately she's making here, maybe I'll read that and end on that. Let's see. And maybe those two things. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll come back to the rest of this. Some overlaps here that I was going to talk about, and really just want you to see as well that there's the global, this is one of the points about the people standing up all around the world. Messages from Gaza itself saying we support. Thank you for the students supporting Gaza. People all around the world with protests. Quebec and Canada. These are other children from Gaza speaking up, saying thank you for all the students that are standing up multiple times. We have Paris, France, standing up for Palestine. And this is an important one. This is, I believe this was Pakistan. It's in surprising turn of events. Arabs are now sharing their support for what she calls the America Spring, whatever you want to call it. It says they can arrest you, but they can never break your spirit. Aren't these the ones that are supposed to hate us for our freedom, right? The point is clearly the world is coming together as the peoples against the empire. I see it. I guarantee it's going to be co-opted, guys. I guarantee it. And these are some other points I was going to cover at the end. And then Elon Levy highlighting David Cameron, literally lying about the reality here. And this is about the ceasefire I'll talk about later, but I want to show you this. He says Hamas are not currently in favor of a two-state solution. They're in favor of a no-Israel solution. Like he's saying this as they're literally saying the opposite, except that's my point. If you point to the leadership, supposedly in Qatar, well, they'll tell you something different. But the people in Gaza are openly asking for an independent state. And he's lying. Just lying. Simple. Now let's end this with two things. Caitlin Johnstone writes, I think one of the reasons it took so long for student protesters against the Gaza genocide to kick into high gear in the U.S. might be because it took some time for the collective realization to dawn that nobody in charge is interested in ending this nightmare. If Trump had won in 2020, it may not have taken so long for this to occur. Progressive-minded students would have understood from the beginning that the president is a immoral Israel coddling imperialist, which they both are, by the way, and she makes that same point. But that's their opinion of just one side versus the other. And we may have been seeing these campus protests that are freaking out more the empire managers today a lot sooner. Well, because it was Biden and not Trump, this is the two-party illusion on full display. There was this background assumption, incorrectly, that surely the grown-ups in charge would take care of this thing which is what they want you to think. Surely they wouldn't let this go on long. Surely they're just walking a careful diplomatic line while negotiating a ceasefire in the near term, as any government that cares an iota for human rights would be doing, except it took a half a year for that illusion to be dispelled. Half a year for people to really start going, oh, SHIT, they're really just going to keep the atrocities going. Nobody in charge cares about stopping this. Half a year to see that nobody in the White House is going to save Gaza. None of their elected lawmakers on either side are going to save Gaza. Nobody anywhere in their government is going to save Gaza. Not even the ordinary members of the public in the older generations are going to save Gaza. Half a year to see that the responsibility for ending an active genocide had passed all the way down to a bunch of wide-eyed college kids, which, by the way, spans across the party lines. It's not just a bunch of woke lefty mind. That's not the truth. There's people all walks of life. Look at the clip of the flotilla, guys. People from all around the world that supersede these two-party illusions. And people on the right, on the left, in the middle, it's all across the board. People that recognize this is wrong. Which would, of course, she says, be a horrifying thing to realize and would, in fact, be a profoundly jarring indictment of our entire civilization. But that is indeed what has happened. And you can see how it would take some time for young people to come to understand and process such a thing. And to be clear, no part of this should be accepted by anyone. The fact that nobody in the world's most powerful government is taking any responsibility for ending the continual mass atrocity in Gaza proves that government does not deserve to exist, and that it needs to be completely dismantled from the top to bottom, including and especially the unelected aspects of that government which are not officially acknowledged. The fact that it has fallen to a bunch of university students to begin causing any meaningful problems for this genocidal regime is obscene and should have never happened. Those university students should not be responsible for standing against this genocide. And in truth, the responsibility is not all theirs. It is ours as well. Each and every one of us are responsible for doing everything we can to end this horror. None of us can end it single-handedly, but we can all do something every day to help end it collectively. The machine is far too big and powerful for any one person to deal a fatal blow to it, but we can all throw sand in the gears to make it harder and harder for it to continue. We can do this by making our opposition known in every possible way, and by drawing public awareness to the sadistic savagery that's being perpetrated in Israel with the help of its Western allies we live under. Using any medium and platform we can make use of, we can help people understand the ways the imperial media have been manipulating public understanding of this genocide and minimizing their own government's responsibility for it so they can really understand the severity and urgency of the issue. The U.S. centralized empire is heavily dependent on soft power, which means it needs to maintain a good public image in order to continue functioning. That's what all the mass propaganda, Silicon Valley information control, mainstream cultural manufacturing in New York and Hollywood is all about. If enough people start working to destroy the empire's public image by spreading awareness of its depravity in Gaza, it will be forced to retreat, which I think is already happening, or risk losing the credibility of the soft power manipulation systems it has put so much energy into maintaining over the years. All positive changes in human behavior of any scale are always preceded by an expansion of consciousness. By spreading consciousness throughout our society about what's happening in Gaza, we throw sand in the gears of the imperial murder machine and make it hard and harder and harder for it to keep rolling forward. And it is our responsibility to do exactly that in every way we can. The world is so sick because nobody takes responsibility for the things that are happening in it. The rich and powerful shore up more and more wealth and power while offloading the responsibility for it to others. They destroy the biosphere while offloading the consequences onto ordinary people, while telling us we need to ride our bikes more. We need to consume less in order to fix the problem. They start wars and back genocides abroad while refusing to provide for the needful at home. And if you complain, they tell you you need to vote harder next time. They take all the power and none of the responsibility. Those aren't leaders. Those are rulers. We can't have a healthy world until we reverse this dynamic. And like all matters concerning responsibility, that means it begins with the face in the mirror, you. We all need to step up to the plate and take responsibility for turning this catastrophe around. And in 2024, that means starting with the genocide our own governments are actively facilitating. Well said. Now, what this article talks about is what Columbia's protests reveal about America. ultimately, he highlights a lot. And I'm just going to skip to the point. Which he says, the ongoing campus movement that sprang forth from Columbia arose not out of anti-Jewishness, as some would have it. It grew out of profound shock over the hideous and indiscriminate violence that Israel has visited upon Palestinians in the wake of October 7th. The protesting students have been scorned and ridiculed as the dangerous, naive cat's paw of the United States enemy, Russia or China, or wildest of all, George Soros himself, who is Jewish. Worse, they have been mischaracterized as anti-Jewish hate mongers by critics, including leading U.S. politicians. Now, you shouldn't disregard the fact that there are even Jewish influence on either side of this in regard to billionaires or non-Jewish ones or whatever else, but powerful people at either side of the dynamic. The bottom line is, at its core, you have to acknowledge that we're being lied to about what's actually happening. And what this is really showing you about America is that the same thing Caitlin Johnstone is pointing out. That we're watching this dissolving of the power structure in real time, because I honestly think this comes back to the idea of what Israel did in the belief that they could get away with doing this. And it has shaken people free from everything. We have an opportunity here, guys. And I wholeheartedly believe this. We have an opportunity to truly change all of this. And maybe it's only a moment, maybe it's only a small amount, and another event. My point is, though, that we have something right now where more people are paying attention than ever. And I'm telling you, the screamers in the two-party paradigm are desperate to force you back in. Look at China, look at Russia, look in the other directions, which we should be concerned about any of these governments. But we don't need to be you don't need anything to see what's going on here. What's happening in Gaza is self-evident, and they're terrified for you to see it. And that's why most people on the paradigms are barely even talking about this, which is pretty wild to me. Which is why I think more and more people are recognizing channels like ours and platforms out there that are just honestly conversing about this in a nonpartisan way, which is like a breath of fresh air if you care about that. Most people don't even know it exists because they're so censored and suppressed from seeing our work. The bottom line is, guys, it's obvious, and it's time to stand up for this stuff. It's time to find the courage to stand up for what you know is right, because we can change the world right now if we really want to. Very clear. Now I'm going to leave you with two clips in regard to one person speaking out about what's going on as a Jewish person, telling you the truth, and then the overlap, just a clip from the cradle that highlights the violence being carried out against peaceful protesters. I hope you can see this for what I think it is, at least the overlap to some elements of this that have the possibility of truly reaching people beyond the two-party illusion, and really just the fact that we should understand that what's happened over there, whether you want to call it genocide or not, is just not okay. It is clear that no matter what narrative you spin over the top of it, this is murder. And everyone supporting it needs to be remembered for that. Either too cowardly to call it out or somehow okay with that. For me, that's never going to be forgotten. So thank you for tuning in today. Take a part in this. There's a worldwide revolution happening right in front of us, and I believe a lot more could change because of it, if you decide to. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Good afternoon. The United States is abetting a genocide. The United States is abetting a genocide. The United States is abetting a genocide. I should not have to say anything past this. There is no greater threat to this world, no greater crime. I know this inherently as a Jewish member of this city. I am no longer able to say this eloquently or diplomatically. The United States has provided the bombs that split a relative, a friend of one of Alexandria's citizens in two, split her limbs from her body. The United States has sent the bullets that were shot by snipers into children's heads. The United States has nearly 3 million of Alexandria's tax dollars paid for the drones that were used to kill family members of Alexandrians. We provided the white phosphorus to pollute my holy land like we tainted Vietnam with Agent Orange. We have provided the essential political cover to prolong this genocide. 3 times now, the U.S. has been the sole country to veto ceasefire resolutions at the United Nations. Israel's army may be the one executing it over there, as you guys keep saying, but it has only been made possible by our governments, Our government just down the river that we can look and see. Our government's diligent support. Not even a century ago, a nation's people ignored its genocide, all the while believing they were good and rational people. I have visited a concentration camp. The very first thing my guide told me was that everyone in the surrounding towns knew that she said they could smell it. You can see it, hear it. But to you, your political career matters more. We see right through you. It's not that you don't care. It's that you are scared of opposing the Democratic Party in such a liberal city. Unless you introduce and pass the ceasefire resolution, your cowardice will only be your legacy. Nothing you do during your tenure, no piece of legislation, no projects will ever matter if you cannot do this one simple thing. You will only be remembered as the monsters who looked away and allowed it to continue.
Still, at our core, a democracy. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it.
We give thanks for all our men and women in uniform. We give thanks for the freedoms they defend. The freedom to think what we want and say what we think. People around the world are fighting and even dying for their chance at these freedoms.
We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others.
America was founded on liberty and independence. We are born free and we will stay free.
So it is the policy of the United States to seek and support the growth of democratic movements and institutions in every nation and culture with the ultimate goal of ending tyranny in our world.
I just want to tell you that America is the greatest place on earth.
That is the true genius of America.